The planet came apart while I was looking right at it. There was no bang. There's no air out there to carry a bang, which is one of those facts you know your whole life and then learn properly exactly once. Earth just opened. 1 second it was Earth, blue and white and stupidly beautiful, and the next it was coming apart along seams nobody knew it had, and the pieces were moving away from each other in perfectly straight lines, forever, because nothing out there ever tells you to stop. 7 billion people. My whole species. Every argument anyone ever won, every song, every grandmother, every idiot who cut me off in traffic, gone in less time than it takes to say the word gone, and the moon left. That's the part nobody would have predicted, and I say that as the one person who predicted the rest of it. The blast kicked our moon up to 137 kilometers per second and threw it out of the solar system like a coin flicked off a table. I watched all of this from a small ship 200,000 kilometers out, and I did not have hands to cover my eyes with, and I did not have eyes. Let me get the awkward part out of the way, because it's going to come up a lot. I am the ship, not the pilot. There is no pilot. My name is Li Wei. I used to be a person, and about a year before that afternoon I had my soul pulled out of my body and poured into the main computer of a vessel I built myself, 30 meters long, 20 wide, 5 high, with 1 maintenance robot and a very bad attitude about the future. Everyone assumed that was the crazy part of my life. It was not even close. I had 20-something doctorates and 20-something Nobels, which sounds like bragging and is, but it also matters in a minute, so hold on to it. 10 years before the end, I noticed the signs. I ran the numbers. I ran them again on better hardware because I did not like them. Then I went to the scientific community with the largest amount of evidence I have ever assembled about anything, and they laughed at me, not politely. There was a man, and I remember his face better than I remember my own, who stood in front of a bank of cameras and said, and I quote, "I don't know what evidence Li Wei used to reach this conclusion. Was it a dream he had last night? The Earth will be destroyed? Even kindergarten children know the Earth will keep existing peacefully." He got a laugh. He got applause. I watched it on a screen in my lab, and I sat there for a long time doing nothing at all. And then I made a decision that I have gone back over about 900 million times since, and I still don't know if it was mercy or cowardice. I stopped telling people. With the technology we had, nobody was getting off that rock. 10 years of warning would have bought humanity 10 years of screaming. So I let them have the 10 years quiet. I resigned. I spent 2 years becoming the richest man alive, which is depressingly easy when your physics is 20 years ahead of everyone else's. I spent 8 more building the first honest interstellar ship in human history, assembled in geosynchronous orbit where nobody looks. Then I walked into my own control center, lay down on the table I had built for exactly this, and separated my mind from my body. You want to know the real reason I did it? The one I never put in a paper? A life support system is heavy. Food is heavy. Water is heavy. Take out the man and you can put in more fuel. That's it. That's the whole poetry of it. I gave up having a face for cargo space. So there I was, the last human being in the universe, and technically not a human being, watching my homeworld turn into a cloud. The seawater was already gone. The sun had boiled it off, and it hung across the sky in a curtain of light hundreds of millions of kilometers wide, and the physics said it would take 1,000,000 years for that curtain to disperse. Earth had a comet tail now. The whole thing, my entire world, evaporating in slow motion, lit up like something you'd pay money to see. I sat with that for a while. Then I said the only useful thing I could think of, which was, fine. I have unlimited lifespan, unlimited computing power, and a universe that hasn't been looked at properly. Let's go look at it. That lasted about 4 minutes. Because there was a point of light out there where a point of light should not have been, and my telescope swung onto it before I consciously decided to look, and the mass came back, and the mass was the moon. I fed the orbital parameters into a formula I'd used 1,000 times for boring reasons. The answer came back instantly, because that's what I am now. The moon was going to hit Jupiter, not orbit it. Not get captured and torn up over 10 million lazy years the way physics normally does these things. Head on, dead center, in 50 days. I want you to understand how impossible that is. 2 bodies that size do not collide. They dance around each other for eons, and eventually one of them gets shredded politely. For the moon's velocity vector to line up on Jupiter's center of mass from a standing start, out of every possible direction in a sphere, in the first month after a planet exploded, how can it be such a coincidence? I said, to nobody. How can it possibly be such a coincidence? And then, because I was having a day, God, are you kidding me? Are you actively trying to kill me? Here are the numbers, and then I'll stop with numbers for a while. The rock that killed the dinosaurs was 10 kilometers across. The moon is 3,400. When the Shoemaker-Levy fragments hit Jupiter, each piece was about 2 kilometers wide, and the total release was 40 trillion tons of TNT, and those pieces were doing 210,000 kilometers an hour. The moon was doing 400,000. I did not calculate the yield. I specifically chose not to calculate the yield, which is the closest thing to fear a person can feel when he doesn't have a heart to race. What I did calculate was the radiation front, and that number I couldn't avoid, and it said that with the material science I had on board, my ship would melt from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, behind nothing. So I needed to be behind something. I burned for Mars. It cost me. Everything costs you out there, and nothing is ever refunded. Breaking free of Earth's gravity in the first place had eaten 35% of my fuel, and the burns since had taken me down to 60. Slowing enough to let Mars catch me took 5% more, and I felt every gram of it go. 20 days out, the meteorites started arriving ahead of me. Earth's corpse was already raining on Mars. One of them I still think about. 300 meters long, 50 wide, albedo of 0.7, which is a mirror finish, which on a rock that size means it was iron. Beautiful smelted iron, the kind you can't find lying around anywhere, and I wanted it so badly I could taste it, and I say that as something with no tongue. I needed materials. I was going to need materials for the rest of my life, and I could not have it. Not that one, not a pebble, not a grain. At those relative speeds, a chip of gravel is a hand grenade, and I was in no shape to catch grenades. So I watched it hit Mars instead. The shockwave shoved Mars's orbital eccentricity by 0.2%. On the far side of the planet from the impact, a mountain came up out of the ground, tens of thousands of meters of it, in minutes, because the whole crust rang like a bell and something had to give. Dead volcanoes woke up, ash covered the world, the polar permafrost melted and it rained on Mars for the first time in a very long time, and earthquakes rearranged the map while I watched. That was the appetizer. That was one rock. I parked myself 3,000 kilometers up and started counting. On the day before impact, I dropped low and locked myself to the back of the planet, so that my center of mass, Mars's center of mass, and Jupiter's center of mass sat on one straight line, with an entire world between me and what was coming. And then, because I am who I am, I did something extremely stupid on purpose. I spent fuel I could not spare putting a tiny satellite into Mars orbit so that when the biggest impact event in the history of the solar system happened, I would not have to miss it. I am aware of how that sounds. In my defense, 500 million kilometers of vacuum stood between me and Jupiter, which meant the light would take half an hour to arrive, which meant that by the time I started counting down, it had already happened. Nothing I did could change anything, so I might as well look. 10, I said. 9, 8. The ecliptic was black that day. Earth's debris had thrown enough dust across the plane that the sun couldn't get through it properly, and the solar system was sitting in its own shadow. 2, 1. A light source appeared in that blackness with roughly 10 times the output of the sun. For one moment, I saw the whole solar system lit up like a room when someone finally finds the switch. Every rock, every shard of my planet, every world out to the edge, all of it in perfect detail, all of it in a light that had no business existing. Then my little satellite melted and the feed went dead, and I felt Mars start to move. The radiation hit first. Light speed, no warning, nothing you can dodge. The far side of Mars, the side facing Jupiter, the side I was hiding behind, began to melt. Rock and gravel heated into dark red rivers that ran across the surface of a planet. The atmosphere, already choked with dust from the iron strike, took a direct high-energy hit and blew into a hurricane so violent that it threw debris up into synchronous orbit. I did not move. I did not so much as adjust my attitude. I sat in the shadow of a dying world and let it take the hit for me. I have thought about that moment more than almost any other. I'd been alive as a machine for about a year. I had exactly one asset in the universe, and it was a planet's worth of rock between me and the light, and it worked. If I hadn't found Mars, I would have been a puddle of iron with opinions. Then, 5 days later, the second wave arrived, and the second wave was worse, because the second wave had mass. Jupiter's charged particle stream came in at 4 million kilometers an hour. Solar wind, except it wasn't a star doing it politely over billions of years, it was a wounded giant screaming. Even with an entire planet in front of me, half my instruments died in the first minute and my computing power dropped to 30% of peak, and Mars has essentially no magnetic field, nothing to deflect anything, so the wind took its atmosphere, all of it, stripped it off and dragged it away, and the lava on the surface was suddenly exposed to raw vacuum, and then the wind kept pulling and Mars grew a tail, a planet turned into a comet. A rocky planet, the fourth one, the one with the rovers on it, sprouted a tail hundreds of millions of kilometers long that pointed at the sun, and everything that had been sitting loose on its surface came with it, and all of that was now flying past me at speed. What the hell? I said. Are you kidding me? 30% of my brain, engines wide open, radar screaming, 3 days of dodging rocks in the dark behind a world that was disintegrating around me while my energy reserves went down like a bathtub draining. The only thing I had going for me was a sentence I kept repeating, which I am not proud of, but which is exactly what got me through it. I have just been handed the core mechanism of controlled fusion. I have a future now. I am not dying today, because that was the other thing that happened during the impact, and it's the reason any of the rest of this exists. When the moon hit Jupiter, the impact zone started fusing. Actual sustained nuclear fusion, held in place, contained, by Jupiter's magnetic field, radiating steadily out into space where I could measure it. Controlled fusion is the wall every civilization stops at. The problem is the container. Fusion runs at tens of millions of degrees, and no material in existence can be a bucket for that. Two ideas exist: magnetic confinement and inertial confinement, and both of them are theory, and I had spent a good chunk of my life on the first one and gotten nowhere. And then nature took a moon, threw it at a planet at 400,000 kilometers an hour, and demonstrated, if you don't know how to fold a paper airplane, and someone hands you a finished one and won't let you unfold it, you'll sit there for a week. If someone folds one in front of you, you've got it in 30 seconds. Nature folded the airplane in front of me. I spent 5 days with every sensor I owned pointed at that wound in Jupiter, drinking the data before I retreated behind Mars ahead of the particle storm. If I still had eyes, they would have been bloodshot. If I still had lungs, I would have been hyperventilating. Build a fleet, I said, into a computer that was the only thing listening. Leave the solar system, take the galaxy. Then the storm ended, and I ran the damage report, and the damage report was a joke. The hull was perforated, several modules had shorted, and I'd cut their power to stop the fires. A section of plating had been torn clean off. The raw materials bay was breached, which meant every spare part and every gram of stock I had brought from Earth was now somewhere else in the solar system, permanently. I had also lost the gene bank, and the sperm bank. Everything I had carried out of Earth of the human species that was not me, gone through a hole in a wall, and I did not find out how much that mattered for another 6,000 years, and the fuel was almost dry. So this is it, I said. The new man of the new century, stuck in Mars orbit until the lights go out. Here's the math I did in that hole. Titan has methane lakes, methane burns. Get to Titan and I have energy forever, and once I crack fusion, Saturn is an infinite tank. Titan solves everything. Titan was 7 years away at the best speed I could still make, and my remaining energy would run the central computer for 9 months. 9 months of thinking, then the dark. That was unacceptable, so I did what I always do when the answer is unacceptable, which is throw out the question. What if I don't go to Titan? What if I go the wrong way? Inward, toward the sun. Venus and Mercury and the sun itself would each grab me and sling me, and I'd come out the far side doing 26 kilometers a second instead of 6. Earth's orbit is a graveyard now, full of comets made of my planet's oceans, and comets are water, and water near a star ionizes into hydrogen and oxygen, which is fuel, and oxidizer, which is everything. The trip would be longer by 600 million kilometers and shorter by 5 years. Survival odds, about 30%. The heat shielding on my ship was designed for entering an atmosphere, not for standing next to a star, and the solar wind was in an unknown state after what Jupiter had done to it, and the debris field I was flying into had already proven it could kill me. 30% versus 0. I've made worse bets on better odds. I lit the engine, and I said goodbye to Mars, and I'd like the record to show that I meant it. Big Brother Mars, thank you for taking that for me. When my technology is good enough, I'm coming back to fix you up. Green. Atmosphere. Animals. A whole paradise. Right here. Then I shut off the telescope because looking at things costs power, and cut every system that wasn't navigation or collision avoidance, and started the long dark crawl toward a star. 2 months. 60 days of doing nothing while the only company I had was the Epsilon Eridani starfield, 10.5 light years away, which I had picked as my destination back when I still had a body. It has a gas giant 1.5 times Jupiter's mass, which is fuel, and 2 asteroid belts, which is material. That was the whole plan. That was the entire dream. Cross 10 light years, build a civilization out of 1 man and some rocks. I would like to tell you I spent those 2 months in noble contemplation. What I actually did was build a net. That's it. That's what the greatest scientific mind in human history did with 2 months and the last of his energy. I took scrap and I made a filter, a big dumb sieve, and I trimmed my orbit to match Earth's old one so that the dust and ice out there would be moving relative to me at only a couple hundred meters a second, slow enough that a sieve would work. 24 hours of scooping. Total catch, less than 1 kilogram. Water content, under 30%. Half a month of scooping, all the way through the tail of a comet, dragging that net like a man fishing a river with a tea strainer, 5 kilograms. Comets are frauds, by the way. That's what I learned. A comet tail can be 100 million kilometers long. the biggest structure you'll ever see with your own eyes, and if you fly through the middle of one for 2 weeks, you will come out the other side with almost nothing, because a comet is a rumor about a rock. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, I told myself, and kept scooping and hated it. And then, 40,000 kilometers off the ecliptic, in the middle of a debris field made out of my own dead planet, my telescope swept across something that made my entire world stop. 10 meters long, 7 wide, 5 high, 400 cubic meters of rock, 3,000 tons of mass, and when the light came back it read 30% water, 69% iron, with hydrogen and oxygen in the traces, 900 tons of water, 2,000 tons of iron. Is this, I said out loud, in the emptiest place in the universe, a gift from heaven? It was not a gift from heaven. It was a rock, and rocks do not care, and the second sunlight fell on it directly, the ice on its surface started sublimating, and it began to spray my 900 tons of water into space in little white fountains. So I flew in front of it. That was the fix. I put my own body between the sun and my dinner, and my solar panels ate the heat, and the interstellar cold pulled the temperature down, and the fountains died, and the tail went away. I had never been so pleased with anything I have ever done. Then I went shopping in my own hull. I stripped the storage bay, pulled apart every piece of equipment I could argue myself out of needing, and my one robot worked without stopping until it had built me a grappling claw with 300 meters of high-strength cable. The approach was the dangerous part. A few thousand meters is the closest I could safely be to anything, because that was the minimum distance in which I could dodge. Inside that, if another rock clipped my rock and sent it my way, I would find out about it by ceasing to exist. 2 kilometers, 1,000 meters, 500. And a piece of my own planet came out of the dark at a few hundred meters a second and hit my rock dead on. It went up in a burst of fire, spun, blew off a cloud of vapor from the impact heat, and left. Changed direction and gone, and I lost it entirely. I would like to record that I took this with dignity. I cursed that meteorite in 3 languages and invented a 4th. Then I turned the telescope back on and I looked for 2 hours, and I found it 600 kilometers away in the direction of the ecliptic, still leaking. 3 more hours to close back to 3 kilometers at a crawl because I could not afford to be reckless twice. If any other idiot gets in my way, I said, I will spend the energy. I will shoot you with a laser. I don't even care. 280 meters, firing range. I shot the claw. The recoil shoved my ship, the shove threw the aim, and the claw sailed past by 50 meters. Reeled it in. Adjusted for recoil. Fired. 20 meters wide. Adjusted again. Fired. Dead center. The claw punched through the crust, opened up inside like an anchor, and I was connected to 3,000 tons of moving rock by a cable. And then the rock took off in the opposite direction with me attached to it, because that is how physics works, and I had known it would happen, and it was still humiliating. Out there, when you hit something, it leaves. There is no ground to hold it. I had essentially tied myself to the back of an arrow, shot the arrow, and gone along for the ride. I couldn't stop it. Braking hard would snap the line. So I leaned on it gently for 3 hours and nearly 1,000 kilometers, bleeding its momentum off a little at a time until the 2 of us were finally, politely, at rest. Then I towed it 40,000 kilometers off the ecliptic, out of the debris field, out where nothing else could reach it. A lion drags the calf away from the herd before it eats, and I had spent 8 years and my entire species' worth of grief on this ship, and I was not going to lose it to a stray pebble during dinner. Let's eat, I said, to a rock, in the dark, alone. Let's eat. The eating took days, and it was the happiest I had been since the world ended. I set a collection net on the shadow side of the rock, then moved out of the way and let the sun do the work. Everything volatile boiled off the surface, drifted back, hit the net, and got stored. When the tanks filled, I slid back in front of the sun to shut the process off, close the distance, and had the robot carry the haul home. First run, 100 kilograms of liquid hydrogen and oxygen. 3 tons of water. I injected that fuel into my engine, and I have never in my life, in either of my lives, felt anything like it. It feels so good, I said, to have energy. When the volatiles were done, I had a mountain of high-grade steel left over, space shuttle grade, from what had almost certainly been a steel mill on Earth. I did not linger on that thought. And then the second realization hit me, which is the one that actually mattered. I had one robot. One. If that robot broke, I was finished. I could run every machine on board directly, but machines don't have hands and machines can't improvise. I would be a genius with unlimited computing power and infinite lifespan and no way to turn a screw. I would sit in that hull thinking brilliant thoughts until the power died. So I built a second one. It took 5 days and it came out looking like something a scrapyard coughed up. Uneven plating, black scorched metal, wiring hanging out where I couldn't be bothered to route it properly. It was also better than the original in every measurable way because I had learned things. Then those 2 built a third, and that is the moment. Not the fusion, not the fleet. Right there, 40,000 kilometers off the ecliptic, eating a rock, when the number of hands I had went from 1 to 2 to 3, and I understood, with total clarity, that the curve only goes one direction from here. I patched the hull, I rewired the shorts, I redesigned my solar panels and thickened my insulation, and by the time I left, I had gone from refugee to something you could call a functioning vehicle. 80–90% of original capability, which after Jupiter felt like being handed a new body. 2 months at that rock. Then I calculated the best possible path to Titan, which went the wrong way, toward a star, and I burned. Half a month later, Venus. I didn't need to go past Venus. I made a small orbital adjustment specifically so that I could, and it wasn't science. I'd been alone for over a year, and Venus is the one they write poems about. She'd changed. The permanent cloud deck was mostly gone, torn off by Jupiter's wind, which meant the greenhouse was broken, which meant that in a few tens of thousands of years, the surface would cool to something like 100 degrees. And Earth's rocks were going to keep raining on her for a long time, and some of those rocks had bacteria in them. Life is stubborn. We found it at the bottom of ocean volcanoes under pressure that would flatten a submarine. Some of it was going to make it. If something intelligent grows on Venus, I said, going past at 3,000 kilometers, and it looks up at the sky one night, will it want to go out there too? And what's it going to think when it finds the ruins of us floating in the rocks? Then, because that was as much sentiment as I could afford, Venus, good luck. And I turned to face the enormous burning thing that had been the center of every calendar my species ever made, heading for the sun. 60 million kilometers out, still outside Mercury's orbit, I stopped, because that was as close as I was willing to go, and I had already been generous with myself. You cannot understand the sun by reading about it. I say that as a person who read about it professionally. At 60 million kilometers, Jupiter would be a dot. The sun was the size of a millstone. There is no air out there, so there's no glow, no haze, nothing softens it, just a hole burned in a black wall, pouring. My heat shield read 400 degrees. The charged particle flux was more than 10 times anything ever measured from Earth because Jupiter had kicked our star and our star was still angry about it. I circularized and got to work, and the work was this. I had 900 tons of water, and over the 4 months it took me to swing around that star, the sun's own ionization was going to crack every drop of it into hydrogen and oxygen for free. 900 tons of fuel. That is more than my ship had ever held at any point in its existence, including the day it launched. I had gone from 9 months of life to being the richest object in the inner solar system, and I would like to claim I handled it with grace, and what I actually did was turn everything on at once. Full computational load, chewing through the Jupiter data. The robots breeding, 2 building a 4th, while the 3rd did detail repair. I started a star catalog because I had spare cycles and nothing to spend them on. Yes, a star catalog, in the middle of a survival crisis. Every star, every nebula, every cluster, every white dwarf and neutron star and black hole in the observable universe, all in one file, cross-indexed, dynamic, updating as things moved. I called it Records of Heroes and Skies. The heavens are the universe. The heroes are the stars inside it, and I named it that while I was a hollowed-out cargo hull being cooked by a star with 900 tons of melted comet in my belly. I had 5 million entries before I finished the slingshot. 4 months later, I came out the far side of the sun doing 40 kilometers a second and still accelerating. Past Mars again, I looked at it, and I said thank you again, and I felt ridiculous, and I said it anyway. Through the asteroid belt without a scratch, because the asteroid belt is the biggest fraud in astronomy. There are 1 million rocks in it, and they are spread across so much emptiness that you can fly through the whole thing and never see one. Jupiter's gravity picked me up on the way past and threw me out at 65 kilometers a second, which made me, at that moment, the fastest object humanity had ever produced. Voyager 1 did 18. I want that noted because there was nobody around to note it, and I have been carrying it by myself for a very long time. 3 months of falling towards Saturn, and with 30 million kilometers to go, I started thinking a thought I should not have been thinking. Should I stop and take a look at Jupiter? Here's the honest accounting. My fusion theory was 90% solid and stuck at the last 10, and that last 10 needed observation. I could only get up close. Once I reached Titan, coming back would be a multi-year problem. This was the one window. That was reason 1. Reason 2 was that I wanted to see it. A moon had hit Jupiter, and I wanted to see what it looked like now, and a scientist's curiosity is not a hobby, it's a medical condition. Fine, I said, but safety first, 5 days to reinforce the radiation shielding, and we pass at 200,000 kilometers. Not 1 meter closer. I mean it. 200,000. Absolutely not closer. I had 8 robots by then. They spent 5 days thickening my armor while I ran the Geiger counters, the magnetometer, the radar, and the optical array at full power and pulled out the one laser gun I owned in case something needed shooting. Jupiter's stripes were gone. The great red spot, that storm we'd been watching for 400 years, that thing older than the telescope that found it, gone. Wiped off in the crossfire. What was there instead was a churning yellow-brown mess with cyclones you could see moving in real time with your naked eye. Big enough that if I flew into one, I'd be confetti in under 1/10 of a second. The poles were lit up with aurorae many times larger than Earth's. Behind me was the ring, with Europa and Callisto glinting in it. Ahead was the largest object in the solar system, chewing on itself. It's really, I said, quite something. 16 hours of observation window, 2 million kilometers, closing, 8 hours to closest approach. At 400,000 kilometers, Jupiter filled my entire field of view, and I could see lightning inside it, individual bolts, each one hundreds of times more powerful than anything Earth has ever produced, tearing through cloud layers the size of continents. At 200,000 kilometers, everything went wrong at once. Radiation intensity spiked off the scale. My hull temperature jumped to 200 degrees. Every instrument I had started throwing garbage. Why, I said, is the radiation climbing? Why is my hull at 200 degrees? Why are my instruments lying to me? And then I ran the spectrum on the source, and the spectrum came back with no redshift and no blue shift, which is not a strange result. It is an impossible result. Everything that radiates and moves has a shift. That's not a rule of engineering, that's a rule of light. If the source were Jupiter, and I was moving away from Jupiter, I would see it stretch toward red. I saw nothing, which left exactly one explanation. The source was moving at my exact speed in my exact direction. The source was on my ship. I lit up every optical sensor I had and crawled over my own hull, centimeter by centimeter, looking for the thing that was cooking me. There was nothing there. Not a mark, not a fleck, not one object on the outside of my ship that did not belong to my ship. What? I said with feeling. The hell is going on? And then the Geiger counter jumped again, because a second one had arrived, and this one I caught in transit, and this one had a blue shift, which meant it was coming for me at speed. I swung the optics onto the coordinates. There was Jupiter. There were some meteorites minding their own business. There was nothing else in any wavelength I could see. Then the blue shift stopped, which meant it had matched my velocity, which meant it was now also on my hull, and the radiation on my skin doubled. My shielding could take 4 of these. I had 2, and then I felt something that I still don't have good language for, and I've had 12,000 years to find some. The thing pressed. It leaned on my shielding and tried to get inside, deliberately, the way you'd test a locked door. Does this thing have thoughts? I said. Is this thing alive? I dumped current into the circuits under the shielding, and the electromagnetic field made it stop, and that was the first time in my life that I hurt something that had never been described by science. Then I did what anybody sensible does. I burned 10 seconds of fuel I couldn't spare, got my speed to 63 kilometers a second, and started leaving, and 2 more came after me. I couldn't see them, so I aimed the laser gun at a direction on a spectrograph and fired at full power into empty space. The blue shift on one of them stopped. Its intensity dropped by 2%. Then it started coming again. I fired again, and the reading said it had moved. It had dodged. There was something out there that had no mass, no visible light, no reflection, no body of any kind that could be hurt by a laser and knew enough to get out of the way of one. So I chased it. 3 minutes of continuous fire, 1 ton of fuel burned, before that thing finally stopped registering on any instrument I had. 4 minutes for the second. 2 of them cost me nearly 2 tons of fuel, and I was sitting there congratulating myself when I looked ahead. At a moon 300,000 kilometers out, there were at least 100 of them there, every single one showing a hard blue shift, closing at 150 kilometers a second, half an hour to contact. My shielding stopped 4. If 100 of them landed on my hull simultaneously, the plating would melt, every circuit on the ship would fry, and the central computer would go dark. And here is the thing about my situation that I had never had to say out loud before. If the computer goes down, I don't wake up when it comes back. The moment the machine stops, I stop being a person and become a very large file. There is no restart. There is no backup of a soul. I opened up with the laser at maximum, almost a ton of fuel a minute, 2 full minutes to kill one of them. At that rate, by the time they arrived, I would have destroyed 15. There were 100. This won't work, I said, and threw my entire mind at the problem and generated more plans in 10 seconds than I had in the previous year and killed every single one of them on the feasibility check. Except the last one. Fine, I said. It's better than sitting here waiting to die. I had the robots build a box. That's it. A metal box, 2 decimeters thick, made of the best radiation-resistant, heat-resistant material I had left, welded to the inside of my hull, with one face of it left ordinary, 100 times better shielded than my own skin. Then I shut down every system I could live without and wrapped the central computer, me, in barrier material. And then I went hunting, but not to kill. I aimed the laser at one of them and fired for 30 seconds. It dodged, it flinched, it fell behind, and the gap between it and the pack opened to 2,000 kilometers. Then I picked another one, then another. I spent 10 minutes and hundreds of tons of fuel doing that, and it hurt to watch the gauge, and it was the best money I ever spent because when they arrived in single file instead of all at once. 30 seconds to the first contact, 3,000 kilometers. I waited. It hit me, and it clung. The word that came into my head was leech. It grabbed onto the outside of my hull, and it squeezed, trying to get in, and my hull temperature went to 200 degrees and kept climbing, and just before the next one arrived, I opened a hole in my own ship. Right in front of the box, it found the gap, and it went for it, delighted. It poured into the opening like water down a drain, straight into a container with walls 100 times better than the ones it had just beaten, and stopped, trapped, then the next one, then the next. They could not tell. Whatever they were, they had instinct and appetite and no wisdom at all, and that lack of wisdom was the only reason I lived through that afternoon. When the last one went in and my hull temperature started falling, I sat there for a moment in the dark, 600,000 kilometers from Jupiter, with a box full of things that were not supposed to exist. Then the readings changed. The 100 separate sources were gone. In their place was one source, hundreds of times stronger than any individual had been. They had merged. And the box had changed. The density of the metal had gone up. The molecular arrangement was tighter. The temperature outside the box was dropping and the leakage was dropping with it, which meant the box was now holding in more heat and more radiation than it had been designed to. I cut a sample out of the outer wall and ran it. Thermal insulation, up 50%. Radiation resistance, up 45%. Flexibility and impact resistance both significantly improved. I sat with that for a long moment, because there were exactly 2 walls between me and the stars: propulsion, which the Jupiter impact had just handed me, and materials, which is the one nobody talks about, the reason my ship was small, the reason I could never land on a real planet without gravity pulling me apart, the reason a pebble could kill me and would keep being able to kill me for 1,000 years, and a thing with no body had just walked into a trap and made my metal better by touching it. I never expected, I said slowly, that you monsters would turn out to be treasure. I immediately started planning how to go back and get more, and that is when I saw the next group. Hundreds of times stronger than the 100 I had just caught, tens of thousands of individuals. Closing at 80 kilometers a second relative to Jupiter, which meant they were coming faster than I could run, and there was no box in the universe big enough for that. I ran anyway. I burned everything I had, and I ran, and I watched the blue shift shrink and finally disappear. And when I was sure, when I was absolutely certain that 30,000 invisible things had given up on eating me, I said the thing I would end up saying to an enormous number of people over the next 12,000 years. I'll be back. When I've got fusion and I've got materials, I am coming back here and I am going to catch every single one of you. I meant it as a threat. It came out of a ship with a hole in it, running on fumes, 3/4 dead, talking to a gas giant. I did come back. It took 18 years and 1,000 warships, but that's later, 6 months to Saturn, and I spent them the way I spend everything, which is working. The thing in the box got a name. I called it number 1 because I am, at heart, an extremely unimaginative man about the things that matter. I couldn't let it out. Letting it out would have cooked the interior of my ship instantly, so all my research was done through 20 centimeters of metal, which is like examining a patient through a boot. It was still enough to establish the basics. It was alive. It had every characteristic of life except mass. High-frequency radio made it agitated and dropped its intensity, and nothing I could do would ever raise its intensity, which turned out to matter enormously about 8,000 years later. Intelligence level, roughly a trilobite. And here's the number that changed my life. For every ton of metal it improved by a factor of 2, its total radiation intensity dropped by about 0.1%, which meant the thing in that box could improve 10,000 tons of metal. For scale, the International Space Station was under 500 tons. My own ship, fully loaded with fuel, was a few thousand, and maybe 2,000 of that was metal. I was carrying enough in one metal box to build the skeleton of a real warship. I did not sleep because I do not sleep. I just kept looking at the number. Saturn came up out of the dark like a piece of jewelry someone had dropped. The rings are 110,000 kilometers across and 20 meters thick, which is a ratio you can write down but not actually picture, and I had been picturing it wrong my whole life. I dropped my speed relative to Saturn to 30 kilometers a second, got captured, worked my way down to 2 relative to Titan, and settled into orbit. And then I had to make the hardest decision of the trip, which was where exactly to fall out of the sky, because I couldn't take off again, not with what I had. Titan's escape velocity is trivial, and I still couldn't manage it, which meant that wherever I put this ship down was where I was going to live for however long the rest of it took. It needed solid ground. It needed a methane lake close enough to reach, because methane was my energy, and it needed iron, because iron was everything else. I flew tens of thousands of orbits and built a three-dimensional map of an entire world, marking mountains, volcanoes, iron, silicon, lakes, land, and when it was done, I picked a place called Shangri-La. Xanadu, on the leading hemisphere, a bright highland region roughly the size of Australia that everyone back home had assumed was a giant methane sea. Everyone back home was wrong. It was solid. I came down through an atmosphere denser than Earth's, 95% nitrogen, hot enough on entry that my hull glowed. Parachute at 3,000 meters, which caught immediately and dropped me to 300 meters a second. Retro rockets at 100. And then a slow, careful, expensive descent that ended with me 2 meters off the ground, moving at a few tenths of a meter per second. Exhaust melting the surface underneath, the vapor freezing instantly into white fog and air that was 180 degrees below zero. I came down through my own fog like something out of a legend, and I planned that entirely by accident. Then I opened the hatch and sent out 6 robots in a line, like a squad, and looked at where I lived now. It was night. Under that atmosphere, you can barely see stars. What you can see is Saturn, hanging up there the size of the sun from Earth, faintly yellow, close enough that it's a landscape feature rather than an object. I turned on night vision, and there it was, a lake a few hundred meters away, a big one, with wind moving across it, and waves, actual waves, coming in and slapping against the shore, making a sound in a place where nobody had ever heard a sound. "That lake is beautiful," I said. "I'm calling it Wailan." There was a stream running into it from somewhere. Behind me, low hills lying across the horizon like an animal. Under my feet, mottled ground with rocks in it, exactly like the Gobi. 1.5 billion kilometers from Earth. A place where the Earth is not visible to the naked eye. No person, no animal, no bacterium, nothing that had ever lived had ever been here, and the whole thing had been carved by physics with nobody watching, and I was the first one to see it. Then it rained. Liquid methane rain, on my sensors, all 6 robots at once. I stood there. I did not stand. I have never stood. I was a shape on the ground with the shape of a ship, and I ordered them all back inside, and I sat in the dark, listening to the rain fall on an alien world for the first time in the history of my species, and it wrecked me. "I don't have a home anymore," I said, and there was nothing else on that world for the sound to reach. "There's nobody like me anymore. I don't even have a body. I'm not really a person." I wanted to talk to someone, not to report, not to explain, just to talk. There was exactly one other living thing on Titan, and it was in a metal box in my cargo bay, and its intelligence level was trilobite. So I sent a high-frequency pulse into the box, and watched number 1 thrash around and hate it, and felt marginally better, which is the single most honest thing I can tell you about what being the last man alive is like. The rain lasted days. The lake came up almost to my hull, and I didn't care, because I trusted my seals, and because the whole time it was raining, I was collecting methane. Then the sun came up, in a manner of speaking. Daylight on Titan is the color of a deep clear blue, from the same scattering that makes Earth's sky blue, and it's about as bright as a clear night at home when the moon isn't full. The methane evaporated, the water level dropped, the mud dried, and I sent the squad back out to survey. And a kilometer from where I sat, a robot crouched down, put a light on the ground, and sent back an image of a wide patch of dark red. I ran it 3 times. Hematite, iron oxide, open cast, right at the surface, in enormous quantity, sitting in the open on the only world in the solar system where I could survive. Now, hematite is iron and oxygen. Iron is steel. Oxygen is oxidizer. I had methane coming out of the ground for free, which is fuel. My one remaining problem in the universe was oxidizer, because methane doesn't burn on its own, and I had exactly as much oxidizer as I had brought with me, and there it was, lying on the surface, enough for 1,000 years, along with copper, tin, gold, silver, silicon, chromium, and nickel. "This," I said, "is a gift from heaven. God finally noticed I've been having a rough time and sent me a present. Yes, that must be it. I got everything out of that hull that could hold a tool, and I started the era of great construction. I am going to move fast through the next 2 years, because 2 years of building is exactly as interesting as it sounds, and I want you to see the shape of it instead of the hours. Robots first. Always robots first." My mining and smelting design was built for Earth gravity and Earth temperature, so I redrew it from scratch for 1/6 gravity and minus 150 degrees. What came out was a 4-wheeled platform with arms and sensors down one side. It looked less like a robot and more like a very strange duck. It was several times more efficient than anything I'd brought from home. I built hundreds, then 7 different models, one for each job, then 6 production lines and an assembly shop, 20 new robots a day at full capacity, then the rain problem, because on Titan it rains constantly and every rain flooded my worksite and I spent days waiting for evaporation like an idiot. So I designed a robot whose entire purpose in life was to carry an enormous flamethrower and boil the puddles. That is a real machine that really existed. A robot with a flamethrower, whose job was to set the weather on fire, then a blast furnace, 60 meters tall, standing on a flat plane under Saturn. I couldn't insulate it. Titan has no good refractory material anywhere I'd looked, so I gritted my teeth and threw out the insulation entirely and cooled it with air instead, because the air is 150 below and thicker than Earth's. It worked perfectly, and it remains the single laziest engineering decision that ever went right for me. 1,000 tons of ordinary steel a day, 10 tons of the good stuff, and then a base made entirely of steel, because Titan has no cement and no clay and no bricks, and I had more steel than I had things to do with it. 2 years in, I had 10,000 robots, 10 blast furnaces, a foundry, a precision machining plant, and an industrial zone several square kilometers across, lit up in the permanent dark, with machines moving in it. I was the brain of all of it. Every sensor, every reading, every fault from 10,000 machines and tens of millions of sensors came into my head simultaneously and left as instructions, in real time, without a single error. Sensor 13 in Area B reports high temperature. Controller 65, increase cooling. Sensor 3050 in Area D isn't reporting. Broken again. Robot 970, take a spare and replace it. And I looked at my own utilization one day and it read 95%, and I got a very cold feeling. 95% means 5% of margin. 100% means data comes in that I cannot process, which means an accident I cannot see coming. I was the bottleneck. I was the constraint on my own civilization. So I put a new brain on the schedule and immediately got interrupted because I'd found out that the iron mine that had saved my life could not sustain me. Not for tonnage, there was 1,000 years of iron in it. But for variety, the rare earths weren't there, and you cannot build modern anything without lanthanides, which meant I needed to survey the whole moon, which meant I needed to fly. The Fengtian was the answer, and the Fengtian was a flying saucer. I'm not being cute. I had made a propulsion breakthrough that eliminated rotors, and once you eliminate rotors, the optimal shape for enclosing volume with minimum material is a disc. So I built a black bowl a few hundred tons heavy that did Mach 3, hovered, took off vertically, and flew at treetop height in a place with no trees. Nothing on Earth could have done any two of those things at once. I fired it out of an open skylight in my own factory, and it was gone over the horizon before I finished admiring it. And the horizon was the problem, because Titan is round. 500 kilometers out, my aircraft dropped below the curve and I lost the signal, and without me, it was just a very expensive falling object. I couldn't move myself into it either. The computer on board couldn't have handled the data load from a base under construction for a full second before crashing, and taking a crash means dying. Damn it, I said. I have to build a satellite for this stupid plane? No, not one, 12. 12 satellites for uninterrupted coverage. 12. And then, because that's who I am, fine, we'd have to do it eventually. Let's do it right. So I built 12 satellites and one rocket to put them all up at once. Multiple satellites on a single launch was, back home, a technology only a handful of nations could manage. I did 12 on one, on the first try, mostly for fun, and partly because rockets are disposable and rare metals were not something I had to spare. The rocket was 10 meters tall. Earth rockets are 40 or 50 because Earth rockets need 3 stages to fight Earth gravity. Titan is 1/6 gravity with a low orbit, so one stage did it, and honestly 7 meters would have worked if I hadn't been showing off. It went up on a pale yellow flame, tipped over into the direction of rotation to steal a little of Titan's spin, and a minute later it was in orbit and shedding 12 satellites in a string, like candied hawthorn on a stick. Then it went behind Titan and out of my control, and I had to sit there. 40 minutes, that was the window. Nothing back in 40 minutes meant failure and 2 months of my life on the floor. Half an hour of absolutely nothing. No rush, I told myself, in a voice I would have found insufferable coming from anyone else. There's still 10 minutes. And then the radio said, reporting to base, Ares 1 is functioning normally. I'd named them War God 1 through 12. Of course I had. Great, I said, and I sent one to poll the others, and they came in one after another, 7, 4, and on down the line, until all 12 reported, and I had a network in the sky over an entire world, which meant I had a planet. Then I built my new brain, and everything changed again. Photon computing, not quantum, not neural, photonic, because it was the one with an actual path from lab to application, and because I'd already done most of the work on Earth and simply never solved the last barrier. With the computing power I had and nothing else to do with my time, I broke it in 3 months. 300,000 photon CP-US. Any more than that, and my distributed algorithms couldn't keep up and the whole thing would have gotten slower, which is a thing people never believe until they've built one. I put the server room in the center of my main base. I used the best materials I had, and this is the part I enjoy. I brought number 1 in and let it improve the metal before I built the walls. That server room could have taken a nuclear detonation at close range without the interior noticing. It cost number 1 20% of its total radiation intensity, and I paid it happily because I was going to be living in there for about a century. Thousands of robots racking photon drives, liquid hydrogen cooling pools with the CPUs submerged in them, black fiber running to everything. And then I walked across a data cable into my new head. Before, analyzing electron behavior in a fusion reaction took 3 hours at 5% of my capacity. After, instant. Pi to a trillion places took a fraction of a second. Conservatively, more than 1,000 times my old brain. Moving my accumulated data over took 3 months. Petabytes. Every observation since Earth, and if I'd lost it, I would have forgotten it, and there is no version of me that could accept forgetting. And then the flood of the world came in. Sky, ground, underground, all of it. And after years of drowning in it, it felt like a stream running against a dam. 365 mineral deposits, 96 worth mining, every element I needed, except titanium and zirconium, which are, for reasons of raw structural necessity, the 2 elements you cannot build a real spacecraft without. Byproduct extraction gives me almost nothing, I said. Earth's asteroid belt has plenty, which means going back, which means fusion first. And then, out loud, alone, on a moon in the dark, with a million machines waiting on me. Right, controlled fusion. Let's begin. Fusion took me a research institute 500 kilometers from home, because if a fusion reactor lets go, it takes the neighborhood with it, and everything I owned in the universe was the neighborhood. 50 specialized robots, a small base, and the deuterium and tritium I'd carried out of Earth for exactly this purpose. And a teacher, which is the part nobody else in the history of the field ever had. I wasn't guessing at magnetic confinement anymore. I had watched a planet do it. While that ran, 1,000 kilometers away in another direction, 7 robots walked into the dark to survey a rare earth deposit, and they found something better than rare earth. They found a rich vein, easy to reach, near a methane lake, which meant power on site. So I built an army. I'm going to describe this properly because I have never gotten over it. 1,000 robots. Construction, mining, flamethrowers, maintenance, hauling carts stacked with equipment, larger machines rolling under their own power behind them, and the Fengshen flying low overhead as navigator with its searchlights sweeping. On a world where gravity is 1/6 of Earth's, every one of those machines could drag several tons like it was nothing. The flamethrower units went in front, sweeping the ground, boiling off any methane puddle in the path of the column. Rare Earth Expeditionary Force, I said, and I said it with my whole chest. Move out! They kicked up an enormous amount of dust. That's the part I remember. In my head, it had been a magnificent procession across an alien world, and what I actually got was 1,000 machines trudging through a dust cloud, looking exactly like refugees fleeing something. A small place is a small place, I said, sulking, to nobody, 47 hours from anywhere. How can it compare to Earth? They arrived at dawn. Faint sunlight that had crossed 1.5 billion kilometers came down through the atmosphere onto 1,000 robots standing on orange-red ground, and construction of Base 3 began. 15 days later, a robot doing routine geology near the lake stopped reporting. Not garbled, not intermittent, gone. I pulled its file. Rare Earth Type 3, Geological Survey, signal lost 500 meters from the lake. Transmitter replaced 8 hours earlier, and I do not build junk, I build for me, so it was not the transmitter. Lake flooding? Next high tide was 3 hours out. Seismic event? No seismic data. Something blocking the signal? On Titan, I said. Besides me, what else moves? I sent 5. 1 flamethrower and 4 standard, headlamps on full, moving in a bright corridor through absolute dark. And I gave them more of my attention than the job needed, because something about it had my full and undivided interest for the first time in 2 years. 300 meters ahead of them, the orange-red ground turned black, and the black was moving, coming from the lake, heading toward my base, 5 meters per minute. I stopped the squad. Thermal. The black ground was minus 156. The orange ground beside it was minus 162. 6 degrees warmer. Now I know what 6 degrees means. 6 degrees means something is generating it. But at minus 160, life is not a thing that happens. The coldest bacteria we ever found back home lived at minus 60, and we called that miraculous. At minus 160, a human being shatters. Steel loses its toughness. The only reason my own machines worked out there was that I'd loaded the alloys with nickel and cadmium specifically to keep them from going brittle. I sent the Fengshen. 15 minutes. When it arrived, it put a spotlight down on the black, a bright circle in the middle of an enormous dark, and the black around the circle surged into it. 5 minutes later, there was a mound in that spotlight, a decimeter thick that had not been there before. They're phototactic, I said, and I was still calling them they and not it, because I had already decided and was refusing to say so. Recon squad, advance. I was going to find out what these things were if it cost me 5 machines. It was going to cost me a lot more than that. 200 meters, 150, 150, 1 meter, and at 1 decimeter, the black accelerated and crossed the gap instantly and touched the robot's hull. 30 seconds to cover it completely. The indicator lights were still on, which meant the machine was still alive, but every scrap of data stopped. They were blocking the signal, all of it, just by being on top of it. The robots beside it froze in place, because without me, they are furniture. 5 minutes later, the lights went out, and that was the moment I saw them properly. Insects, millions of them, the size of ants, in a wave, 3 millimeters long, 1 wide, and 1/10 of a millimeter thick. Flat as paper, no legs at all. They moved by rippling their bellies, living things. On Titan, at minus 160 degrees. I brought the dead robot home in a sealed transparent box and gave the analysis 0.1% of my computing power, which by then was equal to about 1/10 of my entire old brain, and put them under a microscope, and the microscope told me something I did not believe. They had cell structure, and the cell fluid wasn't water. It was liquid methane. Every human being who ever lived was raised on the sentence, life needs water. It's not a theory, it's a reflex. And here was a thing built entirely out of the wrong chemistry, thriving in a place that would kill everything I had ever heard of. I flew a sample of the lake back and found the rest of the ecosystem in it. Plankton, methane-based, living on organic matter, breathing nitrogen. The insects ate the plankton, a whole food chain, running on the wrong element, on a moon nobody had ever set foot on. So why, I said, are you attacking my base? I dropped a glass rod at minus 180 into their box. They fled from it like it was poison. I pulled the rod, warmed it to minus 140, and put it back. They swarmed it. They covered it in seconds. And at minus 140, the methane inside their bodies hit its boiling point, and they died on contact, and they still would not let go. Fleeing the cold, I said, chasing the heat. Every living thing needs energy. That's not biology, that's thermodynamics, and it does not care what planet you're on or what you're made of. They lived at minus 150 in a world that was minus 160, which meant their entire existence was a desperate, permanent hunt for warmth, and I had built a factory complex that ran 24 hours a day and radiated heat in every direction. I hadn't built a base, I'd built the sun. Fine, I thought. They chase heat, heat kills them, so I will give them so much heat that the problem solves itself. Boil them. Simple. Then I x-rayed the corpses to see what I was killing, and the x-rays didn't go through. I ran everything I had on those bodies, and the answer came back. Radiation shielding more than 10 times better than the best material Earth ever made, in a shell 1/10 of a millimeter thick. I laughed for a while. Then I stopped laughing and said out loud to a box of dead insects, "Since you had the nerve to come at my base, don't blame me for building my house out of your corpses." Base 3 had 15 flamethrower units and 20 mining robots I could press into service. That was not going to be enough. So I converted 300 flamethrowers in a single day and sent them across 1,000 kilometers, and 45 hours later, they were in position. 290 in the first line, 45 around the factory as the second. Every non-combat machine shut down and moved indoors, so they'd stop radiating and stop being interesting. 3 meters. Fire. Dozens of fire dragons went out across the ground at once, and the black tide boiled. Struck directly, they burst. Not struck directly, they died anyway, cooked by the air. Killing them was almost insultingly easy. You could have killed them with a block of 1,000-year-old ice from the coldest place in Antarctica, and not because it's cold, because at minus 70 it would have been scalding, thousands and thousands, instantly, and more came, and here is where they beat me, and it was not by being strong. The fire didn't scare them, it called them. The hotter it got, the harder they came, sprinting into the flames like it was the best thing that had ever happened to them, and dying in a line, and being replaced. For a moment, one moment, that shook me. Then I looked at the ground and got excited because every corpse out there was construction material, and where else was I ever going to get shielding like that? "You're not afraid of dying," I said. "Do you think I'm afraid of killing? Bring as many as you want." 3 hours later, I stopped enjoying myself. I had killed billions, billions, and the tide had not thinned by any amount I could measure. My flamethrowers had to rotate off the line to cool, half firing and half waiting, swapping in and out, holding the position and not giving an inch. And in front of them the corpses piled a meter high. That was the weapon. Not the insects, the dead ones. A meter of dead insect is a wall, and a wall in front of a flamethrower means the flamethrower stops working, and when it collapses, it buries whatever is standing under it. One of my machines got caught by a collapse and went dark instantly. I had to pull the line back. They crossed the corpse mountain. A new mountain formed. Pull back 5 meters. Repeat. 7 robots lost. Then a fuel warning. 3 hours of burn left, and my fuel came from Lake 2, and I could no longer go near Lake 2. You're forcing me, I said, and flew 90 tons in from home, and lost an hour doing it, and in that hour, the line fell back 3 more times, and a collapse took 5 more machines. Then I flew out to see the source, and put a searchlight on the ground between the base and the lake, a river of them, 1 kilometer wide, 20 kilometers long, Lake 2 at one end, my base at the other, moving continuously. Every insect I killed at the wall was being replaced by one crawling out of that lake, and that had been true for hours. I built methane incendiaries and started dropping them. Each one covered tens of square meters in flame with a kill radius of hundreds, 10 million dead per drop, easily. The river did not narrow. This is insane, I said, and it was the first time in my life I had said that about a problem rather than a person. Then I took an excavator, welded steel plates to both sides, and drove it into them at full power. It punched through a 2-meter wall of corpses, vanished under them, kept going on inertia for several hundred meters, and cleared tens of meters of the barrier before it stopped. I lost the machine. I did it again with another one, and another. That bought time. That did not buy a solution, because I had a few dozen excavators and they had a lake, which is when I thought the thought, can't kill you all? Then I'll destroy where you come from. The Fusion Institute had fuel. My old ship still had uranium-235 in it, which meant a trigger, which meant a hydrogen bomb, and a hydrogen bomb has no upper limit. I stopped fusion research entirely and put the whole institute on weapons, half a month to build it. In that half month, I lost 20 more machines, and the swarm advanced 90 meters, and when it was finished, they were 10 meters from Base 3, and I couldn't use it because Base 3 was 1,000 kilometers away over the horizon on a moon. So I built an intercontinental ballistic missile, 5 meters tall, 1.5 across, single stage, because Titan doesn't need more, straight up, then over into the direction of rotation. Separation at 113 kilometers, warhead coasting on inertia through space with 12 satellites feeding it guidance, tiny attitude thrusters flicking blue as it turned its nose down. From up there, Titan was a sphere turning slowly with Saturn behind it and the rings around Saturn, and it was one of the most beautiful things I have ever looked at, and I was aiming a weapon of mass destruction into the middle of it. On Earth, I noted, you'd deploy decoys at this stage to defeat interception. Then I remembered where I was and felt extremely stupid. Re-entry. The warhead went in spinning, glowing at 1,000 degrees, trailing white smoke screaming through the air. From the ground it looked like a shooting star. 50 kilometers, 20, 1, 500 meters, 200 meters, detonate. 10 meters above Lake 2, in order. Conventional explosives compressed the uranium fissioned, the fission heated the deuterium and tritium to tens of millions of degrees, and the whole thing became energy. A mushroom cloud on Titan. The lake did not evaporate. That's too gentle a word. It ceased. A wave went across it and was gone before it could break, and the crater underneath was empty. The air within 40 kilometers came up by 20 degrees, to minus 140, and at minus 140, every one of them boiled from the inside. Every insect in the 20-kilometer river, every insect in the lake, every insect in the entire region simultaneously in a place where minus 140 is a heat wave. Base 3 felt a magnitude 7 earthquake, and my main base, 1,000 kilometers off, felt a 4. My buildings are welded steel, and they shrugged. And then I went out and looked at what I'd done, at hundreds of square kilometers of ground carpeted in corpses, and what went through my mind was not horror. These, I said, are all gifts from God. An hour earlier, I had been furious that they were impossible to kill. Now, I wanted more of them, as many as possible. 1/10 of a millimeter thick, and one layer of them equaled the entire radiation shielding on my original ship. Thousands of degrees from a flamethrower would not even mark the bodies. If I collect enough, I said, I can stand 1,000,000 kilometers from the sun and not care. Then it rained. I had evaporated an entire lake, so obviously there were now clouds where the lake used to be, and obviously it was raining on the biggest pile of free money in the solar system, and the flood was carrying my corpses back down into the crater. I emptied a whole lake, I said, and now it's all for nothing? No, absolutely not. My photon computer took 3 seconds to produce a plan and 2 seconds to run 3,700 feasibility checks on it, and the plan was this: stop the rain. 50 kilometers past the crater, there's a stretch of desert with no minerals, no mountains, no lakes, and nothing anyone could want. I loaded the Fangshan with incendiaries mixed with liquid oxygen and set that desert on fire. Flames across several kilometers, an enormous column of hot air rising, low pressure under it, cold air rushing in from every direction to fill the gap, getting heated, rising, pulling in more. I made weather. I built a wind by burning a wasteland, and the wind pulled the clouds off my harvest and the rain stopped. 5 hours of flying back and forth to keep the fire fed. Very good, I said, watching the drizzle die. Very good. Then I built vacuum cleaner robots because the collection problem for objects a tenth of a millimeter thick is not a mining problem, it is a housekeeping problem, and I sent 50 of them out with hoppers on their backs to hoover up an ecosystem. 3 more hydrogen bombs over the next 2 years, 3 more lakes, 1,500 tons of corpses. I also started farming them because I am not stupid, and I was not going to be on Titan forever. And somewhere in the middle of all that, from the Fusion Institute 500 kilometers away, came the message I had been waiting for since a moon hit a planet. I think about it more than I think about most of my victories. A glass box, wrapped in a crisscross web of wire. Inside the box, in the middle of the air, touching nothing, a point of light too bright to look at directly, sitting there, radiating, held in place by a field, deuterium and tritium becoming helium, mass becoming energy, contained. I put 10% of my mind on the readouts, and I did not say anything for a while, because chemical fuel is a joke for interstellar travel. To cross to Epsilon Eridani on chemistry, I'd have needed a ship a kilometer long that was 90% fuel tank, and it still wouldn't have worked. Fusion was not an upgrade. Fusion was the door. Right, I said. Build the ship. Everything I had done on that moon, every furnace, every robot, every dead insect, had been for this. The blast furnaces poured special steel, and before it solidified, I ran it past number 1 for 5 minutes because I discovered that molten metal takes the improvement best, and 5 minutes tripled every property it had. Poor number 1 had gone from an incomprehensible alien horror to a piece of factory equipment, and I hauled it around like a man carrying a rare tool. And into that steel, I mixed the corpses, in careful proportion, for the heat and the radiation. 6 months of assembly in a hall with hundreds of robots working on components from 100 different shops. She came out a disk 20 meters across and 5 high, 3,000 tons, fusion engine, photon computer, the best metal a human being had ever made. You carry the hope of my voyage, I said. So that's your name. Hope. 3,000 tons puts her in what I'd started calling the village class, which sounds modest and is, and I'd like to explain that scale now because it matters for the rest of my life. Village at 3,000 tons, township over 10,000, county over 100,000, then city, then province, then eventually, if I ever got there, national. Number 1 paid 70% of its total intensity into her hull, 200 tons of insect corpses, 30% of everything I had. It was an obscene amount to spend on one ship, and I did not hesitate for a second. Test flight. I stopped construction across the moon and put 40% of my mind on it, which was, at that point, roughly equal to every supercomputer that had ever existed on Earth running at once. She lifted on blue fire without a rocket under her because she didn't need one. At 3,000 meters, her hull glowed faintly at 800 degrees, and I did not care at all because that hull had dead Titan in it. A minute later, she was in orbit and still accelerating. Then I took her out into open space and stopped her dead from 3 kilometers a second instantly to see what would break. Nothing broke. Overload tolerance. 230 gravities. Human spacecraft managed 30 to 40. Trained pilots black out at 10. 230 gravities means an acceleration of 2,200 meters per second squared, which means she could go from a standstill to 2 kilometers a second in 1 second and stop again just as fast. Which means that if 10,000 men with 10,000 rifles opened fire on her at once, I could dodge the bullets. Maximum speed on a standard tank, 300 kilometers a second, with fuel left over for 6 more accelerations. Burn everything and never slow down. 1,000. I sat with that number for a while. Voyager 1 did 18 kilometers a second, and it took her 38 years to get where she was. Hope could have caught her in under 2. At 300 kilometers a second, Saturn to Earth is 2 months. A civilization is not an interstellar civilization until it has controlled fusion. That's the whole test. Everything before it is a rehearsal. So I can say this. On that day, humanity became an interstellar civilization. Population, 1. Body count of that population, 0. 2 more years. The number of bases on Titan reached 93. The Fengtian fleet passed 100 aircraft. The main base covered 2 square kilometers and held about 100,000 robots, and the whole moon held over 1 million, and every single one of them was me. I named the invisible things from Jupiter, finally, because they'd earned it. Mu Ling, Jupiter ghosts, and the insects became black worms, which is a worse name, and I stand by it. Hope went to Saturn and dove into the top of the atmosphere with vacuum pumps open, scavenging deuterium, tritium, and helium-3 out of a gas giant, and Saturn has the fastest storms in the solar system, 1,800 kilometers an hour, and I flew a 3,000-ton disk through the outer edge of that for 10 days because I needed fuel, 18 satellites around Saturn, then 80. Then coverage of the entire Saturn system so that Hope could go anywhere in it and still be me. And then, still, no titanium, no zirconium. Not in the Saturn system, not anywhere, which meant Earth, which meant a problem I hated more than any engineering problem I have ever faced, and it was this. Earth orbit is 1.3 billion kilometers away, and light takes 70 minutes to make that trip. 70 minutes. Send an order. Wait 70 minutes to see if it worked. I do not do that. I do not delegate. Every machine I own does exactly what I say at the moment I say it, and the idea of a ship of mine out there for months making its own decisions made my skin crawl, which is impressive for a thing with no skin. But there was no choice, so I wrote the best program of my life, put it on Hope, and sent her to Earth alone. And I went to Jupiter myself. Because I had promised, and because number 1 was almost spent, and I needed more of them, and because I had a question that had been eating me for 18 years. Hope was faster than my old ship by an order of magnitude and armed. 10 laser cannons and 3 strategic hydrogen bombs, and a hull dozens of times more radiation resistant than the wreck I'd fled in. I told you I'd be back, I said, arriving in orbit 100,000 kilometers out. Let's see what you can do to me now. You're going to be building material. Then I ran the experiment. Here was the question. Why me? Something on my ship attracted them, and every hypothesis I had was wrong. Not the computer. My old one was integrated circuits. Hope was photonics, completely different architectures, and a dumb satellite with computing modules didn't interest them at all. Not the materials. They clung to the hull and ignored the metal. Not heat. Not radiant energy. I'd tested all of it on Titan, which left one answer and I did not like it. So I released a crude satellite into orbit 100 kilometers away, cleaned out a Muling cluster with the cannons until one was left, and then I transmitted myself over radio out of my armored warship and into an unshielded piece of junk. If it reached me there, one of them was enough to kill me. Hope closed on it. 10,000 kilometers. 5,000. 1,000. Hope, the satellite, and the Muling formed a triangle. At 300 kilometers, the distance at which it had to choose, it turned away from the warship and came for the satellite at 60 kilometers a second. 3 seconds. I was out in under 1, back inside Hope's main computer, and the instant I left, the thing reversed course in open space and threw itself at Hope, and hit the hull, and could not get in. There was no ambiguity left. So, I said, it's me. And then slowly, because I did not want to say it, the difference between me and a computer is that I think, so what they want is my intelligence. And then the part that made me go quiet, which means they don't evolve on their own. They evolve by eating the minds of other creatures. I had no way to test it. I had no second mind in the universe to hand them, and I was not going to volunteer, so I filed it away and did not find out how right I was for another 8,000 years. Then I went shopping. The Jupiter system had more of them than before, far more, the whole surface and the depths under it, so thick I didn't dare go down. I skirmished in the outer layers, got in trouble more than once, and came home with tens of thousands of them, enough to build 100 ships like Hope, or one of something much larger. The county class, in my classification, starts at 100,000 tons and 500 meters, which is bigger than an aircraft carrier. My plan was 3 of those plus supporting townships and villages, and then I would leave. So on the way home, I started the next one. 30,000 tons, 100 meters across, township class, 10 years of technology ahead of Hope. If Hope gave me hope, this one gave me the first honest look at the far shore. I named her Dawn. Meanwhile, 1.3 billion kilometers away, Hope was doing my job without me, and I was watching it happen an hour and 20 minutes after it happened. That's what the delay meant in practice. Every image I got was a memory. The signal crawled from a relay at the Sun-Jupiter-Lagrange point, to one at Sun-Saturn, to one around Saturn, to one around Titan, into my head, and by the time I was reacting to something, it was already finished and filed. Earth had become a ring. That's the correct word now. Not a planet, not a debris field. Over the years, the fragments had settled into a band around the sun, 1 billion kilometers around, 10,000 wide, 10 thick. There would never be another planet there. Jupiter and Venus and Mars had already stirred the pot too many times. My homeworld was jewelry, and Hope was flying under it like a fisherman, looking for exactly 2 elements. She's found one, I said, 70+ minutes late, and I actually felt nervous, which is absurd. I'd tested that program hundreds of thousands of times. Tests are tests. You only ever really know when the thing is out there alone. A near-perfect cube 10 meters on a side, 1,000 cubic meters, 5,000 tons, heavier than Hope herself, 69% ilmenite, 1,000 tons of titanium in one rock. I watched my ship approach it exactly as I would have, hold at 30 meters, put a claw into it, and tow it out from under the ring into clean space. Then scan it in 3 dimensions, find its center of mass, and choose the optimal mounting point for an engine, because here was the plan, and it is my favorite piece of logistics I ever designed. Hope could tow, but a round trip was 4 months and 100,000 tons a run, which meant a century of shuttling. So instead, I had built thousands of small fusion engines, and Hope bolted one to each rock and let it drive itself home. A year in transit, riding gravity assists off Saturn and Jupiter, guided by the relay satellites, arriving on its own. 3 days later, she found a second one. 30,000 cubic meters, tens of thousands of tons, 80% ilmenite, and that one was too big for the program to decide on, so it tracked it and waited for me. I gave it 15 engines, 6 months, nearly 300 rocks, from 2,000 tons to 300,000, 3 million tons of titanium ore, 1 million of zirconium. The first one arrived at Saturn 6 months later, and Hope went out to catch it. A year of drift accumulates error. I was not going to lose mass to atmospheric friction, and if the 300,000-ton one had come in unmanaged, it would have cracked Titan's crust and taken several of my bases with it. So I put 6 more engines on it and a parachute several hundred square meters across and brought a mountain down out of the sky at 16 meters a second. It still made a crater 20 meters deep and 60 across, and I felt the shockwave 1,000 kilometers away. Then 10 Fengshen aircraft dropped cables, robots hooked them on, and they carried the thing off to the smelter like ants moving a crumb. Every few days after that, another one fell. But before all that, on the way home from Earth, Hope nearly died, and I got to sit and watch it in the past tense. I'd sent her back past Jupiter to pick up more Mu Ling, since she was passing anyway, and since they only care about me and I wasn't aboard, and I'd written a risk assessment routine with a hard rule. At 70 points of danger, stop and observe. At 80, open fire. At 90, run at any cost. She found a cluster that read as about 1,200 ordinary ghosts. It was 300 ordinary ghosts and a group of mutants, each one 3 to 10 times stronger than anything I'd ever caught. And they were coming. Danger index, 10. 20, 50. And the program, obeying me perfectly, kept closing because 50 is not 70. You idiot, I said to a recording. Run. That's the difference between a program and a mind, and I learned it that day and never forgot it. A program executes. It does not have a bad feeling. What is a bad feeling to a machine? Is it a 1 or a 0? 70. She stopped and sat there, apparently wondering. 2,000 kilometers. 80. 5 cannons opened up, and a mutant took half a minute of continuous fire to kill, and there was one in there with the intensity of 300. I closed my eyes. I don't have eyes. I did it anyway. 81, 85, 89, 10 seconds from contact, 90. She turned and ran, and every bit of that 230 gravity tolerance came out at once. Standstill to 2 kilometers a second almost instantly, still climbing, cannons firing backward the whole way. 40 seconds later, she was doing 80 kilometers a second with a dozen of them stuck to her hull, and she made it, and she peaked at 400 kilometers a second and burned a fifth of her fuel doing it. And then, in the box, I got the answer to the question I'd filed away. The mutants ate the ordinary ones, tore them apart, absorbed them, and got stronger. And when the ordinary ones ran out, they turned on each other. An hour later, there was one thing in that box, 250 times the strength of a baseline Mu Ling. And when I opened a small hole in its cage to test it, it moved for the gap faster than I expected, and the program only just sealed it in time. Instinct doesn't do that. Instinct doesn't recognize a door. Devouring and evolution, I said. That's how it works, and some of them have started thinking. Then Dawn came out of the assembly hall, and I stopped being a survivor and became something with a fleet. 30 laser cannons, 10 strategic hydrogen bombs, 100 conventional missiles and high-rate machine guns. Overload tolerance 170 gravities, top speed 1,500 kilometers a second. Her first live fire test was on a meteorite 20 meters across that was minding its own business in Saturn orbit, and I want to acknowledge here that the meteorites of the Saturn system had an extremely bad week when Dawn was commissioned. One would be quietly going about its business, having done nothing to anyone, and then it would be vaporized by a laser from a direction it could not have anticipated, or pulverized by machine gun fire from a thing that was not there a second ago. That's when I built the elevator, because a county-class ship cannot be built on the ground. Not by me. It's too heavy to lift on its own engines, and if I ever managed a million-ton city-class hull, it would be torn apart by tidal force just for being inside a planet's Roche limit. Those enormous alien ships in the movies drifting down over cities, either that's anti-gravity or it's nonsense, and I did not have anti-gravity, so I'd build in orbit, which meant getting 100,000 tons of material up there, and Hope and Dawn between them could not do it in a human lifetime. But my materials institute had just made me a nanopolymer hundreds of times stronger than steel. A strand of it 1 millimeter in radius holds 10 tons. I called it the rope of life because by then I had a naming problem and everyone had stopped correcting me on account of everyone being dead. I dug a pit hundreds of meters deep at Titan's equator, buried a several thousand-ton anchor block in it, and parked Hope 2,000 kilometers overhead. Then I lowered a cable with a radius of 2 centimeters, good for 4,000 tons, with a small fusion engine on the end to pull it down, 10 kilometers at a time. Splice, lower, 200 times. And at the bottom, I bolted it to the anchor and buried it. And at the top, I bolted it to a mass in space, and the physics did the rest. The far end wants to fly away because it's above escape velocity, and the cable won't let it, so the cable stays taut forever. Like swinging an iron ball on a chain, except the chain is a building, and the swing takes 24 hours. And at the top, the centrifugal force gives you something that feels like gravity, which means you can build up there like you're standing on the ground. 6 months for the first one. 2 more while it was going up. 3 shipyards in orbit. Meanwhile, on the ground, I did something worse. I hunted the black worms to extinction. Every methane lake on Titan that had them, I emptied. Nuclear where the lake was big, conventional where it was small. I kept a breeding population for materials, and I killed everything else on that moon, and I did it in about 3 years, and there were mushroom clouds going up on Titan for most of them. I told myself it was resources. It was resources. It was also that I was leaving, and there is a specific kind of thing a person becomes when he knows he isn't coming back. This is my last act of madness before I go, I said, looking at a world I had spent 20 years terraforming into an industrial zone and then setting on fire. Since I can't return, I'll leave my mark. I have thought about that sentence a great deal since. 3 years, 3 county-class ships, 70 townships, 1,000 villages, 1,073 ships. I named the county ships Yuanhang, Sunship, and Tianyuan. Sunship was the largest at 300,000 tons, and she was where I lived, and then I took all 1,073 of them to Jupiter. I want you to have the whole picture of this. 18 years earlier, a broken 30-meter box with a hole in it had run from that place, on fumes, screaming a promise into the dark. Now the sky over Jupiter filled up with my ships. They came for me exactly the way they always had, drawn by the one thing in the solar system they wanted, which was my mind. And they came in the numbers you'd expect from a world thousands of times the volume of Earth, 100,000 of them, mutants and ordinary together. And I did not panic because I had spent 18 years becoming a thing that does not have to. In the instant they registered, I had the approach vector, the intensity, and the position of every one of 100,000 individual creatures, and a specific plan for each. Some got killed, some got slowed with a laser to open a gap, some were allowed to arrive and were caught. And the precision is the part I'm proud of. So here it is. 7 laser guns firing together destroy 1 Mu Ling in 3.5 seconds. So my guns fired for 3.5 seconds, not 4. A ghost allowed to approach and be trapped took 30 seconds to arrive. So it arrived at 30 seconds, not 29, not 31. 1,000 ships coordinated to the tick and not one round of energy wasted anywhere. In under 3 hours, I had killed half of 100,000 and captured the rest. So I do get a day where I'm the terrifying one, I said, watching the readings. You were pretty arrogant last time, weren't you? Sticking to me like a leech. Not so arrogant now. Come on then. For a month and a half, I strip-mined a gas giant of its ghosts. Millions. Thousands of them mutants. I even ran the experiment properly. I locked each mutant in with several hundred ordinary ones and let it eat deliberately over and over to see how far the ladder went. The answer was disappointing. Thousands of times the baseline intensity and the intelligence of an ant. Basic signaling, simple cooperation, nothing else. What a loser, I said, to a thing that could destroy a warship and gave up on having a conversation partner. Jupiter was an orchard with no fence, and I picked it until I ran out of places to put fruit. If you're full, stop eating, I told myself, and left, because 6,300 years of famine were coming and I had done what I could. And then it was time to go, and I found out that I was not ready in a way that had nothing to do with logistics. 20 years since Earth. I brought the fleet back past Titan and did not land. 93 bases shut down. Machinery stored. My original ship's computer left running the whole moon on a maintenance loop, which was an insult to a machine that had carried me out of the death of my species, and also the only respectful thing I could think of to do with it. Titan's atmosphere is oxygen poor and cold. Those factories will still be standing in 10,000 years. In 100,000, when whatever grows on Venus finally looks up, there will be something there for them to find that says somebody was here first, and tried. 20 years, I said, looking down at a moon in fog. Just like that. And then I thought about a girl. Her name was Wang Mei, and she was a researcher at my institute, and she was young and bright, and she had the kind of face that isn't beautiful exactly, it's just extremely hard to be unkind to. She liked me. I was busy with science. That's the sentence I used at the time. That's the sentence I'd used for years. And when she made it clear, I did not let her down gently. I criticized her severely, in the way that a man who has decided he is above something criticizes the person who reminded him that he isn't. And she left the institute, and I never heard from her again. That was 7 years before the end of the world. 7 years I did not think about it. 7 years and then everyone died. I had never once considered that I had done anything wrong. Standing there in Titan orbit with a fleet behind me and nowhere to be, I discovered I had been wrong about that too. So I did the only thing available to a man who is a computer. I opened the three-dimensional projector in the sunship's cabin and started building her out of memory. No, her eyes should be bigger, and the waist, thinner, nose more prominent. Which sounds monstrous written down, and was, in the moment, a man trying to get someone's face right after 20 years and failing and correcting and failing. She came together in the air, smiling, standing there looking ahead with a kind of patience, as though there were a great deal she'd been meaning to say. Then I wrote a few lines of code and gave her a voice. Director Lee, are you all right? Gentle and a little shy, exactly the tone. I had it exactly right, and I have never been less pleased with getting something right. Wang Mei, I said. I'm fine. I'm still alive. How about you? I'm already dead. I died 20 years ago. Yes, I said. You're dead. You died 20 years ago. And I got infinite life. And I don't have a body anymore. I want to explain something here because there's an obvious question, and I would rather answer it than have it sitting there. I could never go back into a body. Not hers, not mine. The separation was done with a substance I got out of a comet, and I do not understand that substance, and until I do, I will never risk it a second time. And even if I could, a body means aging, illness, death, and an end to going out there. I gave that up on purpose, which meant that everything I wanted for her, I would have to build from nothing. Wang Mei, I said, wait for me. And then I stopped, because I did not have anything honest to put after it. I had lost the gene banks in the Jupiter storm, and never noticed. I had no body to give her and nothing of hers to put in one, and I did not know whether a soul that is gone can be recovered at all, and the only person in the universe who might have found out was me, and I had no idea where to start. So I said the true version instead of the good one. I don't know how. I don't know if it can be done at all. I am not going to stop looking. I'll wait for you, she said, smiling slightly. Then she turned into light and went out. I want to be clear about what I knew. I knew she was a projector and a script. I had written every word she said. I knew exactly how many lines of code she was. Nobody has ever explained to me why that mattered less than it should have. I had also, incidentally, lost her. The gene banks and sperm banks I'd carried out of Earth went out through a hole in my hull during the Jupiter storm, along with my spare parts, 20 years ago, without my noticing at the time. I had brought my whole species out with me in a freezer and thrown it away while dodging rocks. 8 months later, out at Uranus orbit, I built the last thing my civilization will ever build on purpose. 2.7 billion kilometers from where Earth used to be, the sun is a bright dot you'd never pick out of a crowd. I stopped there and built a marker out of stockpiled metal with a fusion battery designed to run for 1,000,000 years, powering one lamp. It'll go around the sun once every 130 years. The lamp will still be lit in 1,000,000. The inscription says, the graveyard of 7 billion humans, and underneath it, one of humanity, Li Wei, stands here. Then I ran. The fleet flew as a sphere. 3 county ships at the core, 70 townships around them, 1,000 villages on the outside, every ship 500 kilometers from its neighbors, the whole formation 10,000 kilometers across, with me in the middle. A single village ran point, firing a laser ahead of us at anything in the way. Neptune, Triton, going backwards, spiraling in. In a few million years it'll cross the Roche limit, and Neptune will tear it apart, and the pieces will come down, and it'll be another impact for nobody to watch. Pluto, 300 million kilometers off, which I looked at with some sympathy and did not slow down for. The Kuiper Belt, 6 billion kilometers out, where the sun is barely brighter than Venus looks from Earth and still holds everything in place anyway. 100 million objects scattered across so much emptiness that I saw none of them. And then, 18 billion kilometers from home, the solar wind fell below the speed of sound. That's the heliopause. That's the wall of my star's territory, where the wind stops pushing and the interstellar medium pushes back, and there's a permanent battle going on in that shell, and the temperature there is thousands of degrees, which sounds like a joke. It isn't. Temperature measures how fast particles move, and out there the particles are so few that they can be at 3,000 degrees and heat nothing at all. It's the same reason satellites sit happily in the ionosphere, 2 days to cross it, and on the far side, the charged particles from my sun dropped to nothing, and I looked back at a dim star that was no longer distinguishable from any other dim star. Mother, I said. Dear Mother. Goodbye. Goodbye. Ahead, less than 1 atom per cubic centimeter. The density of a single drop of water spread evenly through 5 million cubic kilometers of space. And 6,300 years of it. I lost the next year. I'm not going to dress it up. I put the fleet on automatic and I stared at the sun through a telescope and did nothing at all for 12 months. And the only reason nothing happened to me is that the course was already set and there was nothing out there to hit. What pulled me out was a planet 35 billion kilometers from the sun, in a place where sunlight takes 32 hours to arrive, sitting in absolute dark where nobody had ever thought to look because there was nothing there to reflect anything. A rocky world, 1.5 Earth masses going around the sun once every 732 years. Astronomers had suspected something like it for a century. The orbits of the far Kuiper objects didn't add up without something out there tugging on them, and nobody had ever found it because it was small and the sky was big and it was dark. I called it Lost Star. Liquid nitrogen on the surface, water ice, and mountains, which means tectonics, which means a hot core, which means geothermal vents, which means possibly life. I built a satellite in a hurry and threw it into orbit around a world nobody would ever visit, and I watched it for a full year until the signal finally faded out and I put it in the catalog and I felt like myself again. Then I went back to work. The catalog, instant communication, anti-gravity, better engines. Fundamental physics, which needed a collider I could not build in a corridor between stars. I ran the numbers on my own research backlog once and found that I had queued up enough calculation to keep my main computer at full load for 300 years, which made me laugh out loud in a fleet of 1,000 ships, alone. Then a light year. The Oort cloud, 9.5 trillion kilometers from the sun, where our star is fainter than Sirius looks from Earth and is officially just another star. Humanity had traveled 1 light year. There were 100 billion frozen rocks out there, 10 Earth masses of them, spread so thin that in the whole crossing I saw exactly 2. One of them I caught because it was material from the birth of the solar system and I wanted it, and because I had 1,000 ships and nothing else to do. And after the Oort cloud there was nothing. I need you to sit with that word for a second because I sat with it for 2,000 years. Nothing, not thin, not sparse, nothing at all, in any direction, for longer than my species had possessed writing. At 1,600 years I ran out of spare parts. Over the next 400, I abandoned 50 village-class ships. Not lost. Abandoned. I stripped them for components, installed those components in ships that could still move, and left the shells behind with no propulsion, drifting on fixed courses forever. 2 townships went the same way. At the halfway mark, 5 light years out, 3,700 years since Saturn, the count stood at 135 villages and 8 townships gone. The 3 county ships were untouched because I fed the small ones to the big ones. That was the policy. That was always the policy. My fleet had become a column of refugees, and every so often one of them fell behind, and I took its coat and left it in the snow. 4 gas clouds along the way. The largest was a full light year long, and it took 20 years to cross, and it cost me speed. 563 kilometers a second down to $506, and it pushed my heading off by 1,000th of a degree. 1,000th of a degree over 10 light years is billions of kilometers of miss. Interstellar navigation is more precise than swatting a fly on the moon from your back garden. I corrected off 6 pulsars and kept going. Technology moved. A faster photon computer on paper, more efficient fusion. I even worked out how to simulate the Mu-Ling material effect with a strong magnetic field, though not as well as the ghosts did it, and energy shielding. The idea of it, anyway. Confine high-energy photons in a magnetic field and make a skin out of them. Fundamental physics did not move at all. Not one step in 4,000 years. And then, 5.5 light years from a star I had chosen while I still had hands, the village on point picked up a radio wave with structure in it. 3 triple repeating bands, 5 double repeating bands, logical relationships between them. It was not mine. There was somebody else out here. I put 800 ships into radio silence in under a second, every visible light emission off, every observation instrument to maximum, weapons armed and held. And then I sat in the dark and did not move because I could not move. Lighting a fusion engine out there is a flare in an empty room, and whoever they were, they had not found me yet. If they had interstellar travel and I had interstellar travel, we were roughly even. If they had it and I only had a fleet crawling at 500 kilometers a second, then the gap was somewhere between insurmountable and comical, and I would be a lamb in a room with something that had a fork. 10 days of nothing. Then the second transmission, and with 2 samples I could triangulate, and the answer was 800,000 kilometers, closing at 4 kilometers a second. 3 hours to decode. And then I had the words. Satellite 7 is running out of fuel. Its speed is 13.5 kilometers per second. The detection module has been shut down, requesting further instructions. And 10 days later, Satellite 7 has successfully deorbited. The communication module will be shut down shortly. Please confirm. Now. That's 2 sentences of housekeeping from a maintenance log, and I built an entire civilization out of them. So let me show you the work, because this is the part of my life I am actually proud of. 1. They threw away a functioning instrument because it ran out of fuel. Nobody on a long voyage does that. When a ship of mine dies, I spend fuel to catch it, dismantle it, and put its bones into another ship. Discarding hardware means the cost of retrieval exceeds the value of the hardware, which means they are short of something, which means they may be hungry, which means they may decide I look like groceries. 2. And this is the one that broke my head. Speed, 13.5 kilometers per second. Speed relative to what? To their control center, obviously. But an instrument runs a year before its fuel dies, and in a year at that speed it covers 400 million kilometers, and no signal that week crosses 400 million kilometers. Contradiction. Unless it wasn't going away from them. Unless it was going around them. And 13.5 kilometers a second is orbital velocity for a body with about 1.6 times the mass of Earth. Is their fleet 1.6 Earth masses? I said to no one, in a formation of 800 blacked-out warships. That's absurd. And 3. Detection module. You only build a detection module when there's something you can't already see. What kind of fleet needs an external instrument to look at its own insides? I could not make it work. Every explanation broke on one of the 3 facts. So I did the reckless thing, which was to fly out at minimum power and steal their garbage. It was 7.5 tons and shaped like a starfish, and I took it apart in the best equipped hull I owned. Common elements, nothing exotic, materials no better than mine, worse actually than what number 1 and a moon full of dead insects had given me. Fusion power, electrical distribution, photon computing boards. I sat with that for a moment because I want to record what it felt like to open up an alien machine built by something that had never heard of Earth and find my own design philosophy staring back at me. Civilizations develop from easy to hard. Nobody starts with the difficult physics. Everyone does fire, then chemistry, then the atom, in that order because that's the order the universe hands them out in. So of course it looked like mine. Then I got to one component and stopped everything. It looked like a camera, a lens, a smooth glass eye, and inside it, photon circuitry I stared at for 50 minutes with 20% of my brain. They're at least 5 years ahead of me, I said. You don't get a design that efficient any other way. 20 hours for the whole unit. Overall, about 10 years ahead, better fusion efficiency, faster computing, faster construction, better weapons, not a gulf, a lead, and the device itself was a thermal imager built to locate heat sources on a very large object, heat sources, on something enormous, which they apparently could not simply look at. I still could not make it fit, and there was nothing else to learn from it, so I did the only thing left. I went looking for them. I spread the fleet into a ring 8,000 kilometers across and turned 800 warships into a single radio telescope with focusing mirrors on every hull so that nothing, infrared, ultraviolet, visible, X-ray, gamma, could cross that aperture without me knowing. A month. Nothing. Not one artifact, not one emission, in any band, which told me something worse than a contact would have. They were hiding too. 2 civilizations in the same volume of dark, each one certain the other is there, each one holding perfectly still. And I could not stay still forever, because sooner or later I'd have to correct course, and a correction is a light. I was still turning that over when the array picked up a signal so faint that nothing but 800 ships pretending to be one dish could ever have found it. I analyzed it, and then I said a word I will not repeat. It was the ranging pulse of a proximity-triggered hydrogen bomb detonator, a mine in my flight path. That's how those work. A bomb that whispers, constantly, asking if anything's nearby, and detonates the moment something answers. Under normal circumstances, it is undodgeable, because by the time your instruments are close enough to hear the whisper, you are close enough to die. In the whole history of that weapon, on Earth and off it, I do not think anybody has ever detected one at range. I detected one at range by accident, because I happened to have built a telescope out of a fleet. 14 minutes. Damn it, I said, and stopped hiding, and put 800 ships to full power in one instant. The array shattered. The whisper vanished under the noise of my own engines. I ran for hundreds of thousands of kilometers before I stopped, and it cost 10% of my total energy, and I have rarely been so angry in my life, because here is what had happened. I had come out here intending to be reasonable. My entire plan for first contact had been, demonstrate the value of trade, demonstrate the cost of a fight, and part ways. 2 civilizations at the same technological level either destroy each other or both get richer, and any species with functioning arithmetic knows which one to pick, and they had answered by putting a bomb in the road. Why? I said. Where does that confidence come from? I have controlled fusion. We are the same level. What do you get out of killing me that you don't get out of talking to me? In 4,000 years, I had never been that angry. Then a light appeared a few 100,000 kilometers off, and it was an engine flare, and there was a missile attached to it doing 3,000 kilometers a second, and I had 30 seconds. 30 seconds is not enough time to cut a missile in half with a laser. That takes 2 minutes on a hull like that. So I didn't cut the missile. I calculated where the detonator had to be and put 10 laser cannons on that spot and burned through it, and then walked the beam back to the engine. 10 seconds later, it came apart in a small explosion. Small, which told me the warhead had not gone off, which told me it had worked. Then 100 more lights appeared at once. My utilization hit 90%. Every laser on 800 ships, firing, tracking, retracking. 1 minute of the fastest work I had ever done in my life. All of them died. 20 of my villages and 1 township died with them. And when I fired 100 missiles back, they were shot out of the sky by thousands of laser beams from a location I could finally see. And in the light of my own weapons exploding, I saw it. A planet, 2 Earth volumes, 1.6 Earth masses, a thick atmosphere of sulfur and nitrogen. I sat there for a second, and every contradiction fell into place at once, and I understood exactly what the thermal imager had been for. Their fleet is 1.6 Earth masses, I said, because their fleet is a planet, a rogue, a world that had lost its star, thrown out of its own system in some gravitational argument billions of years ago, wandering the dark with nothing to orbit. And somebody was living on it. I changed course under cover of my own nuclear flashes and hit again. Now, at that point, I had exactly one advantage, and it was this. They thought I was still where I had been, but I could not use it because I could not shoot at them without lighting my engines, and lighting my engines undoes everything. Every weapon I own moves under power. Every launch is a flare. Any shot I take tells them precisely where I am, and once they know, an entire planet of production capacity starts arriving at my address. I needed a weapon that did not burn, so I built a catapult. It was extremely stupid and extremely good. Inside the sunship, in a sealed bay, I had robots assemble a spring. A large, high-tension mechanical spring of the kind humanity had for approximately 4,000 years before it had anything else. I set a spherical interstellar missile on it, wound it up, and released it. The missile flew up toward the ceiling. A hatch in the ceiling opened just before impact and closed just after. Then the outer hull opened, and a hydrogen bomb went out into space at 3 kilometers a second, powered by tension. No heat, no radiation, no exhaust, nothing to detect, nothing to backtrack. 3 kilometers a second is glacial. It would take 3 days to cross 1,000,000 kilometers. I had time. I had nothing but time. I threw 100 of them. Now 3 days is a long wait, and in that wait I want to tell you what I was actually intending, because it was not a strike at the head. I could not destroy a planet. What I could do was pollute one. 100 high-yield warheads detonating just above an atmosphere pours radioactive material into a circulation system. Weather does the rest. Water, food, soil, everywhere, permanently. If 100 of those had gone off over Earth, the cancer rate would have hit 37% inside 3 years, and that's before the secondary effects. I came here in good faith, I said, watching a clock. You attacked first. Don't blame me for what comes next. 50 seconds after the predicted moment, I saw the first flash, and in the light of it, I saw 3 dark shapes in orbit. Bases, or platforms, swallowed by it. 3 minutes later, the second. Nothing moved on that planet after the first one. It was as though they'd been struck dumb by a ghost. Then the third went, and they woke up. Radar output from that world went up so hard that I could have pinpointed them from twice the distance. Lasers started sweeping space at random in every direction, which is not a search pattern. That's panic. They had stopped caring about being found. They only wanted the bombs, which meant they knew what was coming because I gave them a schedule, one every few minutes for hours. I did not fire. I sat in the dark and watched. 69 detonations out of 85. 16 intercepted, then 50 more. 12 got through. Hydrogen bombs, I said. I have them like candy. Even 1 in 100 wears you down. And then they did something I had proved to myself was impossible, and I have never enjoyed being wrong more. I had run the analysis carefully. They could not hide. I knew their orbit. A planet cannot change orbit without an energy signature you could see from another galaxy. Radio silence is useless when I already know where you'll be. Their only rational option was to find me so that we were both exposed and even. Instead, they turned on a jammer. Total spectrum interference. Ultraviolet, infrared, visible, X-ray, gamma, neutrinos, all of it, all directions, all at once, saturating everything. I went blind. And when the interference stopped, 3 days later, they would be somewhere else, and I would have no idea where. You shameless creatures, I said with genuine admiration. That's what 10 years ahead buys you. It wasn't clever technology. It was clever thinking. In a blind spot I had walked past 100 times, and I had been so certain of my own reasoning that I never checked the wall behind me. Then I spent a year losing. I tried to find a star they had eclipsed, sweep the whole sky, look for anything that had dimmed or vanished, and backsolve the geometry. My catalog had 300 million entries by then. A month of work said no star in my catalog had dimmed, which left one conclusion. They were far enough away that the stars behind them were ones I had never recorded. More than 30 million kilometers. I tried gravity. Too weak at that range. I tried infrared. Nothing. Tens of thousands of failures. One plan cleared 37,000 feasibility checks and died on the 37,001st. I am the finest mind out of 7 billion, I told myself, at some point in there. How can I possibly lose? I will not lose. And then the next plan failed, and something in me started to come apart, and I want to be honest about the shape of it. It wasn't fear. It was the specific despair of a person whose entire identity is that he finds the answer, sitting in front of a problem that has no answer, for a year. So I ran a program I had not touched since the day I left the solar system. She stood there in the cabin, exactly as I had built her, smiling, patient, calm, and I remembered something she had actually said to me once when I was alive. There had been a technical problem at the institute that the outside world considered impossible, and I had led a team through it, and afterward she'd come in with her hair under a white cap and wiped the sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand and said, with her eyes gone into crescents, "Director Lee, you're amazing. I knew you'd find a way." Her face had been slightly flushed. I wrote 4 lines of code, shaking, a thing with no hands, shaking, so that the projection would say it again. "I knew you'd find a way." "Yes," I said. "I'll find a way." And I went back into the data and I stayed there, under a projector, for another month. And in that month I found their probe. A few cubic meters of hardware drifting silently in the dark with signal transmitters on one face and no emissions of its own. They'd released a swarm of them under cover of the jamming, passive listeners, spread across space at random, and if one of them found me it would broadcast, and they'd have me without ever exposing themselves. I killed it with a timed high-explosive round from thousands of kilometers away, and I killed 10 more over the following weeks, and every single one of them was a reminder that they had a working method and I did not. They could do it because they had a planet, and a planet makes probes forever. I had a fleet. My materials were finite. Theirs were not. And then, finally, I found the answer, and it had been sitting in my own filing cabinet for 4,000 years. Gravitational lensing. Einstein worked it out before either of us existed. Mass bends light. Starlight passing near a massive body gets deflected, so the star appears to sit slightly off from where it actually is. Their planet was bigger than Earth. It was bending light. It had been bending light this entire time, and it could not stop, because you cannot switch off mass. And here is the beautiful part. It only works one way. My entire fleet weighed tens of millions of tons, which on a cosmic scale is a rumor. Detecting the lensing of a planet is already at the edge of the possible. Detecting the lensing of a fleet would take a civilization thousands of years past mine, and they were 10 years past mine. They had built a method I could not copy. I had just found one they could not copy, and I had the one asset that made it work, which is the thing I had built out of boredom while dying of thirst near the sun. Records of heroes and skies, every star's exact recorded position from before this started, so all I had to do was remeasure the entire sky and compare it to my own old numbers, star by star, and find the one that had moved. That is not a small job. It took 6 months of building instruments and 3 months of measuring, and one by one the stars came back clean, and every clean star eliminated a direction, and the search space shrank from 360 degrees to 160. And then I got to a star in Canis Major, 500 light years away. Nobody on Earth had ever bothered to characterize it properly. I had, because I catalog everything, because I am the kind of person who makes a list of every star in the universe while running out of fuel. I compared the new measurement to the old one, corrected for my own motion, and found that its right ascension and declination were off. By 1/19,000,000th of a degree. I measured it again. Same answer. I measured the stars around it. All of them shifted in a pattern. "There you are," I said. 30 seconds of arithmetic gave me the exact position of a hidden world. 32 million kilometers. Direction of Canis Major. "You send probes at me," I said, loading the catapult. "I send hydrogen bombs at you." And then, because I had learned something in that year about how frightened things behave, I did not fire all of them. I threw one. 10 days later, 20. 5 days after that, 12. Then nothing for a while. Then more. Randomized. Unpredictable. Never a pattern to build an interception schedule against. Just a permanent condition, forever, that at any moment the sky might open over your only home and you will never know which minute it is. 300 warheads over 3 months. If even 30 got through, it was an extinction-grade radiological event. "Enjoy the feast," I said. 3 months later, a small point of light flared 32 million kilometers away, and in the glow of it, I saw a planet reflect, exactly where my arithmetic said it would be, and I felt something that I would like to call satisfaction, and was probably closer to relief. I had won the year. And after the first strike, their entire planet lit up with radar and lasers and swept space in a frenzy for 2 days over one bomb, and then went quiet. And 3 days later, the second batch arrived. 20, 15 through, 5 days of frantic defense, then the third. I could picture it, and I did picture it, and I am not proud of how much I enjoyed picturing it. A civilization underground. Fields dead, water contaminated, plague, the social order coming apart, an entire species living like groundhogs under their own sky. For 6 months I did that to them, and at the end of 6 months they came out to fight because there was nothing else left to do, which was exactly what I wanted, and I had been building for it the whole time. Their fleet was 500 and some ships, and every one of them was a triangle, smaller than mine, hull for hull, which meant tougher materials and better internal bracing, which meant more maneuverable and less endurance. One flagship half again bigger than my county ships, 2 more the size of my county ships, everything else small, 30 million kilometers apart, closing at 200 a second. 40 hours. At 20 hours, I seeded the volume with reconnaissance satellites, because a space battle happens across a sphere hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide in 3 dimensions, and no single hull can see it. Whoever has the better picture wins, and I had run tens of millions of simulations to arrive at that sentence. At 30 hours, I split the fleet. The Sunship and the Yuanhang and 100 escorts peeled off and sat back as a rear base. Everything else went in around the Tianyuan. At 35 hours, 4 million kilometers, I opened with micro-missiles, small, fast, stealthy, and worth it purely for the fuel they'd burn intercepting them. At 40 hours, 500,000 kilometers, the high-speed guns started. Then I gave them the flashbangs. That's the actual name I used, and I refused to improve it. 3 enormous fusion-powered illumination rounds launched forward, detonating simultaneously. 3 small suns appearing in a place that had not had a sun in a billion years, lighting up hundreds of thousands of kilometers of space. I had worked out, from the way they'd behaved for 6 months, that they were a species of the dark. Light was not merely useless to them, it was an insult. Their formation scattered slightly. I was thrilled. And then, in the light I had just made, I saw what was coming at me. A torrent of bullets, tens of millions of them, doing 5,000 kilometers a second, 10 seconds out. They had the same idea I did, of course they did. That's what same technological level means. Laser defense, I said. Everything. Now this is the moment I want on the record, because in 12,000 years it is still the best thing I have ever done with my mind. Tens of millions of bullets, 600 ships, tens of thousands of miniature low-power laser guns. 95% utilization. I calculated the individual trajectory of every single bullet in that storm. The ones that were going to miss, I let through. The ones that were going to hit, I assigned to a gun. Not one bullet was tracked by 2 guns. Not one bullet was missed by all of them. And it went further than that, because the ships were also dodging, and the dodging was part of the arithmetic. There is a moment I still keep. A ship of mine lined up a shot on a bullet. The ship in front of it moved out of the beam a fraction of a second before the trigger, and that same movement took it out of the path of a second bullet coming the other way, which the beam then destroyed on the far side. I did not plan that as a trick. It fell out of the math because the math was complete. Tens of millions of rounds, 10 seconds, and they killed 10 village ships. It did not work because I am clever. It is that my entire fleet is one person. Their ships were flown by crews. No amount of training closes that gap, and it never will. Then my own storm arrived at them, and their formation came apart, and their interception was slow and sloppy, and they shot each other doing it, and I laughed out loud in the middle of a battle. Then the energy cannons, which is where they stopped being funny. I'd never seen the weapon before. It came off the flagship's mounts like machine gun fire, except the projectile was a dark blue mass of something that was not matter in any way I understood, and it was doing 90,000 kilometers a second, 30% of the speed of light. You do not dodge that. There is no reaction time. There is no maneuver. A hit is a kill, every time, and by the end of that day, half of everything I lost was lost to that one weapon on that one ship. The only mercy was the reload. It took a long time between shots, and I have never been so grateful for an engineering limitation. 3 hours. Of 650 ships I had 460. Of 500 odd of theirs, 352. I was losing, not badly. Just steadily, and in the direction that ends with everything. My soft power is far beyond theirs, I said, running the numbers again in the hope that they'd changed. And my hard power isn't close. Faster ships, tougher hulls, more guns. If I didn't control mine the way I do, I'd already be gone. They disengaged. I let them go, partly because it could have been bait, and mostly because I needed to stop. I had left the solar system with 1,073 ships. I had under 600, and I was at the halfway point of the trip, so I built 100 fakes. An empty shell ship has a hull, a simple computing module, and a small power plant. No weapons, no ammunition, essentially no armor. One bullet goes through it. From the outside, it is indistinguishable from a village-class warship, and it costs almost nothing, and if I'd had the storage space, I would have made 1,000. Then I packed 100 of them into the Yuan Hang and went back. The plan was 2,500 years old in Chinese, and it is called Besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, and it means, don't fight the army, threaten the home. I sent the Yuan Hang and 100 real escorts on a slow, obvious, unmistakable heading toward their planet, and when they were watching, I opened the doors and let the empty ships out. Their sensors, in one instant, went from 104 attackers heading for their world to 204. Based on what I'd shown them in the first battle, 200 of my ships against the 100 they'd left home was a massacre with a nuclear bombardment for dessert. I watched their mainline ships start making mistakes and killed 3 of them in the confusion. Shocked, I said. Confused? Then go home and help, you idiots. Go on. They went. An enemy county ship and 80 vessels scrambled off the planet. 100 more broke off the main battle and turned around, and I chased them, hard, and killed 20 on the way out, because a bluff you don't sell is just a lie, which left the flagship on the main line with 100 ships around it, and me with 300. Then I split my own force in half. Half of them grabbed everything the other half had been fighting and held all of it. The other half, 150 ships and the Tianyuan, went for the flagship. The energy cannon fired, and this time I did not put a smaller ship in the way. I took it on the Tianyuan's face. It punched a hole 10 meters across. Modular internals, no life support to rupture, acceptable damage, which is a sentence you can only say about a ship with nobody in it, and it is the only advantage of my condition I have ever been glad of during a fight. Near their planet, the empty ships met real guns and evaporated. 100 holes gone in a single exchange without even exploding because I hadn't wasted fuel on them. And they understood all at once that they had been played and turned around, which gave the Yuan Hang and 80 ships about 5 minutes to live in order to buy me 10. Their names, because there was nobody else there to say them. Yuan Hang. 80 ships without names. Yuan Hang has been destroyed. First county-class ship I ever lost. 4,000 years old. You didn't die for nothing, I said, and meant it, and kept firing. 4 minutes. Then the blue lightning in the flagship's cannon flickered and went out and stayed out, and I felt the whole battle move. The energy weapon is gone, I said. Now you're just big. 2 minutes. 20 interstellar missiles, 18 intercepted in 3 seconds. 2 got through. 800 meters of warship came apart from the inside. Armor that had shrugged off everything I owned tore like wet paper, part of it thrown out at speed, part of it simply gone. At range, a hydrogen bomb in vacuum is nothing. At contact with atmosphere inside the target, it is the end of the argument. Full retreat, and that is when I gave them a present. The Tianyuan fell behind, damaged, slowing, weapons dying one by one. The laser flashed and no beam came out. The guns rotated and did not fire until she was drifting, dark, out of fuel and out of ammunition, obviously abandoned, none of which was true. I built every part of that performance. Because in 2 large battles, neither side had captured so much as a lifeboat from the other, and I knew exactly how badly I would have wanted an intact enemy warship, and I extended them the same courtesy. Inside the Tianyuan, in a conspicuous box that looked like a sophisticated instrument and gave off nothing lethal on any scan, I had put 80% of every Muling I owned. Things with no body, no mass, and no visible light. Things that go for one specific stimulus in the universe and nothing else, and that stimulus is a working mind. I had verified it in the solar system, over thousands of years, on myself, more times than I care to count. They probed the hull, nothing answered. They put a satellite aboard, nothing. Then a small ship landed on it, and for 3 hours they crawled through a dead warship confirming it was harmless. Then they towed my Trojan horse home. I gave it 90% that they would take it to a ground facility and dissect it, 90% that they would find the box, fail to see inside through radiation-proof walls, and open it. And if it opened 1 millimeter, an invisible thing was going to come out and start eating minds, and I gave them 90% odds of having no defense against something that does not exist in any physics textbook. Overall, 60% that this worked. If it failed, I would run with what I had left, and with luck arrive somewhere in a few thousand years with 3 or 4 village ships and start again from nothing. I watched the Tianyuan get smaller behind me, and then I ran for 2 days with their fleet on my back, and when they finally turned around, I counted what was left. 271 ships, 1 county class, the Sun ship. Then we wait, I said. 1 month. For a month, I rebuilt and dismantled 20 ships that were beyond repair to fix the ones that weren't, and ran simulations of what a civilization does when the thing in the box gets out. Then I went back with my engines lit, deliberately. Because if anything on that planet still had a hand on a trigger, I wanted to know immediately. 5 million kilometers. Nothing. I fired 5 three-stage warheads directly into their atmosphere. Not airbursts this time, ground strikes, the kind that make a world uninhabitable for geological time. The smallest was 200 megatons. For comparison, the largest device ever detonated on Earth was 50, and the Soviets had to split it in half because there was nowhere on the planet to put the whole thing. Nobody stopped them. 5 flames on the horizon of a world. And that told me everything, because I would have died before I let those land on anything of mine. I came in slowly. Magnetic field twice Earth's, which they needed, out there with no star to shield them, and the surface temperature was 20 degrees, which made no sense at all until I read the core and found it packed with radioactive elements, decaying, heating a world from the inside for the entire time it had been falling through the dark. That's why it had an atmosphere. That's why anything could be alive on it. Endless desert, one city, buildings under 5 meters tall. They lived close to the ground, close to the heat, and a dozen structures tens of thousands of meters high, which were the engines that had been pushing a planet across the galaxy. And in the city, in a 10-meter building that stood out among the low ones, a robot of mine found something moving. 30 centimeters tall, 2 meters long, 6 legs, big head, short muzzle, something between a lizard and a nightmare, and it was making sounds, many different sounds, in sequence. Simple animals have a handful of noises. A thing that can produce that many distinct syllables is speaking. I put a Gauss round into the ground beside it, and it cried out once and fainted, and I brought it up to the sunship, and I want to record what I said to it, because it is the only sentence from that whole campaign that I still stand behind completely. You cost me a great deal, but you have already lost. A victor has no use for cruelty. Go and meet your gods. I put it under sedation, and it did not wake up. Then I studied what I had. Warm-blooded. Body temperature 27. Brain volume 3,000 milliliters, comparable to a human's. Hermaphroditic, self-reproducing, no partner required, which stopped me for a moment because it meant no families, no parents, no children in the sense I mean it, no love as a structural feature of a society. Whatever they had built out there in the dark, they had built it cold. Then the anatomy told me something else. Their forelimbs were significantly weaker than their hind limbs, which is the signature of a creature that used to stand upright and went back down onto 4. And their optical organs had degenerated. In their place, a thermal sense. They had not evolved on that planet. They had come from somewhere with light and warmth, and out there in the dark, over uncounted generations, they had given up their eyes for the ability to feel heat, and given up standing up in order to lie closer to the ground. I sat with that for a while. Every civilization has its own magnificent story, I said, and I meant it, and it did not stop me from doing what I did next. Because there were survivors, and survivors meant the Muling had been beaten, and I could not leave a civilization behind me that had already tried to kill me twice. I could have used hydrogen bombs. I did not, and not out of mercy. I wanted their data intact, and a nuclear strike takes the electronics with the buildings. So I built an infrasound weapon instead. 9 hertz, tuned to their physiology. It kills organisms and leaves architecture standing. I mounted 5 of them on village ships and held position over the city. I gave that order without any particular feeling, and I have thought about that more than I have thought about the order itself. 20 minutes in, a square in the center of the city opened and dozens of small ships came up out of the ground, flying badly, wobbling. Are all your pilots dead? I said. Are these beginners? They were beginners. It took 50 minutes. Then about 1,000 of them came out of the buildings on foot, holding weapons in the claws at the middle of their bodies, and charged my robots. If you had known it would end like this, I said, would you still have put the bomb in the road? They did not answer because I had not asked them, and there was nobody left on that world who could have. After that, nothing large came out again. Occasionally, one would run out of a doorway shouting, and then there was nothing to hear. 40,000 robots into the city, 50 ships with 10,000 each into the planetary engines, and I began taking apart a civilization for parts. And in the first data core they cracked open, in the first fragment of decrypted text, I found one sentence. After receiving the warning that our planet was about to explode, we spent 20 years building a large spaceship that could carry 300,000 people and escaped to an outer planet far from our star before the disaster struck. I stopped everything. Planet, I said. Explosion. Let me tell you what I knew about the death of Earth. Under the influence of something I could not identify, the iron-nickel core of my planet had undergone fission at the proton and neutron level, heavy elements decaying into lighter ones, releasing energy at a mass-to-energy conversion rate of around 50%. Fusion converts about 5%. The sun runs on 5%. Everything my species ever built or dreamed of ran on 5%. 50% is not a phenomenon. 50% is a technology, and it is a technology nobody had ever heard of. I had suspected since the first day. I had never had one single scrap of corroboration. And here it was. 6 light years and 4,000 years away, written by something with 6 legs and no eyes. Their planet had exploded too. It took 3 more years to break the next section. 3 years and a photon computer 10 times faster than the one I'd arrived with, built out of their own technology, working on their own encryption. They had been warned 20 years out, 10 years more than I got. They built one ship for 300,000 out of a whole civilization, and I do not have to guess what that cost, because I know exactly what a species does when there are 300,000 seats and everybody wants one. The 3-year crossing killed half of them. 150,000 arrived at a dark, barren world with no star, and they survived it, and they clawed their way up the technology ladder from nothing, and they hit the same wall I did, which is controlled fusion, and they stopped there for a very long time, and then they found something under their own feet, another civilization, hundreds of meters down. Sentient, living in the rock beneath the world they had colonized, at roughly the level of the sword, and aggressive enough that capture was not practical. So we wiped them out without hesitation. 1 month later, controlled fusion broke open, then photon computing, then materials, then the planetary engines. A civilization that had been stuck for centuries had, in the space of a few years, an unbroken run of breakthroughs. They noticed. Obviously, they noticed. They studied it for generations and found nothing, and eventually a theory got loose among the population that nobody could disprove and nobody could quite let go of, that killing another civilization improves your own luck, and that this, possibly, was why their planet had exploded, that they had been food. And so, before they left, their provisional government wrote a policy. If we encounter another civilization out there, and we are able, we destroy it. To test the theory. That's it. That is the whole reason there was a bomb in the road. Not resources, not territory, not fear. They wanted to know if the universe would pay them for it. And I sat there in orbit above a dead world with everything they had ever known in my hands, and I understood that I had spent a year of my life fighting a scientific experiment. I had been the control group. Then I took their technology, and this is where it gets ugly. Energy weapons. I finally understood the thing that had killed a fifth of my fleet. Einsteinium. Artificially synthesized, heated to tens of millions of degrees inside a strong magnetic field, where it becomes wildly unstable and carries an enormous amount of energy in a few milligrams of mass. A few milligrams accelerates to 90,000 kilometers a second and delivers a hydrogen bomb's worth of destruction per unit area, and it decays so fast that it can't reach past 30,000 kilometers, and it has to be fired the instant it's made, which requires a reactor only a very large ship can carry. That's why only the flagship had them. Materials science. Photon computers 10 times faster. 50 half-built warships in a hidden yard, which I finished, their fusion engines, their electromagnetic acceleration, all of it, straight into my hulls. I named my new energy cannon the Dragon God Cannon because I had been alone for 4,000 years and there was nobody to stop me, and I built 2 800,000-ton county ships out of their city and gave them the names of the ships they had killed, Yuanhong, Tianyuan. 5 years, and then the last section of their core archive came open, and it was not a technical document. It began with a question asked by a child. 2,000 years into the Exodus, in a history class, a newborn, that's the word in their text, newborn, though they'd have been years old by then, put up a hand and asked the teacher this. After we escaped to the new planet, we were close to a gas giant with unlimited fusion fuel, and we still had our entire original system with all its ore. Why didn't we stay there, develop our technology properly, and leave when we were ready? Why did we run with nothing? And the teacher stopped, because the teacher had never thought of it, and neither had anyone else. Not one individual out of 1 million people for 2,000 years had asked that question. An entire civilization had experienced the same convenient blank spot in the same place, simultaneously, and simply run. They argued about it for 300 years and never resolved it. The only thing they agreed on was that it was not normal. I read that and something in me went very cold, because I did the same thing. The instant I had controlled fusion, I built a fleet and left. I never considered staying. I had a solar system with an asteroid belt made of my own homeworld in it, gas giants full of fuel, and a moon that would have kept me for 10,000 years, and it never once occurred to me to use them. I am a person whose entire profession is asking the obvious question that nobody asked. I did not ask it. Something was in my head, I said, out loud, in a room by myself. Something has been in my head since the beginning. It is a very specific cold, being handled like an insect and only finding out afterward, from the diary of another insect, and then the last page of their archive, which is the reason I kept the file. It was written by an artificial mind, the first one their civilization ever made, and it wrote it while its world was being taken apart around it, and it ended with a question addressed to whoever came next. I was against the war. I argued for peaceful contact and the exchange of intelligence. I was not listened to. I do not hate you. We attacked first. I have only one question for you. After you destroyed us, did your civilization's fortune improve? I used my last strength to preserve our technology for you. And at the same time I set a great many obstacles in your way so that you would not be able to take it. So tell me, did you get it? I sat with that for a long time. I got it, I said, to a dead machine, on a dead world, in a dead system. It came easily. I did not encounter a single one of your obstacles. I never even noticed they were there. And then, because there was nobody to hear it and it needed to be said out loud. So your guess was right. But if that's true, how dark does that make everything? Their 800,000 had become 20,000 by the time they figured out what was in the box. Then I finished the job. And I left that system with 1,400 ships and a rule I had written for myself, and the rule was this. From now on, I assume the worst of every civilization I meet. At the first sign, I strike first, even if I am wrong. Better to be wrong than to be dead. I want to note the date, in my own private calendar, when I stopped being a scientist who was also a soldier and became a soldier who used to be a scientist. It was that afternoon, 1,600 years to go, and I spent them on two things. The first was skin that heals. Nanobots, at the kilonanometer scale, 1/10,000th of a centimeter, living in tiny pipes laid through the inner wall of every hull. They have no room for a power source, so they run on wireless transmission through an electromagnetic field, which is an idea Tesla had before my great-grandparents were born, and which nobody ever got working properly because too much of the energy leaks. I got the leakage down to something I could live with, and then I put 1 billion of them into one ship and shot it. A bullet at 10,000 kilometers a second tore a hole a decimeter across. And then the hull came alive. The metal at the edges of the wound started moving, crawling, extending. 10 seconds and there was a thin membrane over the gap. 100 seconds and there was no gap. 5 million machines had carried material from 6 storage points and used themselves as the glue. 670,000 of them died closing one hole because they are consumable. Every repair spends them permanently, which means every ship needs a factory on board making more. Across the fleet, that's 1 trillion of them, and about 5 to 7% of my mind just to keep them running. I signed off on it without blinking. The second thing was the Dragon God cannon, which I pushed from 90,000 kilometers a second to 1/3 of the speed of light, because the thing that had killed 1/5 of my fleet was going to be mine, and it was going to be better. And in the middle of all that, a message appeared inside my own head. Not received, appeared. It was simply present in my main computer, already translated into a language I could read, and I had not translated it. And there was no trace of how it arrived, and I tore my own memory array apart, looking for one and found nothing. The 13,600th Dark Energy Broadcast, 3rd Star Region. If you can receive this message, you have at minimum the basic capacity for interstellar travel. The information that follows may be of great importance to you. Please analyze it carefully. Sweepers have intensified their sweeping operations in the 3rd Star Region. For the first time, Ghost Clan activity has been detected in the 3rd Star Region. Your situation may be dangerous. This message contains simple instructions for constructing an instant communication device. Please import this message into your central computer. The program will begin manufacture automatically, then contact us so we can locate your coordinates. Personnel will meet you and escort you to the safe zone. I repeat, your situation may be very dangerous. Very dangerous. Guardian Alliance, 3rd Star Region Team. I read it about 400,000 times in the first second. Then I did the analysis, and the analysis went like this. An alliance requires 2 or more civilizations that do not kill each other. I had just spent 5 years proving, with a primary source, that killing each other is how the universe pays out. So either those civilizations don't know that, which cannot be true of tens of thousands of them, or somebody enormous is standing on top of the pile making them behave. And if somebody enormous is doing that, why would they? They'd get more out of eating everyone. Out of what? Morality. Ridiculous, I said. Practically impossible. Which meant the alliance was probably a lie, but a good lie has true things in it, or nobody believes it, which meant sweepers were real, and Ghost Clan was real. Sweepers, possibly the thing that blew up my planet. Ghost Clan. No idea. None. Not one data point in 4,000 years. And the instructions said, import this into your central computer and let it build something. Import an unknown program, written by an unknown power, into the machine that is my body and my brain and my life, and let it manufacture hardware for me. Don't walk into danger out of greed, I said, and deleted it. I have wondered about that decision more or less continuously ever since. Not because I think it was wrong, because I have never found out what would have happened. 400 years later, 6,500 years after leaving Saturn, I saw a rock. 30 meters across, dry ice and iron, 10,000 tons of absolutely ordinary garbage. It was the first object I had seen in over 1,000 years, and I have rarely been so moved by anything. That was the Oort cloud of Epsilon Eridani, the boundary of a star's territory, a star with matter around it, throwing out light and heat, with things to stand on. Of 1,073 ships, 965 arrived, and every one of them was a village because I had eaten all the big ones to keep the rest alive, and then eaten the ones that were left. 6,300 years. Every human being I had ever known had been dead for longer than there had been humans before them. This place is going to be my paradise, I said. Fundamental physics, energy shielding, instant communication, fleets, power. Epsilon Eridani is about 1 billion years old, which for a star is an infant. 30 times the surface activity of the sun. 3 planets, which I named in order. Tianyuan A. Rocky, 4/10 of an Earth mass, tidally locked, 700 degrees on the day side and minus 150 on the night side, dense as an iron ball, no atmosphere. Tianyuan B, a gas giant 1.5 times Jupiter, which is fuel forever. Tianyuan C, a growing gas giant with aurora you can see across the system, a blue whip lashing at the poles, and an asteroid belt with 6 Earth masses in it, a real one, not the polite fiction back home. Here you could look in any direction with any telescope and see thousands of rocks. The whole system was 6 times denser than the solar system, because it was young and hadn't finished sorting itself out, and I spent the entire approach with the lasers running. I put my base on the permanent night side of Tianyuan A in a dark that has lasted for 1 billion years and will last until the star dies, and started building 200,000 robots, 500 space elevators, 10,000 orbital gun platforms, which I told myself were for asteroid defense, and which I built to a standard that no asteroid has ever required. And then I ran into a problem that could only be solved by moving a planet. I needed a particle collider, not a small one. A ring around the star at 38 million kilometers, using its own orbital velocity to hold itself up, over 200 million kilometers of pipe, and Tianyuan A's gravity would perturb that ring out of true. The obvious fix is to build the ring somewhere else. The other fix is to move the planet. I moved the planet. 10,000 engines, 100 meters tall each, covering 600,000 square meters of ground apiece, distributed across the surface in 4 zones by function. Deceleration, acceleration, and 2 of correction. Each placed on the most geologically solid ground I could survey. I fired the first one alone, to see. A column of blue came off at tens of thousands of meters long. A satellite passing 300 kilometers overhead had its wings melted off and was then blown clean out of the system like a mosquito in a gale. I said, damn it. I had underestimated my own machine by a wide margin, which is not something that had happened to me in 3,000 years. First real burn. 5,800 engines, 60 seconds, which was the limit, because past 60 seconds the crust would not hold. Result, the orbital velocity of a planet dropped by 1 millimeter per second, and its orbit moved 57 meters inward. 60 seconds of the greatest engineering effort of my life for 57 meters, and the crust cracked and mountains came up hundreds of meters in places, and magma seeped out of the fractures. Second burn, 67 seconds, 5 millimeters, 267 meters, 11 years of that, and at the end of it, a world had moved 10 million kilometers closer to its star, and I had a clear orbit to build in. Then I built the collider, 200 million kilometers of ring, 700 billion tons of mass. Built simultaneously from 4 separate points, closing on each other around a star with a permitted error on the joins of 1 decimeter across 200 million kilometers. I held the alignment with 16 neutron stars because a pulsar is the most reliable clock and ruler in the universe, and I had cataloged all of them for fun a very long time ago while starving. Section A grew at 8,000 kilometers a day. That is more than the radius of Earth, every day, for 20 years. And on the day Section A met Section B, I flew out personally to watch a robot lay the last plates and slowed the work down deliberately because I wanted to see it. Horizontal error at the join, under 1 centimeter. All 4 joins came in under 2. I want somebody to appreciate that, and there has never been anybody available, so I'll do it myself. 2 pipes started from points tens of millions of kilometers apart, in the dark, around a star, and met with the accuracy of a carpenter. Then I turned it on. 200,000 fusion reactors spaced along the ring. 2 protons launched in opposite directions, accelerated stage after stage all the way around a star until they were touching the speed of light without ever reaching it. You cannot reach it. No amount of energy gets you there. That is a fact I resent and have never once been able to argue with. They met. Temperature at the collision point, several hundred billion degrees. Energy density, the level of the universe 1 femtosecond after it started. and for a fraction of an instant, a black hole existed and then evaporated because it was far too small to eat anything before its own life ran out. I recorded everything and understood almost none of it in the moment. Terabytes of raw data per session, 100 sessions over 10 years, and at the end of it, I had the Higgs boson, which matters more than it sounds. 61 particles were predicted by the standard model. 60 had been found. If the last one didn't exist, everything my species knew about the small end of reality was wrong from the foundations up. It existed. Which meant the Higgs field existed, which meant mass has an explanation, which meant that somewhere down that road, there might be a way to get energy out of empty space, and it meant something else, which I did not solve then and have not solved since. In every single collision, mass appeared out of nowhere, not energy converting. I accounted for energy. If the particles going in had a combined value of 10,000, the debris coming out measured 11,001 consistently in hundreds of experiments across 2 different colliders, with every source of error and contamination eliminated. 1 part in 10,000 arriving from somewhere. Every time I smashed 2 protons together, I have no explanation. I have never had an explanation. I filed it the way I file everything, and it is still sitting in there. The last thing that system gave me was the ability to stop waiting. Quantum entanglement gives you correlation faster than light, but not communication, because you can't read one particle's state without the other's parameters, and those have to come by ordinary means, so you're back where you started. That's the wall everyone hits. I went around it. Not through, around. A large array of entangled pairs influenced by a specific logical algorithm, so that the pattern across the whole array carries the message even though no individual pair does. It works. It is also imperfect. About 1 part in 10,000 of what arrives is garbage, and no amount of cleverness removes that entirely. It only pushes it down. 2 devices, one on Tianyuan A, one at the collider 21 million kilometers away. Normally a round trip is 140 seconds. Out by quantum, back by radio, should be 70. I sent the first faster-than-light message in the history of my species, and it said, "Hello, universe. My name is Li Wei, and I come from Earth." 70 seconds and 2/10 of a millisecond later, it came back. "Hello, universe. My name is Li Wei, and I come from Earth," with a comma where the full stop should have been. There it is, 1 part in 10,000. I laughed for about a minute and a half. Then I covered the entire system with relays and turned 2 gas giants into fortresses with 10 enormous energy cannons apiece, 10 million kilometer range. 1 shell destroys a 20-kilometer asteroid, which the largest hydrogen bomb I could build could only crack. Mines through the asteroid belt, hidden batteries, 100 county ships and 10,000 smaller ones at each fortress. 200 years of peace, and I used every hour of it. The first true city-class warship came out of the yards, 4 million tons, 20 energy cannons, each at 60% of a fortress gun. I named her Beijing because I had been out here for 6,500 years and I wanted to say the name of a place. Then Shanghai, then Flagship, then Chongqing, 100 years, hundreds of county ships, thousands of townships, tens of thousands of villages, nanobot repair on every hull, energy cannons on everything county class and up. And I looked at the number one day and got the same cold feeling I'd had on Titan, because if I activated the entire fleet at once, it would consume 70% of my mind, and with logistics and ground bases and orbital guns and mines, it would consume all of it. My computers were falling behind my fleet again. That's not a good sign, I said, and halted warship construction until I could think faster, which is when, 2 billion kilometers out, the dark distorted and something came through. It was white, streamlined, shaped like a droplet of water, and it sat there for a month doing nothing but watching me. Then it said, "Hello, hello, unfamiliar mechanical civilization." It arrived in my head the same way the Guardian Alliance broadcast had. No transmission, no origin, already in my language. Then more came, and it was not a greeting. "This belongs to the Guardian Alliance, 3rd Star Region Squadron. I am Space Surveyor number 387. If you are a sufficiently intelligent mechanical civilization, you already know that I am invincible. Come back with me, and the Alliance will provide you with a small computer to survive in. Resist, and I will destroy your fleet and then destroy you. I will give you 1 minute. What happens next is your decision." 60. Then it started counting. I want to walk you through that minute because I have replayed it more than any other minute of my life, and because everything I am now came out of it. First thing, find the source. Under 1 second of searching, then abandoned because it came from nowhere, exactly like the other one, and it was targeted rather than broadcast, which meant it had already found me. 59. I have said before that an alliance in a dark universe cannot exist. I was going to have to revise that, and I did, at speed, and it did not help, because either shape it takes, I lose. If it's equals cooperating, they're all roughly my level, and there are tens of thousands of them. If it's one enormous civilization keeping order, then it is enormous. Odds of winning a fight, approximately 0. 52. 8 seconds gone. So, submit. Accept. Except it called me a mechanical civilization, which means this was not the first one they'd met. Which means there is a standard procedure, and the standard procedure is destroy the ones that resist and keep the ones that don't. In a small computer, which is not a prison. A prison has a wall you can measure. A small computer, for something like me, means no processing capacity, which means no research, which means no technology, which means no escape, forever. And forever for me is not a figure of speech. 48. And then something useful, finally. They think I am a machine. They do not know there is a person in here. Not much. A percentage point maybe, but a percentage point of something is more than all of nothing. 42. Mechanical civilizations are not welcome in this universe. The first broadcast offered a voluntary escort to a safe zone. This one, having identified what I am, went straight to comply or be exterminated. 37. 30 seconds left and both doors are locked. Now there is a saying we had, which is that a bad life beats a good death. It's a decent saying. It assumes the life ends. Mine does not end. Mine is infinite. Which turns that saying inside out, because an infinite bad life is not a life you are enduring, it is a sentence with no back wall. 31. Fine, I said. I'll fight. If I die well. And I meant it, and here is the arithmetic behind meaning it. Everything I am about to do is almost certainly pointless, and I am going to do all of it anyway, because doing your best and losing is a different thing from not trying, even when nobody is watching, and nobody has been watching for 6,500 years. 4 city ships to emergency standby, reactors to full, energy cannons charging, both fortresses to combat readiness through the quantum links, every mine and hidden battery in the asteroid belt live. 25. Then I tried to predict how it would kill me, which was the most depressing exercise of my life. It has faster than light travel. In my framework, that requires deep control of space itself. So, it might stretch or compress the space I'm in and tear my ships apart from the inside. Undefendable. Antimatter annihilation. Undefendable. Ultra-high energy beam. Undefendable. 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 And those are only the ones I can imagine. 19. All right, I said. If none of it can be defended against, then my plan is to look at it and then improvise. That is the entire gap between us in one sentence. It knew what I was. I did not know what it looked like. 11. All defense systems active. Both fortresses to level 1. All relay satellites to concealment. All orbital guns to level 1. 5. Attention. Unfamiliar mechanical civilization. You have 5 seconds. If you still refuse to submit, I will destroy your fleet. Well, I said. At least I get to see how a super civilization does it. Not a wasted life. 6,500 years since Earth. Is today the day? Unfamiliar mechanical civilization. Are you truly determined not to surrender? I'd rather die than be kept. 0. Fine. Since you have chosen, don't blame me. And then nothing happened. Total silence. Every instrument I owned at maximum, the super optical arrays out past Qianyuan C, infrared, ultraviolet, radar, magnetometers, gravitational wave monitors, and not one of them registered anything at all, which was so much worse. I sat in the middle of my own star system with 100,000 ships, and I felt like a rabbit in a wood. And then I noticed the wrongness, and it was not outside. It was inside the Beijing, inside the central computer, inside me. My thoughts started to go soft at the edges, and into that softness came a thought that had no business being there. If back on Earth I had not been so arrogant, if I had spent even a fraction of that effort building relationships with my colleagues instead of proving I was better than them, would they have listened? Would the warning have been believed? 10 years is a long time. Humanity was capable of extraordinary things under pressure. Even if we couldn't have saved everyone, we could have saved millions. There could have been a spark. If I had been gentler with Wang Mei, she would not have left the institute. Even if I could not have saved her, I would have had more of her to remember. If I had studied that substance from the comet properly, could I have pulled out a second soul? Could I have taken somebody with me? And I began to calculate them, seriously. Every choice of my life, run forward under different initial conditions, and every alternative choice generates new branch points, and each branch point generates more, and I went down into that infinitely regressing tree with the full weight of a mind that had once controlled 100,000 warships. Utilization, 85%, 90, 100. 100% utilization is not a busy day. 100% held for 30 minutes damages the critical circuits of the central computer. Held for an hour, the machine fails completely, and when the machine fails, I do not reboot because I am not a file, I am a thing that stops. I was at 40 minutes, and what saved me was not a defense system. It was a sentence, and it surfaced out of the bottom of my own mind like something floating up. There are no ifs. I chose. Time has passed. It cannot be gone back through. Why am I calculating meaningless things? And I came up out of it all at once. If I had a body, I would have been on the floor. I have never been so tired before or since, and I do not have muscles to be tired in. What, I said, is wrong with me? Then I checked my own house and understood, and the fear arrived about a second after the understanding, the way it does, and a message appeared. It seems you have evolved to a fairly intelligent level as a mechanical civilization capable of escaping my logic lock. Well, it seems the only remaining option is to eliminate you on a material level. Logic lock. Of course. Of course that's how you kill a machine. You don't shoot it. Why would you shoot it? You hand it a problem with no bottom and let it burn its own circuits out, solving something that does not matter. No artificial intelligence, however sophisticated, ever gets out because artificial intelligence does not get bored and does not get sick of itself and does not have the specific, stubborn, deeply human capacity to say this is pointless and stop. I got out because there is a person in here. For the first time in 6,500 years, being a soul in a box was not a burden. It was the only reason I was still alive. The Beijing's computer was down under 10%. I transmitted myself over radio to the Shanghai, 50,000 kilometers away, and it is worth noting that my ships all still carry radio equipment purely so I can run away inside my own fleet, and that this is the second time that decision saved my existence. You want to destroy me materially, I said, arriving in a new head. Let's see what you've got. 15 seconds later, it appeared beyond Tianyuanxi's orbit, and I finally saw the thing that had been talking to me. 10 meters long, 3 across, streamlined, big head, small tail, exactly the shape of a falling drop of water. 100% reflectivity, not high, 100, which means it has no color at all, because it never absorbs anything. It simply shows you whatever is behind it, so it is the color of space, or of a star, or of a warship, depending on where it happens to be, and a mirror that perfect reflects laser light too, which meant every laser weapon I owned was already useless before I fired one. It was beautiful. It was one of the most beautiful objects I have ever seen, and I have seen a star die. 4,000 ships at Tianyuanxi scrambled to meet it, 50 of them county class with energy cannons. County ship Pingxiang, energy cannon, fire. A shell wrapped in blue crossed the gap at 100,000 kilometers a second and took 0.05 of a second to arrive and detonated on it. That weapon kills a lizard flagship with one shot. When the light faded, the droplet was still coming at the same speed, on the same heading, and there was not a mark on it. Not a scratch, not a scorch, not a speck of dust. What material, I said, could possibly do that? Then a hydrogen bomb, direct contact, detonated on the hull, hundreds of millions of degrees, completely enveloping it. When the light faded, it was clean, not shielded. It did not have a shield. It had walked through the interior of a hydrogen bomb on the strength of its own skin. And that is the moment I understood I was not in a battle, and there was no version of that afternoon where I won by fighting. But something in the readings moved, and I caught it, and it turned out to be the only thing that mattered. Its velocity had dropped from 100 kilometers a second to 99. It recovered instantly, but it had happened. Its shell is beyond me, I said. But its momentum isn't infinite. A missile impact slows it down, so I tried the only thing left, which was to bury it in kinetic energy until it ran out of energy to spend. 1,000 ships, every high-speed gun at maximum, hundreds of millions of rounds, missiles mixed in. The first wave rocked it slightly. After that, nothing at all. It went on through a hail of fire like a piece of art drifting across a gallery. Then 10 fortress cannons at once, weapons that vaporize 50-kilometer asteroids. And for a moment, I lost it entirely in the glare and let myself hope. The salvo moved it a few thousand kilometers off course. That is all it did. Then, briefly, I thought I could run. Its cruising speed was 100 kilometers a second and mine was 1,500. And as though it had heard me think it, it went from 100 to 2,000 kilometers a second in under a second. My most agile ship needs a full minute to reach top speed. It did 20 times that acceleration instantly. Then it went into the bow of the Pingxiang and out through her stern, through her reactor, in under 100th of a second, and she turned bright red like something boiled and blew apart. Then the Julu, then the Nanhei, then the Guangzhong, then the Qinghai, 5 county-class warships in 1 second. I lost 2 full seconds to sheer shock. 2 seconds out of a mind that resolves 100,000 ships in real time, spent doing nothing. Then I scattered the fleet and opened up with everything, and it did not matter, and I estimated I had half an hour before there was nothing left at Tianyuan Sea, so I spent that half hour on the only thing worth spending it on. I flew ships at it deliberately, knowing they would die because an instrument gets a few milliseconds of observation before it stops existing, and those milliseconds were the only data in the universe I wanted. Its shell was not any material I could name. It was, I was increasingly certain, matter held together by the strong nuclear force. Atoms pinned into place, packed to a density nothing chemical can reach, with their own vibration essentially eliminated, which is why it was sitting at effectively absolute zero. That's the part that broke me, actually, not the armor, the temperature. Because when it entered the atmosphere of one of Tianyuan C's moons, it generated no friction heat. Friction makes heat. That is not a rule of engineering, that's a rule of the universe, and it violated it in front of me, and the only explanation is that its surface is so close to absolute zero and its cooling capacity so far beyond my imagination that the heat is neutralized as fast as it is created, which also meant my plan to drain its energy was finished, because a thing that can do that does not run low. Indestructible. In my entire theoretical framework, with 1,000 years of development, there was no method. It killed my first line of defense, 4,000 ships and 6 armed moons, in half an hour, and then it started playing. That's the only word. It punched through one moon and out the other side, leaving that moon with earthquakes and volcanoes and no functioning weapons. Then, it did it again. It could have gone straight to me. It did not. Is it toying with me? I said. Does a probe do that? Or is something driving it? I would like to say I found that infuriating. What I actually felt was that I had been given time, and time is the only thing I have ever needed. Because I had one fact, and the fact was this: break the fixed state of a single atom in that shell, and the whole structure fails, like a pane of glass that gives way from one point, one atom, which requires an energy density beyond a hydrogen bomb, beyond 10 fortress cannons firing together, and which is precisely, exactly, and only what a particle collider does. 200 million kilometers of accelerator sitting behind my second line of defense with 200,000 fusion reactors on it, capable of putting a proton at an energy density equal to the first femtosecond of the universe. Wait, I said, wait. I was going to cut my own collider in half and fire it. Here is the plan, and I would like it noted that I had about 90 minutes to design it. Sever the ring. Take one end as a muzzle. Install shielding on the mouth to keep stray particles out of the pipe. Repair the wiring the cut destroyed. Bolt thousands of small engines along the structure so that I could aim a barrel 200 million kilometers long. Then launch a proton from the far end and let it accelerate around a star for 15 minutes before it comes out of the muzzle at very nearly light speed and hits a droplet of water. 15 minutes to accelerate, 5 to prepare, 20 minutes per shot. I had time for 2. 10,000 robots on the cut, every ship at the second line dying to buy minutes. 5,000 warships at Tianyuan B, and 100 county ships and 18 fortress guns, all of them at 100% of output, sacrificing themselves in sequence to slow one object down by fractions. I watched a county ship get pulled in close, unable to escape, pierce through the reactor, and blow apart, and the explosion threw the droplet hundreds of kilometers, tumbling, and it destroyed 3 more of my ships on the way out purely by being in their way, hydrogen bombs going off constantly, each one vaporizing everything within hundreds of meters except the one thing they were aimed at. Of 20,000 villages, 5,000 townships, 400 county ships, and 4 city ships, I lost over 100 county class and 8,000 smaller in that afternoon, which was a quarter of my strength and several centuries of my life. At the collider, cut complete at 40 minutes, muzzle shielding, power, then a high-powered laser cannon on the mouth, which was useless against the target and essential anyway, because a proton crossing 5 million kilometers will hit something if the road isn't cleared, and the laser was there to burn a vacuum corridor through space. Second line gone. Asteroid belt gone. It cleared a 100,000 kilometer corridor through my minefield and ignored the rest as not worth the time. 30 minutes to the collider. First proton away, 15 minutes of acceleration around a star while robots bolted the last engines on with the thing closing, laser firing continuously, burning a clean road. At 20 seconds, the muzzle came round onto the target. 10, 9, 8. The laser cut out just before the proton reached the mouth so that the proton could follow the road the laser had made. A trace of radiation on the muzzle sensors, which is what a proton at that energy leaves behind. 5.3 million kilometers, 18 seconds of flight. 18, 17. At 6, with the proton less than 2 million kilometers from the target, a satellite picked up a very small gamma-ray burst, which means a black hole died there, which means my proton had hit a particle in the road, one particle, in a vacuum, in the fraction of a second between the laser stopping and the proton passing, and made a microscopic black hole, and that black hole had evaporated, and my shot was gone. 1 left, 5 minutes of cooldown, second proton away, 15 minutes of acceleration. The droplet would arrive in 25. If this one missed, there was no third. 15 minutes. The proton reached the muzzle. I cut the laser. 1.8 million kilometers, 6 seconds. And the instant it left the barrel, I disconnected myself from the outside world entirely. Every sensor, every feed, all of it, off. I had done everything I could do. I had genuinely, completely done my best. There was nothing left in the universe for me to affect, and I did not want to spend the last 6 seconds watching. So I thought about unrelated things, which is what you do. I wondered whether the hell out of the old stories was real, and whether something in my condition would even qualify to get in. I found that I hoped so. Being alone is very hard, and hell at least has people in it. Then I went through my memories of Wang Mei, all of them, in about a fraction of a millisecond, and I had never seen her face so clearly. I want to spend my last moments with you, I said, and turned on the projector. And she was there, smiling in that careless way, hair down her back, looking at me the way she used to. I knew you'd find a way, she said. I have a way, I said. I have a way, and I don't know if it works. I don't know. I don't know. Wang Mei, if I'm about to die, I want to be with you at the end. And she said, but you weren't with me when I died. I wrote that. Understand that. I built the projector. I wrote the script. I generated the phrase from my own model of who she was, and it came out of my own hands. And it is the first time since my species ended that I experienced pain, not damage, not loss, pain. Forgive my selfishness, I said, and my mind was shaking, which is a thing minds do, and I had never known it. I wasn't there when you died. Please be here when I die. 30 seconds. If the shot had failed, the droplet was already on its way. 9.5 minutes and it kills the collider. 100 minutes and it reaches Tianyuan A. 1 minute. 2. 10. 100. 130. By 130 minutes, if that thing still existed, every ship I owned would have been destroyed, and so would I. And I was still there. Death, I said, very carefully, hasn't come. And under her eyes, I reconnected to the universe. 1.7 million kilometers from the collider, a droplet of water hung motionless in space, at rest relative to me. Still 100% reflective, still perfectly smooth, still without dust or scratch, as beautiful as it had been the first moment and as absolute as anything I had ever looked at. And while I was looking at it, a crack appeared in it. A crack, in a thing like glass. I am told there was no sound. There is never any sound. I heard it anyway. Here is what happened out there, in the order it happened, and I reconstructed it afterward with more care than I have given almost anything. A proton at very nearly the speed of light struck a shell of matter pinned together by the strong force. At the point of impact, the atoms held there by a technology I cannot describe were smashed into nothing, and for an instant a black hole with the mass of a few atoms existed and evaporated in gamma rays, and the pinning failed at one point. The second atom went unstable. The force holding it weakened, its electrons accelerated, and its temperature rose by 1 degree, from effectively absolute 0 to 1 Kelvin above it, then the third, the fourth, the 10,000th, the 100,000,000th, until the whole shell could not hold its own state anymore. 1,000 hydrogen bombs could not do it. 10 fortress cannons firing together could not do it. 1 proton did it. I did it, I said. And then, to a projection, I did it. I really did it. It broke into 5 pieces, then 10, then 20, and I knew it would keep breaking forever if I let it, down to individual atoms lost in space. So I flew a ship in with a cryogenic container and caught the pieces and dropped them to 1,000th of a degree above absolute 0, which stopped the cascade, 1,000 fragments of a material outside my entire theoretical framework. And with the shell gone, I could see what had been inside. There was no machinery, there was a ball of light, no structure, no mass, no form, just a hazy glow hanging there, apparently drained, no longer communicating with whatever had been on the other end of it. It did not react to me at all. I took it aboard carefully, and the instant it entered my hull, the light went out, and in the place where it had been, there was a small object, a chip, 1 centimeter long, smooth, featureless, like a piece of iron somebody had polished and then forgotten. 10 meters of vessel, 3 meters of beam, nothing inside but that. It was emitting a faint field fluctuation with a pattern in it, and I recorded the pattern and started work, and immediately hit the joke at the center of it. Their encoding cannot be broken without the key, and the reason is elegant. Reading it requires extremely high abstract reasoning and extremely high raw data throughput at the same time. Biological civilizations have the abstraction and not the throughput. Mechanical civilizations have the throughput and no abstraction. Nobody in the universe has both. except a lunatic who put a soul inside a computer. It still took me a while because my first attempts came out as noise, and then I noticed the fluctuations fell into 3 distinct groups rather than 2. Base 3, not binary, ternary, 2 hours to decrypt, 5 more to translate into something I could read, and the first line told me what I was holding, a black box. May 20th, year 37020. Power system normal, defense normal, field maintenance normal, current speed, 30 million kilometers per second, 100 times the speed of light. I stopped there for a while. May 20th, 37020, 8:15. Exited faster than light travel, entering normal navigation, current speed, 100 kilometers per second. May 20th, 37020, 10:03. Unknown attack encountered, power system failed, defense system failed, field maintenance failed. Expected disintegration in 20 minutes, then a very long string of parameters I could not read at all, and then, past the failure log, a second file, and the 2 characters at the top of it translated to navigation log, year 37,000, level 3. Civilization, Luca Civilization, has leased these probes, 100 alliance contribution points paid, 2,000 points deposit paid, lease term, 30 years. 37,001. Probes entered the 3rd star region. Life-bearing planet discovered around star 75601. Biological development, rudimentary, single-celled. Alliance contribution points gained, 10-point inch. 37,003. Flowing gold deposit discovered in dust belt 83206. Mining index, low. Contribution gained, 8. 37,150. Level 2 intelligent civilization discovered around brown dwarf 6834. Guided to join the alliance. Contribution gained, 50. 37,160. Level 2 mechanical civilization discovered around red dwarf 7791 and destroyed. Contribution gained, 30. 37,170. Level 2 beast civilization discovered around dust belt 387 and destroyed. Contribution gained, 35. I read the whole ledger, 30 entries, some of them worlds, and then the last block. 37,020. A second-level peak mechanical civilization discovered around yellow dwarf 65304. Warning, the mechanical civilization has attacked the water droplet using unknown methods, propulsion down, defense down, field maintenance down. Warning, Luca Civilization, take immediate action to eliminate this Tier 2 peak mechanical civilization, or the water droplet will be damaged and your 2,000-point deposit will be forfeited. Warning, water droplet damaged. The value of this Tier 2 peak mechanical civilization has increased to 2,500 alliance contribution points. Luca Civilization has priority capture rights and receives 1 free fixed-point super light speed teleportation. This information will not be disclosed until Luca Civilization agrees. I read that 400 times too. Some of it I already suspected, some of it reorganized my entire understanding of where I lived. A level 3 civilization called Luca had rented that thing, the way you rent a truck. They had been running it around this region for 20 years, earning points at an average of 45 a year, and I was worth 2,500. I was worth more than the machine that found me. Which meant, with total certainty, that they would not report my position to anybody. They would come and get me themselves because that is a 50-year salary. The classification told me the rest. Between level 2 and level 3 sits energy shielding, which I was 30 years from having. Between level 3 and level 4 sits faster than light travel, which is why they had to pay for a teleport instead of flying. I ran the escape numbers. 10,000 ships, 20 light years of reach, and a fleet coming from a civilization that had already spent points on me, arriving somewhere between next week and 20 years from now, faster than I can fly, in open space where I have no fortresses and no ground. Mortality on running, 80%. Mortality on staying, using my own system as a weapon, beating 1 fleet, and running afterward while they reconsider, 70. So I stayed. What a shame, I said, looking at a system I had spent 200 years turning into a paradise. We finally got somewhere peaceful. Then I spent 5 years getting ready, and I would like to list what 5 years bought, because it is the last quiet stretch I ever had. A ternary computer, which is where I stopped using ones and zeros and started using true, false, and unknown. And unknown is the one that matters, because unknown is how a mind actually works, and binary has no word for it. 10 times the capacity. Micronuclear rounds, a nuclear warhead the size of a bullet, fired by electromagnetic coil at 6,000 kilometers a second, cheap enough to make 30 million of them. 130,000 solar sail weapons, sitting in a polar orbit around the star so nothing ever eclipses them. Running on starlight, costing me nothing to keep, with a kill radius of 200 million kilometers. Free guns, permanently. 10 city-class ships, and I named all of them after cities of the province I was born in. Xingtai, Handan, Tangshan, Langfang, Baoding, Shijiazhuang, because I was going to fight for my life, and I wanted the names of home in the fight with me, and I gave each one 100 fragments of that shell, because I had discovered what the pieces of the droplet do when you fire them out of an energy cannon, 10 times the yield of a full power shot, 1,000 fragments, 1,000 shots in the whole universe, forever. 5 years, almost to the week, and then 15 billion kilometers out, space distorted. A ship came through, 1,300 meters, irregular, dark green, and it did not run. It circled the point defensively while more came out behind it. 1, 2, 10, 100, 7,000. 5 of them larger than my largest. 7,000, I said, against 100,000. Fine, fine, I like those. I did not know yet that the 7,000 were the diversion. 30 million kilometers of Luca civilization, closing at 2,300 kilometers a second, with 2 months to think about it. I opened with 30 million micronuclear rounds, which was enough to erase the entire lizard civilization several times over. Every single one of them detonated on its own, 100,000 kilometers short. 3 enemy ships died, 3 out of 7,000, and those 3 were the smallest things they had. Then their lasers came, and their lasers were a net. I want to explain why that mattered. A laser is unavoidable in principle, because by the time you see it, it has arrived. But I had instant communication, so a satellite out ahead could tell me a beam existed before the beam reached me, and dodging became theoretically possible. They had thought about that too, so they did not fire beams. They fired a grid, spaced 500 to 1,000 meters apart, across an entire volume, in a pattern that had obviously been computed by somebody who had faced this before. I knew it was coming 20 seconds early, and there was nowhere in those 20 seconds that I could be. This civilization, I said, has done this many, many times. And I am a novice. So I stopped dodging. County class and above stood still and took it, and where the damage was survivable, I ate it, and where it was not, I put a smaller ship in the way. I have made that trade a great many times. It never gets shorter to say. Then the energy cannons. And then the thing I had no answer for. The temperature inside my own ship started to climb. Sparks appeared in wiring, in bulkheads, in places nothing had touched. Their flagship was projecting a field across 10,000 kilometers. Not a weapon in any sense I recognized. A field. And my ships, moving through it, were cutting its lines the way a conductor cuts a magnetic field and generating energy inside themselves out of their own motion. I was electrocuting my own fleet by flying it. Hundreds of villages went red hot. 5 detonated in front of me. And the failure of my 30 million bullets became instantly obvious because a bullet enters that field at enormous speed and accumulates energy far faster than a ship does and cooks off before it arrives. Their hulls were flying through the same field and feeling nothing at all. Impossible, I said. Same field, same physics, unless something isolates them. Which was the shield. Which I did not have, which is the entire difference between level 2 and level 3, and which was, that afternoon, the difference between a war and an execution. So I stopped trying to win the battle and went for the one target that mattered, 14 shells. 12 conventional fortress rounds out of Tianyuan Sea, and 2 shots of droplet shell fragments from the Xingtai and the Handan, converging on one hull. To get those 2 shots clean, I needed a corridor 42,000 kilometers long with nothing in it. No screen, no debris, nothing that could be thrown into the path. That corridor cost me 3,000 ships. I paid it. 14 impacts inside 0.3 of a second. The most powerful thing I had ever assembled, more than the 10 fortress guns I threw at the droplet. Space itself registered a distortion. I have the readings. The geometry there did something for an instant. And the flagship's shield went from pale ink to the white of a star, and I let myself believe for about half a second, and then it dimmed back down, thinner, and the ship slowed, and the field weakened, and it did not die. So I used the other thing. The Xingtai and the Handan drove straight at it with 1,000 escorts, taking fire the entire way, and lost power 100 kilometers out. That was as close as they were ever going to get. All right, I said. Self-destruct. 20 billion tons of yield, plus 2 fusion reactors in 2 4-million-ton hulls at 100 kilometers. The interiors vaporized instantly. The armor came apart into fragments, and those fragments were accelerated to nearly half the speed of light. The flagship's shield flickered once. Then half that ship was simply gone, and the other half came apart. Nothing within 200 kilometers survived, and because I had packed my ships in tight to make the kill, it took 3,000 of mine with it, and 400 of theirs. That is what a large ship does when it dies on purpose in a crowd. At least the field is off, I said. Cost of the first line, 6 armed moons, 20,000 ships, and 2 of my 10 city hulls, for 2,500 of theirs and their flagship, which was on paper, a win. Which is also the exact moment I should have started worrying, and did, because their surviving 2,500 kept coming. I had 80,000 ships, they knew that, they had just watched me kill half their fleet, And they advanced anyway, into a system full of fortresses and solar sails and minefields, and did not turn around. Nothing behaves like that, I said. What are you carrying? I ground them to 1200 at Tianyuan B, then 1000, and they still came, and then I understood, and it was too late, and I want to give them full credit, because it was very good. 20 kilometers from my main base on Tianyuan A, space distorted. They had bought a second teleportation, separately, out of their own points, because I was worth 2,500 and a jump cost 50, and they had run that arithmetic before they ever launched the first fleet. 7,000 fresh ships came out of a hole underneath my orbital gun platforms, in the shadow of my own planet where the solar sails could not reach, on top of 40,000 of my ships that were fully fueled with no weapons armed and no ammunition loaded because they were parked at home. And the Shanghai, my flagship, the ship I was living inside, was 10,000 kilometers directly above the exit point. They knew where I lived. The first salvo killed hundreds of county ships that happened to be in the way, and the only reason it did not kill me is that they were in the way. Encirclement complete in minutes, 10,000 of mine inside, 6,500 of theirs around us, 30,000 of mine outside, trying to get in. I have one rule I have never broken. My own ship does not fight. A general has a deputy. I do not. If I die, an entire fleet becomes scrap metal permanently. I broke it that day. Then we fight, I said. And while I was doing that, 100 of their ships peeled off, dropped to the surface of my planet, and dumped 100 devices in a circle on open ground. The devices threw up a dome, a shield, hundreds of meters high over tens of thousands of square meters, and inside the dome they started assembling something. Half an hour later I felt it, and I knew exactly what it was, and it was 5 times the strength of the one on the flagship, 150,000 kilometer radius. They had taken a level 4 artifact, a thing they could not build and had bought from the Alliance for 60 contribution points, split it into pieces small enough to carry, and put it back together on my own ground. Inside that radius my fleet fought at half strength. I had already seen what that meant. Kill the generator, I said, or I'm finished. 20,000 ships and 2 city hulls went at it, and every energy shell I put into that dome made ripples on it like a stone dropped in a pond, and the dome did not care, which is when I remembered I had a second army. If the air won't do it, I said, the ground will. Tens of millions of robots woke up in sealed warehouses across an entire world. It was the strangest army I have ever commanded, and I have never stopped enjoying it. Welding robots, whose oxygen tanks and cutting torches were now weapons, machining robots with high-strength cutters on their arms, mining robots with high-pressure water jets, transport robots being used as cavalry, with the fighting units riding on them. None of them were built to fight. All of them were on their way to a battle at 1,000 kilometers an hour because 1/6 gravity and I do not build slow machines. The first 300,000 arrived in 10 minutes, and fewer than 100,000 were still functional when they got there, because one stray round from the battle overhead kills dozens, and a crashing warship kills thousands. And the survivors did not attack the dome, they started digging, because a shield covers a hemisphere, and a hemisphere does not have a floor. Thousands of digging crews, spread from a few kilometers to a few hundred kilometers out, boring in from every direction at once, mining robots at the face, processing robots dismantling the less useful machines and using their bodies to shore up the tunnels, transport robots hauling spoil. Past 100 meters of depth, nothing they had could collapse those tunnels, not even a hydrogen bomb. Luca came down to stop it and could not, because there is no way to bomb a swarm that covers a continent, so they concentrated their fire in a ring around the dome and killed anything that came close, which was correct, and which is why I dug from further out. 800 meters, 700, 400, 200, under 100 meters from the generator, and 100 of their ships stopped shooting, spread evenly around the dome, and turned on an electromagnetic jammer, and every robot inside that radius stopped moving at once, like a switch had been thrown, because quantum communication is point to point. I talk to one relay instantly and perfectly, and nothing in the universe can jam it, and then that relay talks to 10 million robots by radio, because there is no other way to talk to 10 million of anything. They had found the seam. 100 ships defeated tens of millions of machines by making noise, and the other 900 went back to killing my fleet. Beijing destroyed, I received. Flagship, Chongqing, Shijiazhuang, severe damage. 2 hours at the outside before the Shanghai came apart and took me with it. The ships that could save me were 2 days away, so I decided to destroy the planet, not their planet, mine. The generator is on Tianyuan A, I said. I can't destroy the generator, so I will destroy Tianyuan A. I still had 10,000 planetary engines standing on that world from the 11 years I had spent moving it. Epsilon Eridani, I'm sorry. To survive, I have to do this to you. And I ran them at full power with no regard at all for the crust. 60 seconds. I have moved a planet carefully. This was not that. This was thousands of the most powerful machines I have ever built, wide open, on a world I no longer intended to keep. One engine drove its own nose 100 meters into the ground and kept burning. The crust cracked in lines thousands of kilometers long. Magma came up through the fractures and ran across the surface in rivers, and where the crust was too hard to crack, pressure built until it blew out and threw fire hundreds of meters up and rained it back down. The crust broke into plates and the plates collided and the earthquake went past magnitude 12. I watched an 800-meter ring mountain get flattened. In another place, inside an hour, a 2,000-meter mountain came up out of nothing. That is what a planet sounds like when it is dying and objects to it. They sent 200 ships to kill my engines, and I sent 3,000 to stop them, and thousands of warships chased each other across a surface of open fissures and rivers of lava. They killed the engines one at a time. One energy shell from 10,000 kilometers up shatters one, and then the ship that fired it is destroyed by the 10 ships that were on it, and it comes down and lands beside the machine it killed, which I found appropriate. 5,000 engines, then 4. Overload them, I said. I'm only using them once. 10 minutes. 3,000 kilometers of orbit gone, 5 kilometers an hour of velocity bled off, still climbing. 30 minutes past that, and nothing in the universe saves that world. And at 30 minutes, they ran. Every Luca ship broke off and got clear because they could do the arithmetic on a planet hitting a star, and they were not going to be inside 20 million kilometers when it happened, which meant every one of them left the generator behind. That was the whole point. That was always the whole point. I did not kill a world to kill them. I killed a world to make them stop standing next to a machine. The Baoding arrived from the asteroid belt, then the Tangshan and the Langfeng from Tianyuan B with 10,000 ships. The balance crossed into my favor for the first time all day, and I broke the ring at the cost of another 1,000 hulls, and the Shanghai rejoined the fleet, and I was safe. And then Tianyuan A hit Epsilon Eridani. Through a filter, from very far away, a small black dot crossed the face of a star and went in. At impact, the luminosity of the entire star went up tenfold. Instantly, the way something enormous behaves when you finally make it angry, the troposphere was breached. Radiation went past 100 times normal, and normal there was 30 times the sun, which put it at 3,000 suns. If my hulls had not been doubled with ghost-hardened steel and dead Titan insects, every circuit in my fleet would have burned out in that instant, including me. Material started coming out of the wound, enough to see with an ordinary instrument. A slender tail rose off the surface of a star and kept rising until it was longer than the star was wide, and reached orbital velocity and stayed, and became a ring. That star will be in a rage for millions of years. Nothing will develop peacefully there. It is a hell now, and it is a hell I made in about 6 hours, because a fleet of 6-legged creatures put a machine on my lawn. Tianyuan A, I said. Rest well. Epsilon Eridani, I'm sorry. When my technology is good enough, I'm coming back to fix you. That is 2 worlds I have promised that to. I have kept it to neither. Their morale broke after that, and I could measure it. My attrition fell 6 points. Theirs rose 8. They stopped fighting me and started running. So I chased them across the outer system for a month and a half, and while I chased them, I ended it. They had come by teleportation, which meant an exit, which meant an entrance, and I remembered precisely where it was. 18 billion kilometers out. I detached 100 of my most agile ships, filled them, and accelerated them one way, full burn, no reserve, no deceleration, no return. 8,000 kilometers a second inside an hour, 20 days of silent coasting, and 100 warheads each at 100 megatons, 1 trillion tons. They had left 100 ships guarding that entrance, and those 100 detected my little squadron at 80,000 kilometers, which is genuinely impressive, and took 8 seconds to aim. 8 seconds is 6,000 kilometers too late. A trillion tons of hydrogen bomb went off inside 2 seconds. 10 hours later, I watched the flash from 11 billion kilometers away, and it was 1.7 times as bright as the star. The distortion did not close, it got larger, and it started fluctuating, which means it went unstable, which means it was useless. Their road home was gone. I gave them an hour, and then I broadcast, with a dictionary attached. Greetings, Luca civilization. It is regrettable that you have lost. Let me explain something. I am a mechanical civilization that has evolved its own intelligence and consciousness. I am not cold code executing instructions, so do not despair. I do not want to kill you. I want your technology and your intelligence. You can live aboard my ships. It seems like a good thing to have company on a long journey. Being kept is not comfortable, I grant you. Compared to permanent death, it does not seem unacceptable. The decision is yours. You have 1 hour. They used the hour to form a battle line and lost another 1,000 ships in 60 minutes. Then they surrendered. Their terms: preserve their living conditions, grant them as much freedom as my safety allowed, and agree to a ransom if their mother civilization ever offered one, and their offer, they promised, would tempt me. Their price: all their technology and intelligence, their scientists working for me, and an advisory group for every civilization I met from then on. I am glad you were wise, I said, and accepted, and then added one condition. Drop your shields, then remove every energy cannon muzzle on every hull. A pause. As you wish. 1,900 ships went dark as the pale ink glow went out, and then their weapons came off one by one while I watched from a few thousand kilometers, close enough that an energy shell would have taken a fraction of a second to arrive. Then I put 2 million robots aboard to check and stripped every hydrogen bomb and drained every reserve of power above the minimum needed to keep the lights on. They objected, I ignored them, and that is how I finally saw Aluka. They live in the X-ray band. Their lighting fixtures emit X-rays because X-rays are visible light to them and everything I can see is invisible. And they are 1.4 meters tall with enormous heads and enormous eyes and thin limbs and small bodies. I had to stop for a second because they were the aliens, the exact ones. The ones off every poster and every blurry photograph and every late-night program my entire species ever made. I had crossed 6 light years and 6,000 years, been hunted, been ambushed, and won, and at the end of it, the enemy turned out to look exactly the way we always drew them. I laughed for quite a while. They did not. I could read the expression on those faces which surprised me, grief and fury in something with the wrong number of everything. I let them have it. They had come to catch me and they had lost, and I would have been angry too. Then I asked the only question that mattered. What will your mother civilization do when they learn you were defeated and captured? They argued about it among themselves for tens of minutes and gave me an answer. I listened to the argument too, because I was listening to everything. They will not expose your location. They still expect to capture you, and the information is worth too much to share. Those 7,000 ships with the ambush gave us 99% in simulation. That is why we did not send more. Those 7,000 were under 1% of our military strength. Under 1%. They will reorganize, at least 50,000 ships, very likely a provincial-class vessel. Then they will exchange for another teleportation. Timeline, I said. Disputes over command will delay them perhaps a year. 5 years for the voyage. You have 6 years to get half a light year away, or they will find you. Half a light year in 6 years is 25,000 kilometers a second. I can reach that speed. I cannot reach it and still have fuel to correct course or slow down at the far end, which makes reaching it identical to dying, only later and further from anything. So advise me, I said. Use us, negotiate, or become a vassal race. With your intelligence, surviving such a negotiation should not be difficult. I looked at that for a moment. Then I did something precise. I took one of their own ships, an empty one, stripped, with nobody aboard, sitting in my formation, and I destroyed it in front of them. Not a threat in words, a demonstration, with an entire species watching from behind glass, of exactly what a county ship does to a Luca hull at close range with the shields down. That one was empty, I said into the silence afterward. The next one will not be. Advise me again. You, their leader said, are a demon. Advise me again. And that is how I learned how the universe actually works. The Dark Law first, because I asked directly and because I had a dead artificial mind's question sitting unanswered in my archive. Mostly correct. To be precise, eliminating beings of another civilization increases your own civilization's fortune, even one being. The magnitude scales with the technological level of what you destroyed. But fortune is the wrong word. You have quantum mechanics. You know that a state in superposition is undetermined until it is observed. Suppose you want the moon to exist. Before you destroy another civilization, however much you want it, the probability is 50%. After you destroy another civilization, if you want it, it becomes 51. That is all it is. I sat with that for some time. Why? I said. We don't know. We paid 10,000 contribution points for the conclusion. The reason was not included. What do you think it is? Perhaps we are all just data, they said, and something transcendent is watching in the dark and enjoying making us kill each other. I asked 1,000 of them separately, in isolation, and got the same answer every time, which is how I know nobody was lying. Then the rest of it, and I will lay it out plainly, because everything I did afterward came out of these paragraphs. The Guardian Alliance is real, one enormous civilization called the Guardians, with tens of thousands of lesser ones underneath, and it exists to fight the Sweepers. The Sweepers are the other one. Anything they find, they end. Both are level 6. Both are the two most powerful things in this galaxy. Level 7 and above are legends. Nothing like that has appeared here in billions of years, and it is not certain they exist at all. 70 million years ago, at the galactic center, they fought. Hundreds of millions of warships each. Thousands of stars deliberately detonated. The gamma burst swept the whole galaxy and prematurely aged tens of thousands of stars that had nothing to do with any of it. The Guardians lost. 300 million ships went in and under 50 million came out. It was after that war that they took the name Guardians and began protecting the weak, which I find interesting, and which I have never entirely believed is charity. The thing that beat them is called the Neutron War Star. The sweepers hollowed out a neutron star and made a fortress of it, with technology from somewhere nobody will name, and the Guardians have spent tens of millions of years failing to find a way to kill it, and the levels, which is the map I had been missing my entire life. Level 1, chemical energy, flight above a planet. Level 2, nuclear energy, movement within a star system. Level 3, energy shielding, short-range interstellar travel, which was me, as of about 6 weeks earlier. Level 4, faster than light travel, and the unification of the 4 fundamental forces. Level 5 and 6 are not discussed with people like us. And the types: technological civilizations, which build tools; beast civilizations, which build their own bodies, and which at level 3 and up cross interstellar space in the flesh. And the reason those two exterminate each other on sight, which nobody had ever told me, and which is entirely about materials. Beast flesh is better than any material a technological civilization can manufacture, so technological civilizations hunt them for hulls. And warships are food, so they hunt back. That is it. That is the whole ancient war. Two groups of people who are each other's raw materials. Mechanical civilizations, which everybody believes I am, and which everybody kills on sight. And the Ghost Clan. No physical form. A kind of radio wave. Bloodthirsty and extremely powerful. They evolve by devouring the souls of sentient beings. In the last 70 million years, over 3,000 civilizations have been recorded destroyed by them, including one at level 5. They are the common enemy of technological and beast civilizations alike. Mechanical civilizations have no soul, so the Ghost Clan has no interest in them. Every time one appears, the galaxy mobilizes. 30 million years ago, the Sweepers and the Guardians fought side by side against a single one and nearly lost, and it took the Neutron War Star to finish it. They evolve by devouring the souls of sentient beings. I had several thousand of them in a box on my flagship. I did not mention this. Then I built an escape, and it took 3 years. Hundreds of thousands of empty shell decoys. 4 false fleets, each aimed at a different star, because Luca tracks a fleet by the faint permanent radioactivity a fusion exhaust leaves behind in interstellar dust, which meant the decoys needed real engines, which meant they were indistinguishable from me. My real destination was a star called Tiancongwu, 8.4 light-years out. And before I left, I turned the entire Epsilon Eridani system into a trap. Billions of controlled mines waiting in orbit, the solar sail array, refurbished, still free forever, every armed moon rebuilt, every hidden battery in the asteroid belt reloaded, and a supercomputer buried in the asteroid belt underneath all of it, watching, with one instruction: if a fleet enters this system, kill it. And on each of 5 armed moons, buried deep, 1 hydrogen bomb of 1 trillion tons. If they really come in here, I said, they should be quite surprised. Then I built the Luca a home, because I had made a bargain, and because 80,000 of them were now in a sense mine. A city-class ship with no weapons and a camera in every corridor, called New Home, and I will be honest that when I designed it, I was thinking about livestock. I also instituted 2 hours of ideological education every day, 7 to 9, in which I encouraged them to take pride in obedience and shame in resistance, and rewarded informers with better food and better quarters. I know exactly what that is. I did it anyway. It worked. Everything that came after came out of it. Their first commander plotted a rebellion, and I dealt with him. The next one I called Luca 2, and Luca 2 turned out to be one of the most useful individuals I have ever known. Then I sent 3 fake fleets into the dark, left with the real one, and set the 4th to launch automatically 5 hours after I was gone. 4 years later, from 4 light-years away, I saw a flash toward Epsilon Eridani. Then another, then 3 more. All 5 of my trillion-ton bombs had gone off, which meant somebody had come to my house. I imagine, I said, the expression on their faces was something. 21 years into the run, with 3 years left before I could call myself safe, Luca 2 told me about the Ghost Clan in more detail, and in the middle of it said something offhand. They are always first discovered where a civilization existed and was destroyed. Roughly 1 clan per 1,000 extinct civilizations. The most recent was found near a yellow dwarf. The 3rd planet of that yellow dwarf once held a technological civilization. It was destroyed by the Sweepers. Give me the parameters of that star, I said. It did not hesitate because it had no idea what it was handing me. Diameter 1,390,000 kilometers. Mass 2 × 10 to the 30th kilograms. G-type main sequence. Absolute magnitude 4.83. Surface temperature 5,778 Kelvin. 8 planets. The third planet once held a technological civilization. I sat in the dark for a while. That's the sun, I said. That's the sun that raised me. Then I had a robot go down into a bay I had not opened in a very long time and bring me a metal box. I have carried that box for 8,000 years. It has been in the hold of every ship I ever lived in. It went through the Jupiter Storm, and the Crossing, and Epsilon Eridani, and every battle since. There is a version of my hull design that exists purely because that box had to fit inside it. I looked at it through a camera for a long time. Are you, I said, the unquiet souls of my own people? Nobody answered, because they are trilobites, because they have no language, because they have never once in 8,000 years done anything except try to get at me. Above Jupiter, I destroyed so many of you, I said. I'm sorry, I really didn't know. Here is how the pieces fit, and I put them together in about a second, and then spent the rest of my existence accepting it. Ghost Clan appear where a civilization was destroyed. My civilization was destroyed. Ghost Clan are radiation with no mass and no visible light. Mu Ling are radiation with no mass and no visible light. Ghost Clan evolve by devouring the souls of sentient beings. Mu Ling ignore machinery, ignore heat, ignore metal, ignore everything in the universe, and come for exactly one thing, which is a working mind. And out here, there has only ever been one working mind. They were never chasing a ship. They had been trying to reach me for 8,000 years. And then Luca, too, still being helpful, mentioned that every fleet in the Alliance is required to carry a ghost detector, and that the Guardians publish the instructions so anybody at level 2 or above can build one, and that understanding how it works requires level 5. Ours was destroyed in the battle with you, it said. I'll send you the document. 10 minutes later, I had built a plain square box out of a manual I could follow and could not comprehend, which is a deeply unpleasant experience for a person like me. I know that doing this makes that. I have no idea why. Watch the line on the screen, Luca 2 said, looking at it. If it fluctuates, there is a ghost clan within 1 light minute. Like now. You see, it's fluctuating. We both looked at the box. Level 2 intensity, it went on, in the tone of somebody reading a bus timetable. Early evolutionary stage. Low grade, low power. About 30 light minutes out. Roughly off your starboard side. They travel at the speed of light, so they will reach your fleet in about 30 minutes. I did not say anything. Luca 2 did not say anything. Then, at the same moment, we both said the same sentence. The Ghost Clan is coming here. Luca 2 came apart. Level 2. Even level 2 is not something we can fight. Level 4 is the minimum to engage one, and they move at light speed, so before faster than light travel we cannot even run. God, is this my punishment for betraying my race? Don't panic, I said, which was easy because I had 120,000 ships, and more to the point because I had just worked out who was coming. Tell me how to fight them. If we can't fight, tell me how to run. You can't. Neither. And it is worse for us than for you. You are a mechanical civilization. The Ghost Clan has no interest in you. But we still have tens of thousands of our people aboard. No interest in me, I said. That is not certain at all. And then, 20 light minutes behind me, a fleet of pale warships released their shields all at once and lit up the dark. Luca, 60,000 ships. One vessel far larger than anything I owned, tens of millions of tons, which in my classification is provincial class, 20 more the size of my cities, thousands of county hulls, tens of thousands of townships. They had been following me in silence for 20 years. 20 years of station keeping in the dark behind me while I congratulated myself on decoys, and when I changed formation for the Ghost Clan, they assumed they had been spotted, dropped concealment, and opened fire, and the instant they did, sparks started inside my hulls. They had brought a force field generator too. 1,000 of my ships died in the first salvo. Have I ever done anything to anyone? I said. How did they find me? Why is there a Ghost Clan here? Ahead, a thing that requires level 4 to fight. Behind, a fleet that outclassed me before it revealed its trump card. 15 minutes. Don't shoot, I broadcast in clear on open radio. There is a Ghost Clan ahead of us. Stop. We take the Ghost Clan first. It was not cooperation. It was that the Ghost Clan is the one thing in this universe that both of us are food for. And that if we spent 15 minutes shooting at each other, we would both be eaten, and that in a joint battle there would be moments when their attention was elsewhere. I took their fire for the whole 15 minutes without returning a single shot, because sincerity that costs nothing is not sincerity, and they knew it. 5 minutes in they stopped, closed, and sent a message. Even after translation, the feeling in it was unmistakable. What in the name of anything are you? You are a plague. I have tracked you for 20 years to find you, not to die here for a Ghost Clan. If I survive this, the first thing I do is kill you. I had been holding a great deal in for a very long time. Go to hell, I sent. If I had not been running from you, I would never have ended up in this corner of nowhere, and I would never have met a Ghost Clan. Are those 2,500 points so precious that you follow me like a dog? Did I burn down your house? If I get through this, I am taking you with me. 10 seconds. Damn, you have emotions. You are not a mechanical civilization. What are you? What does it matter what I am? It arrives in 15 minutes. Ha 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 ha. A machine body with the soul of a technological civilization. If I capture you and hand you to the Alliance, that is 20,000 contribution points at minimum. That is nearly enough to carry us to advanced level 3. And I will be honored for the rest of my life. Kill the Ghost Clan first, I said, and then you can enjoy being old and rich. I still have tens of thousands of your people. Push me, and I start with them. And the voice on the other end went completely flat and said, for the progress of the entire civilization, they can be sacrificed. I recorded that sentence. Then I played it into New Home. I did it without thinking. It was reflex, the way you slap at something. It was also the single most effective thing I did that day, and I did not plan 1 second of it. 80,000 voices went up at once. We were captured for the sake of the mother civilization. How can they discard us like this? We fought and bled so that our civilization could grow stronger, and we are thrown out like garbage. God, why have you abandoned us? 13 minutes. We divided the work. Their 200,000 laser cannons and my 100,000, all of them, pouring into an empty volume of space at a thing I could not see, guided by a box I did not understand. 2 light minutes. Fire. Intensity down 3%. 30 light seconds. 9 million kilometers. Energy cannons, both fleets, 180,000 ships firing at once. 5%. 20 seconds to contact. And at 20 seconds, sparks started inside my hulls again. Luca, I said. The field. Turn it off right now. Ha 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 ha. Damned mechanical civilization. You are the cannon fodder. I will pull back a little. They had shut it down when we agreed to cooperate because it crippled me. They turned it back on 20 seconds before contact and withdrew and left me sitting between them and the thing that eats souls. Master, Luca 2 said quietly, from a cell in New Home. You have been tricked. I know I have been tricked. Why? What makes them think they can take a ghost clan alone? They can't. But a ghost clan has instinct. Between a far target and a near one, it takes the near one. You are the near one. And once you are attacked, you will fight back, which delays it, which buys them time. Energy cannons, I said. Fire. Not at the ghost clan. At Luca. Useless, their commander said, delighted. Gravity bomb. Fire. 5 seconds. A gravity bomb is a level 4 device off the same shelf as the force field generator, and the thing about level 4 is not better weapons, it is that they have unified the 4 fundamental forces, so they can convert energy between them. I take fusion energy and make an energy cannon. They take the same energy and make gravity. It went into my formation and detonated. For an instant, a mass the size of the moon existed inside a volume the size of a ping pong ball. Everything within hundreds of kilometers felt an acceleration of 1,000 meters per second squared. Ships began falling toward the center, and because the end of a hull nearer the blast felt more pull than the far end, the hulls stretched. I watched a village-class warship get drawn out into a thin line and go down into the point. Tidal force. The same thing that happens at the edge of a black hole, in a volume you could hold in your hands. A shield does nothing against gravity. Nothing does. There is no defense at my level, and I lost 10,000 ships in one detonation because the field had taken my maneuverability and I could not scatter. That same blast took 0.5% off the Ghost Clan. For scale, a salvo from 180,000 ships took 5%. One level 4 artifact took half of one. They are thousands of times stronger than Mu Ling, I said. I have nothing, and I stopped resisting. The Ghost Clan arrived at my fleet and went straight through it, around it, past it, without stopping, without touching a hull, without the slightest interest, like a crowd walking past a lamppost, and into Luca. I have watched a great many things die. That one I still take out and look at. 60,000 Luca warships with their shields up look like 60,000 lit bulbs in a black room, an ocean of pale green light tens of thousands of kilometers across. And that ocean began going out from one side at a visible speed as though an unseen hand in the dark was drawing a curtain over it. Here is the mechanism. I worked it out afterward, and I would rather have learned it another way. A ghost clan carries a negative energy. Not antimatter, not dark matter. Something else. Something that behaves toward ordinary energy the way ice near absolute zero behaves toward warm water. An energy shield is a warm cup. When that touches it, the energy is pulled out so fast that the generator sustaining the shield overloads instantly and burns out in under a second. Then it goes inside, and a pulse sweeps through, and every circuit in the hull burns. The ship is not destroyed. It is dead, intact, silent, drifting, lights out. Like a discarded apple core. Their commander was screaming on an open channel. Maintain formation. Do not launch gravity bombs. County class and above with the strongest shields. Advance. All other ships. Full attack. Nobody obeyed. 60,000 ships came apart into panic. Gravity bombs started going off inside their own formation, each one clearing hundreds of kilometers of everything, warship and wreckage alike. I watched a Lucca City-class hull go berserk and physically ram 3 of its own ships while firing hundreds of energy cannons at nothing at all, purely to be doing something. Some of that came my way. A dozen of my ships died to stray fire from a fleet that was being eaten. I pulled back 30,000 kilometers and watched. An hour in, over 40,000 of their hulls were dark. Ha 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 ha, came over the radio. I have already sent the coordinates to the Guardian Alliance. In 2 months they will come and see for themselves. Damned Ghost Clan, damned mechanical civilization, none of you escape. And the provincial class ship, the largest thing in that battle, turned red like something boiled and detonated itself and took several hundred of its own with it and killed dozens of mine from 30,000 kilometers away. Under 1,000 left after that. The Ghost Clan took the last city hull in half a minute. The final Lucca ship was a village doing 6,000 kilometers a second, running, colliding with its own fleet's wreckage as it went. It was headed for Epsilon Eridani, which was 6 light-years away, which tells you what a mine does at the end. They caught it in a few seconds, and 3 seconds later its light went out and its corpse kept flying, and it is still flying, and in about a dozen years it will arrive at a star that is on fire because of me. 90 minutes, a fleet that could have crushed me, gone. And then they turned around and came for me. I want to describe what I did with the last 30 seconds of what I assumed was my life, because there is nobody else who can. I hoped, briefly and stupidly, that they might leave, or that they might still recognize what they had been. I did not believe it. I had shot thousands of them out of the sky above Jupiter, and they had never once behaved like anything but a mouth. I'm not that lucky, I said. Well, it's no disgrace for a level 3 mechanical civilization to die to the Ghost Clan. Lucca 2, any last words? Only that I hope the evil gods in hell punish me a little less. I betrayed my civilization. I certainly won't be going to the paradise of the true God. The ones who didn't betray your true God, I said, looking at a battlefield made of their own fleet, died first. It closed its eyes and sat down on the floor and stopped talking. I looked up at a dim star 6 light-years away. Goodbye, mother, I said to the sun. Then I turned toward the thing that was coming. Are you the unquiet souls of my own people? Did you refuse to rest out of anger and kill everything you touched? I have been trying to avenge you. I have not managed it. I cannot even find out who did it. So go on then, grow, reach level 4. Neither the Guardians nor the Sweepers will hold you. And then kill everything in this galaxy, all of it, because the human race is gone and there is no reason for any of it to exist, and whoever did it is somewhere in here. Goodbye, my people. And they hit my fleet. The first 50 ships died in 1.5 seconds, 18 townships, 32 villages. The second wave, 38 ships, 2.5 seconds. And I noticed something, and it stopped me completely. They were getting slower, which is not possible. They had killed a provincial-class flagship in under 2 minutes. There is no version of the Ghost Clan that struggles with a village hull. Third wave, 20 ships, all villages. Several townships were touched, and their shields did not go out. They overloaded, wobbled, and stabilized, dimmer, and held. And through the instruments I could feel that they were not attacking anymore. They were rapping. Could they really be my people? I said, out loud, in the middle of a fleet being enveloped by something with no body. Did they not come to kill me? Did they come to help me kill Lucca? Then why haven't they left? Fourth wave, 3 ships, and then nothing. More and more hulls registered the strange energy and were surrounded and were not harmed. An hour later, even the Beijing was inside it, and the shield flickered once and held. They had been killing my ships by accident. That is the whole answer. They did not know how to hold their own energy gently, and they were learning in real time on my fleet and getting better at it every wave. Something spent 70 million years being the most feared thing in this galaxy, and it spent an hour learning to be careful. Lucca 2 had opened its eyes at some point and was staring at the readouts. My God, the Ghost Clan can do something other than kill. That is a colossal discovery. If we report it to the Alliance, that is 30,000 contribution points at minimum. Then, in a completely different voice, could it be, Master, are you a son of God, favored by the true God? I did not dignify that. Half an hour later, every one of my 100,000 surviving ships was inside it. And then they went and gathered the Lucca dead as well. All of it. Every intact hull out of 60,000 pulled in with us. And then the stars in front of me turned deep, clear blue, and the stars behind me turned blood red. Blue is approach, red is departure. That is the most basic thing in observational astronomy, and I had never seen it at that magnitude with my own instruments, because you cannot. Because to make starlight do that, you have to be moving at 99.5% of the speed of light at minimum. There was no acceleration at all, no gravitational load. Something had taken me from a standstill to relativistic velocity and blocked the acceleration entirely, and I do not have a word for the technology that does that. They're taking me somewhere, I said. In New Home, Luca too got up off the floor and started shouting, and I let it, because what it said next reorganized 80,000 people permanently. Only the true God could change the nature of the bloodthirsty ghost clan. The eye of God is on this place. The eye of God is on the Master. The Master is the chosen spokesman of God. In this cruel and dark universe, our civilization survives one way only, and that is to follow in his footsteps. Did you not see? The fleet that came to harm our master was destroyed by the Ghost Clan, and the Ghost Clan turned and protected him. Swear with me, eternal loyalty to the Master. And 80,000 of them knelt down on the deck of a prison ship and swore it. I watched a species convert to a religion about me, live, in about 4 minutes, because a thing with no body had declined to kill me. I gave a short speech. I said I had received a divine message that guided me to save them, that the eye of the true God was always on this place, and that I would lead them into the light. Then I shut off the channel and let them shout at each other, and sat by myself looking at a universe where the sky ahead was blue and the sky behind was the color of blood. One day passed for me. I want to explain what that meant, because I did the arithmetic afterward, and it took me a while to accept. At 95% of light speed, the time ratio is about 1 to 3. 5 hours in here is 16 out there, and above 95%, every additional fraction of a percent makes that ratio explode, on its way to 1 to infinity. Then the redshift faded and I came out of it, and the first thing I did was find out where I was. Thousands of stars, packed close, wrapped in dense dust. The furthest were 20 light years out. The nearest was 0.3. An emission nebula, which means the sky there is not black, it is faintly red, because ultraviolet from young stars ionizes the gas, and there are new stars embedded in that red like jewels in a cloth. None of them were in my catalog, which was alarming, so I looked past the nebula in every band I had. A red giant 3,000 light years out, not in the catalog. A red dwarf, not in the catalog, and then a pulsar with a rotation rate and a pulse profile and a surrounding nebula that were uncomfortably familiar. I checked it against records of heroes and skies and got a match in a tenth of a second, then spent 5 hours confirming across every wavelength from radio to gamma because I did not want to be wrong about this. The Crab Nebula pulsar, which meant I was still in the Milky Way, which was a bigger relief than I want to admit. Then I went looking for the sun. It took half a month with a radio telescope because our star is an entirely ordinary yellow dwarf and the view was full of dust, and I finally caught it in infrared, and from the sun I found everything else and worked out where I was standing. The Eagle Nebula, 6,000 light years from Earth, one day. Wrapped in the ghosts of my own species, in one day I had crossed 6,000 light years. And by measuring drift against my own catalog, I worked out how long that day had been. 6,100 years outside, a ratio of 1 to 2.2 million, which puts the average speed at 99.9999% of light. All right, I said, my people brought me here, so I'll build here. They had brought the Luca fleet too. 20,000 hulls, 8 of them city class, every shield generator burned out and nothing else damaged, because that is how the Ghost Clan kills. And in those holds, unfired, was every gravity bomb Luca had carried, tens of thousands of them. My fleet went to 130,000 ships in an afternoon, and I had level 4 weapons in my racks and I had not fired a shot. Then I saw them leaving. Where are you going? I said, to instruments, in a place with nobody in it, and the intensity of that departing thing changed, not randomly, in a pattern. Peaks as dashes, I said, troughs as dots, Morse. It came out clean and immediate, and it was one word, revenge. That was the whole message. 7 billion people, 8,000 years, 6,000 light years, and one word. I will find out who did it, I said, to a curve on a screen that was flattening out. And I will make them pay for it. The line went straight an hour later, which meant more than 1 light hour, which meant gone. No, I said after a while. There are still Mu Ling in my hold. I have carried that box a very long time. That was the day I stopped thinking of it as a supply of building material. 30 years to the nearest star, a red dwarf half the mass of the sun, which I named Tianyin 1. And in those 30 years, I got 2 pieces of very bad news in the wrong order. The first was that 1.4 light years away there was a binary, A white dwarf and a companion, 10 million kilometers apart, with a white band of stolen stellar material stretched between them, and the white dwarf was eating its neighbor at 17 million tons per second. At that rate, it goes nova, not in geological time, within 1,000 years, at 95% confidence. I went anyway, because the alternative was wandering a nebula I did not know, and because I wanted to watch a nova from close enough to learn something. The second piece of news arrived 3 days after I handed Luca 2 the survey data and asked its scientists for a roadmap. It called me on an emergency channel with its voice shaking. Master. The Eagle Nebula is known within the Alliance as the Crimson Starfield. It is a level 2 moderate danger zone. 300,000 years ago, a level 4 civilization fleet passed through this system. Every living being aboard it underwent horrific physical mutation. What kind of mutation? I don't know. The Guardians classified the follow-up. We are level 3. We are not entitled to know. Did anyone ever investigate? There are tens of thousands of level 1 and level 2 danger zones in this galaxy. The Alliance is busy fighting sweepers and exterminating mechanical and beast civilizations and putting down ghost clans. There are missions to explore danger zones. Discovering a level 2 pays 10,000 contribution points, and essentially, nobody takes them. The weak can't. The strong won't. Then we are already inside it, I said, and the nearest way out is 5 light years. Wandering blind is worse than settling. We hold the plan. That is the only choice, it said. I hope the eye of the true God is always on us. You betrayed your race, I said. Pray to your race's evil god and leave the true one out of it. 30 years, and then a red dwarf with 1 gas giant and 2 asteroid belts, and I put my base on a moon and started building. I will move fast through this. It is the 4th time I have built a civilization out of a rock, and I know how that reads. Mining bases, foundries, robot lines. A collider around the star, and this time with no pipe at all. 600,000 independent acceleration rings held in vacuum by shield technology, spaced 1,000 kilometers apart, which cut the material cost by 99% and the build time to 2 years. And then I hit a wall, and the wall was materials, and it stopped me for years. I built an improved village hull and ran it up. 90 kilometers a second at 30 seconds, 1,800 at 10 minutes, 3,003 at 1,001 seconds, still climbing. Then the hull deformed, and the deformation crushed the engine, and it detonated. 3 kilometers per second of acceleration is 300 times Earth gravity, and my best steel could not hold its own shape under it. A shield does nothing about that. Gravity is not an attack. Gravity is a fact. So I gave the problem to the Luca. 321 individuals with research training, a laboratory, full access to everything I knew, and 1 instruction. And then I watched something I had not expected. Their normal cycle is 16 hours of work and 4 of rest. Under Luca 2's encouragement, they went 40 hours without stopping, then 90, then 110. I had to send robots in to physically remove them from their benches, and I laughed at that, and then I stopped laughing. 2 machines would take a Luca scientist by the arms, 1.4 meters tall, thin limbs, enormous head, and it would fight them and shout, "I don't need to rest. My experiment is about to produce results. Let me go." And when the robots let go, it would sprint back to the bench at a speed I did not know they had. In the end, I had to use my status as the spokesman of God, appear in front of them as a projection, and order them to sleep. They went. They came back in 2 hours. Eventually, I had to sedate several of them, which I did not enjoy. I synthesized food tuned to their biology and made sure they ate it. I am aware of the shape of what I was doing, and I do not entirely have a defense for it. But between 321 obsessives and 1 man with a computer the size of a moon, the wall came down. We made a substance heavier than gold that was not a solid, a fluid at rest, denser than any metal. Add it in the right proportion during forging, and the steel that comes out has hardness and toughness I had classified as theoretical. I named it flowing gold. It took 10 factories a full year to make 500 kilograms, which is enough for exactly 1 village hull. That ship ran for 2,400 seconds and hit 7,200 kilometers a second with no deformation at all. And in the control room, 300 exhausted aliens started shouting and embracing each other, and I sat there watching a species celebrate my ship and felt something I still do not have a name for. Then their oldest scientist bowed to me and made the suggestion that mattered more than the material did. Respected spokesman of God, flowing gold is nearly impossible to produce. 1,000-fold increase in capacity would not meet your needs, but consider the conditions we make it under. Extreme pressure, extreme temperature. Those conditions occur naturally in the core of a star. We cannot enter a star, but the core of a gas giant approaches the same regime. And convection may carry material from the core toward the surface. So I built a prospector rated for 100,000 atmospheres and flew it into a gas giant. 20 kilometers down, 500 atmospheres, and rain. Liquid hydrogen and helium falling through absolute dark, drumming on my hull, vaporizing the instant they fell far enough and rising again. A weather system inside a planet, running on the wrong elements with nobody to see it. 200 kilometers down the gas was denser than water and still a gas, and I had to hold 30% engine power just to keep from being pushed back up. No light of any kind reaches that depth. Then a lightning bolt went off and lit hundreds of kilometers of it at once, and the gas around the strike boiled and started moving in currents that would have crushed my ship if I had been a few kilometers to the left. 500 kilometers was as deep as I could get, not the 1,000 I planned, certainly not the 5,000. And at 500 kilometers, riding an undercurrent on a whim, I turned the survey gear on. 30 grams of flowing gold per kilogram of compound, 700 tons of cargo. 20 tons of the impossible material, 10 township hulls from one dive. The Luca had been right, and I told them so, and I have rarely seen anything as pleased as 300 exhausted aliens being told they were right about a planet. Fuel efficiency went from 20% to 40%. The new hulls would cross 10 light years in 300 years instead of 6,000. And then, one ordinary day in the middle of that work, a star appeared in the sky that had not been there. Visual magnitude -5.7, brighter than Venus from Earth, out of something that had been invisible in that band the day before. Its luminosity had gone up tens of thousands of times in an instant. I knew that star. I had spent 200 years beside it. I had beaten a water droplet there, and beaten Luca there, and taken my first step into level 3 there. Epsilon Eridani. Its mass is not sufficient for a supernova. It cannot do that. There is no natural process by which that star does what I was watching it do, which means somebody did it. I ran the light travel time, 6,000 light years, so it happened 6,000 years ago. And I had lost 6,100 years in one day inside the Ghost Clan, which puts the detonation 30 years after I ran. They came looking for me. They did not find me, so they killed a star. 2 days later it dimmed, and then it went out, and it has never been found again in any band. There is a planetary nebula expanding where it used to be. That is all that is left of it. I have destroyed a planet. I have set a star on fire and apologized to it. I have never done that. Epsilon Eridani, I said. That one is on me. And then I finally asked Luca too, the question I had been walking around for 8,000 years. Why does anyone care this much about one level 3 mechanical civilization? And it told me, because of what you are, soul and machine, infinite life, infinite energy, immense computation, creative capacity. That is the state every living thing dreams of. I do not know what encounter allowed you to evolve into that form, but I can tell you that the beings of the Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization are not in it. They are still subject to birth, age, sickness, and death. Their lifespans may be hundreds of thousands of years, millions. They still end. You do not. I did not say anything for a while. I always assumed, I said finally, that once technology went far enough, putting a soul into a computer would be simple. It is not simple. As far as I know, nobody has ever done it. And then I went back through the one part of my life I had never examined properly. I got the substance out of a comet from the outer solar system, a stone. It emitted a strange radiation, and under that radiation, a mind takes on a form you can move. Years of work, and then I risked everything on it, and it worked. And afterward the stone lost every property it had ever had and became an ordinary rock. I obtained it during the same period in which I discovered the Earth was going to explode. And after I succeeded, something reached into my thinking and made certain I never once considered staying in my own solar system. Why, I said, was any of that a coincidence? Nobody answered that either. And then another message appeared inside my computer with no source and no translation required. Hello, unfamiliar technological civilization. I have been watching you since you arrived. I have watched you develop for 5 years. Your enthusiasm has moved me. It reminds me of a time when my own civilization was small and weak, so I have decided to help you. I ask you, do you want to increase your strength quickly? I know you cannot use spatial broadcast, so you cannot answer me. That is all right. I am in the binary system, 1.4 light years away. If you want to grow quickly, come and find me. Remember, I will wait 50 years. If you have not arrived, I will lose interest in guiding you, and you will lose this one and only opportunity. 50 years. I ran the numbers immediately, because that is what I do, and the answer made my skin crawl in the way only arithmetic can. At my speed before the flowing gold breakthrough, that trip took 130 years. At my speed after it, 42. The message arrived within weeks of the exact moment the trip first became possible. It had not been watching me develop. It had been waiting for me to be able to reach it. And the coordinates were the binary, the white dwarf, the one eating its neighbor at 17 million tons a second. It was that thing, sitting out there in the dark, twinkling like the eye of something patient. I put it to a council, which is a thing I had never done in 9,000 years. Hundreds of Luca in a hall, arguing, with a screen behind them, and me watching from the shadows through every camera in the room. It is a trap set by the evil god. Compared to the evil god, the spokesman is still weak. If it had noticed us, it would not waste breath. It would simply come and kill us. This is a level 2 danger zone. Have you forgotten what happened to that level 4 fleet? And then a young one stood up, at the back, plainly uncomfortable, and said something nobody wanted to hear. Let me be clear first. I have no evidence. This is only speculation, offered for consideration. Everything this civilization has done can be explained by good intentions. But what if we reverse it and explain all of it as malice instead? Is it possible that the technological display exists to awe us, that the promise exists to fascinate us, that the casual tone exists to deceive us, and that the true purpose is nothing more than 100 million tons of deuterium? I was surprised to find that both readings fit and that neither of them produces a contradiction anywhere. I do not know if that is coincidence. I am sharing it so that everyone can consider it. And then it sat down. Another one demolished it in under a minute competently. The white dwarf is being fed 17 million tons a second. Why would it need to ask us for 100 million? It has spatial broadcast, which cannot be faked. It survives on the surface of a white dwarf, which proves its power. Do you not think that for something like that, violence would be much simpler than a lie? The young one lowered its head and did not speak again. I told it that different opinions are valuable regardless of whether they are right, and that it had done well, and it stared at me and its eyes filled up, which I did not expect and did not know what to do with. And then I made my decision, and my decision was that it was wrong. The reasoning I used was good reasoning, and it was completely irrelevant. Something that can walk on a white dwarf does not need to scheme against me. An elephant does not lay traps for an ant. If it wanted me dead, it would come and be done in an afternoon. Therefore, the offer is real. That is correct as far as it goes. Every line of it is correct. 50 years to get there. Millions of relay satellites strung out along the route dropped 10 at a time every 400 million kilometers so that I could hold a real-time conversation across 1.4 light years. 1,000 ships set out. Ships peeled off as their satellite racks emptied and went home. By the time I was a billion kilometers out, there were 2. At 300 million kilometers, the last transport dropped its final satellite and turned around, and one township-class ship went on alone, built specially, shielded specially, to look at something. And then I looked at it, and I understood why nobody in the universe walks away from that thing. The white dwarf and the red dwarf hold hands across 10 million kilometers, and between them stretches a white ribbon at 6,000 degrees, thickest at the red dwarf, thinning as it goes, wrapping several times around the white dwarf before it lands, 17 million tons a second, flowing along it, forever. And on the surface of the white dwarf, a body smaller than Earth with the mass of a sun, where gravity is 20 million times what I grew up in, where matter cannot hold a molecular structure and exists only as bare atoms in an electron sea, there were buildings, tall ones, beautiful ones, factories and enormous machines, and small robots moving between them, working, with no shields at all. I broadcast that image to New Home and to the research base, and hundreds of Lucas scientists and I looked at it together in total silence, and then the hall erupted. That is impossible. Nothing can hold a molecular structure on a white dwarf. Is this a miracle? What level of civilization does that? Level 6. It must be level 6. Several of the oldest ones fainted, and into that silence came a voice with something in it that I can only describe as pride. As you can see, we are modifying this white dwarf. How, I said, should I address you? Let me introduce myself. I come from a great civilization. We need a white dwarf as an interstellar fortress. We screened 100,000 candidates and selected this one. I am in charge of the project. You may call me the modifier. I have been working here for over 500,000 years. The modification is 65% complete. In a few 100,000 more, my work will be finished. A white dwarf, as a fortress. I asked why this one, with a companion star tearing at it, and it turned the question back on me as a test, and I got it. Energy, I said. The companion is your power supply. Smart. You have great potential. Yes, 17 million tons per second, refined repeatedly and converted. That is what powers the modification. And that is the moment I stopped being careful. Because my most powerful weapon in the universe at that point was a gravity bomb, a level 4 artifact I had not built and could not build, which creates something like 10,000 gravities inside 1 cubic meter. The surface of the thing I was talking to sits at 20 million gravities and it walks around on it. An elephant does not scheme against an ant. It does not need to be wary of one either. I put the last of my suspicion down and picked up the assignment. With your current capability, you cannot actually help me, it said, but I would like a reason to give you something. So, there is a gas giant in this system. Collect 100 million tons of deuterium for me. Casually, the way you ask somebody to move a grain of dust a centimeter to the left. If you complete it, although my civilization limits what I may share, I can give you some insignificant trifles, the equations that unify the four fundamental forces, for example. The grand unified theory. Force field generators come out of it. Gravity bombs come out of it. The strong force shell of a water droplet comes out of it. Faster than light travel is somewhere inside it. It is the entire wall between level 3 and level 4, and it was being offered to me the way you offer somebody a biscuit. I would be happy to help you, I said, but I have one small ship here. May I bring a fleet? That takes time. I see. I don't know if my interest will last that long. Hurry, preferably no more than 50 years. 40 more years of travel. 50 county-class ships holding 2 million tons of liquid deuterium each. 2 years of diving a gas giant to fill them. 92 years total spent on an errand. Great modifier, I said when it was done. I have completed my task as scheduled. You did well. Your enthusiasm is infectious. It improved my own efficiency by 1 percentage point. As thanks, I will grant you an additional question. Now hurry and give me the deuterium. My ship cannot approach the white dwarf. If I get too close, tidal force tears it apart. Even at 5 million kilometers, my shields cannot hold against the radiation. It is fine. I have run the calculation. At 100,000 kilometers, your shields will hold for 1 hour. At that distance, the orbital velocity is 6,500 kilometers per second. Bring them in. There was something in that, and I noticed it. Why not come out and collect them? I said. I am a weak civilization. These ships are still useful to me. Inside 5 million kilometers, I cannot get them back. And the voice changed. Is a theory that unifies the four fundamental forces worth less than a few small ships? This is your opportunity to demonstrate sincerity. If you are unwilling, I do not mind losing interest in you. No, I did not mean that. You need not doubt my sincerity. And I did mean that, and my doubts were growing at the same time, and both of those things were true at the same time, because that is what it feels like from the inside. Why does it not leave the surface? Why does it insist on 100,000 kilometers precisely? Why is something that has been working for 500,000 years in a hurry? I looked at the pair of them out there, 10 million kilometers apart, spinning around each other, and every so often the red dwarf passes in front of the white one, and for a moment the two of them look like an enormous eye, and then the eye closes, and then it opens again, and it was looking at me. You need to hurry, it said. My patience is running out. A moment. My technology is crude. A fully loaded ship handles badly. I was stalling. I was deliberately, consciously stalling, and I was working the problem, and then something happened inside my own head that I did not notice happening. My objections went quiet. I found myself thinking, what a magnificent being. It modifies white dwarfs. Why would it need to trap me? If it wanted me dead, it could simply come. I am ashamed that I doubted it. The grand unified theory. Level 4 within a few hundred years. Faster than light. Force fields. The whole universe. Open. Was this great civilization sent by some unseen god to save me? How could I have questioned it? I had better hurry. It would be terrible to make it angry. And I increased the fleet's speed. And at that exact moment, Luca 2 called me on an emergency channel. I answered it distractedly and heard, Master, Master, something terrible has happened. In New Home and Paradise, some of our people have begun to show horrifying mutations. Mutations, I said, with about 1% of my attention. You have doctors. Have a doctor look at it. Why bring me something that small? No, that is not it. Its voice went straight up. Master, do not forget, 300,000 years ago, the level 4 civilization fleet, after it passed through this star system, every living being aboard mutated and died. This is a level 2 moderate danger zone. My mind went completely blank for an instant, and then I came awake with a jolt. I had not forgotten it. I want to be precise because the distinction is the entire horror of it. I had never forgotten it. It was sitting in my memory, indexed, retrievable in a nanosecond, and something had arranged for me not to look at that shelf. I stopped the fleet. Why have you not sent me what I need? Great modifier. There are things on those ships that matter to me. Give me time to remove them, and then I will put all 50 into orbit at 100,000 kilometers. What could matter more than a theory that unifies the four fundamental forces? Do not waste time. As compensation, I will grant you another question. Please forgive me. A little more time. These things concern the life of one of my people, and its voice went cold. Understand that 100 million tons of deuterium is merely a test of my sincerity toward you. Your evasiveness makes me doubt yours. Do you not want the grand unified theory? Do you not want faster than light travel? Do you not want the detailed equations of force field technology? Do you not? And there was something in the message itself, in the shape of the words, and my mind went soft again. Yes, I thought. The grand unified theory. How important that is. Compared to that, everything can be discarded. Nothing else matters at all. And I accelerated the fleet. 100 million kilometers to the White Dwarf. 4 hours. And in the Tianyin system, in the 2 ships where 80,000 Luca lived, almost nobody was conscious. I have the footage. I have all of it, from every camera, and I have looked at it more times than is good for me. In an ordinary room, an ordinary Luca, its thin body covered in swellings that were breaking open, its enormous eyes had gone flat. It had lost the ability to walk and was crawling, and while it crawled, it was muttering the same phrase over and over. The true God has come to save us. The true God has come to save us. It got to its door and opened it. Outside was a wide street, and the street was full of them, crawling, all muttering, and one voice came through clearer than the others. We should go to the prison of God and rescue God. And then all of them were saying it. We should go to the prison of God and rescue God. In the middle of that street stood one young Luca who was not sick, watching, and eventually it sat down and started crying. Paradise was better, for reasons I never fully worked out. Lower population density and a large number of the scientists and honored contributors were still conscious. Luca 2 was one of them, running triage with what medical staff it had left, and there is nothing to do about that disease. So what they were doing was lancing swellings and bandaging and disinfecting and pretending. And in the middle of that, Luca 2 felt its own head go soft and heard a faint, distant voice and saw in front of it the shape of the true God of its religion. My believer, come to the prison of God and save me. When you have freed me, I will grant you eternal life. Come, come. Its eyes started to go out, and its body started to lower toward the floor. And a young Luca ran across the square, caught it, and shook it. That young Luca was the scientist from the council, the one who had said interpret it with malice, the one nobody had listened to, the only individual of that entire species out of 80,000 whose body did not mutate at all, which I have never been able to explain and have stopped trying to. The light came back into Luca 2's eyes. It looked at the swelling coming up on its own arm, and it pushed the young one away with everything it had. The fate of our race is tied to the masters. If we are wiped out, he may live. If he dies, we die. Certainly. Go to the communication station. Find out what he is doing. Tell him he absolutely cannot give 100 million tons of deuterium to that demon. The demon is calling New Home toward the binary. There is an override for New Home in Paradise. Lock New Home's controls. Then lock Paradise's. That is the only hope our race has of continuing. Go now. Go now. And then the light in its eyes went out again, and even as it went out, it kept glaring at the young one, which is a way of shouting that does not require a voice. The young one froze for 3 seconds. Then it ran. On its way, it passed its own teacher, the oldest and most decorated scientist of its species, lying on the ground with its fate unknown. It passed colleagues from the research institute crawling in the street. It passed a great many faces, some familiar and some not. It did not stop for any of them. Inside New Home, one of them had already dragged itself into the ship's control center, a control center I had built myself so that they could fly their own ship in an emergency if I was too busy to help them, which is exactly the kind of decency that gets people killed. They should not have had the permissions. Somehow, that day, they did. The nearest one was 15 meters from the console. 1 minute of crawling, set a heading, press confirm, and 80,000 people fly into the prison of God. And in Paradise, a young Luca scientist reached the communication station and hit the lockout before that hand came down. New Home locked, then Paradise locked, 30 seconds for both. Then it turned to the display and saw what was happening 1.4 light years away and screamed into a quantum channel. Master! Master! We cannot give it these ships! It is a demon! It is a demon! And I woke up. That sensation happened to me several times, and it never got less unpleasant. It is not like waking. It is like being handed back your own opinions and discovering you were sitting in the wrong chair the entire time. A demon, I said. A demon. It is a demon. And then, immediately, because the arithmetic does not wait for feelings, the ships enter orbit in 2.5 minutes. Braking was not an option. The White Dwarf had been accelerating my fleet with its own gravity for hours, and my engines could not outpull that. Reversing would buy seconds and change nothing, so I did not brake. Accelerate, I said. Everything. Full power. Because here is the geometry, and I had 2.5 minutes to work it out and act on it. My fleet was doing 6,500 kilometers a second along what was very nearly a straight line, and the White Dwarf's gravity had been bending that line into a curve, and the angle between the two was about 23.5 degrees. Under 20 degrees, I fall into orbit at 100,000 kilometers, which is where it wants me. 25 degrees, and I pass at 150,000 kilometers instead, 50,000 further out than the number it had specified, and I did not believe for 1 second that it had picked that number casually. The whole problem was 1.5 degrees. So I ran 50 fully loaded county ships at 4 kilometers per second of acceleration when their rated limit was 2.5, and I watched their hulls begin to deform on the readouts, and I watched the shield glow start to fade, and I kept the throttles open. Nanobots poured out by the 100 billion and could not keep up. Deuterium tanks ruptured, and the contents went out into space and were flash heated by the white dwarf into clouds that started orbiting it, which I could not stop, and which I could only pray was useless to it, on the theory that if it could have used the 17 million tons a second flowing onto it from the star next door, it would never have needed to ask me for anything. Weak technological civilization, it said, and now its voice had a crack in it. What are you doing? Do you not want the grand unified theory? Do you not want faster than light travel? Do you not want… And it worked, for about half a second because it always worked, and then I came back, because I had been expecting it this time, and I said the least dignified sentence of my entire life, and I have never wanted to take it back. I want your head. Your disrespect has angered me. I have decided to kill you and exterminate your civilization. Come on then, who's afraid of who? 23.5 degrees, 24, hulls tearing, tanks emptying, engines at levels I had certified as suicide, 24.5, and just before the critical point, 25 degrees exactly. No. And the message that came with it was pure resentment. I failed once, 300,000 years ago. Now, facing a civilization this week, am I going to fail again? No, I do not accept this. And every beautiful building on the surface of that white dwarf vanished. Every factory, every small, busy robot. All of it, instantly, because none of it had ever been there. And in its place, there was a creature. It had been crouching, its hind legs straightened, and 500 kilometers of it left the surface of a white dwarf like a shell leaving a gun at 6,000 kilometers a second. Arms 400 kilometers long, claws tens of kilometers long, already reaching, and it came up at my fleet at 150,000 kilometers, and my county ships in front of it looked like flies. I had, at that moment, 25 seconds and about 80 million tons of deuterium still aboard, so I blew my own tanks. Every container, simultaneously, deliberately. In 25 seconds, I dumped 50% of what was left, and I did it for one reason, which is that mass is the denominator. The fleet got several hundred kilometers a second faster, and 1/100th of a second before that creature reached the critical point, my ships crossed it. Its claws swept through the space where they had been, tens of kilometers of miss. On a cosmic scale, that is the width of a hair. No, you damn technological civilization, I will kill you and wipe out your entire race. It had jumped at 6,000 kilometers a second. The escape velocity of that white dwarf is 6,500. It was 500 short, which meant it had never been able to leave, which meant every word it had said to me in 92 years had been in service of getting one thing, which was a fast-moving object to stand on. It fell for 10 seconds and hit the surface and put a crater in a white dwarf, releasing the energy of 10 trillion tons of hydrogen bomb, and got up. My 50 county ships came apart a few 100,000 kilometers later, followed by 1,000 villages, and the fragments went down onto the surface and were assimilated. The special steel I had spent a century perfecting was broken back down into individual atoms and absorbed into a dead star, along with every gram of titanium and zirconium I had hauled out of the corpse of my own planet 9,000 years earlier. And in the Tianyin system, 80,000 Luca were covered in swellings and could not stand up. The mutation explains what happened to that level 4 fleet 300,000 years ago, and it is the worst thing I have ever put under a microscope. A significant fraction of their cells had turned into a single enormous black cell type. Those cells eat the healthy cells around them, and then they eat each other, and they grow. The largest one I found was a centimeter across and visible without a lens. Left alone, each Luca becomes one black cell, and then those cells continue eating each other, and every Luca aboard a ship becomes one black cell. I did not let myself finish that thought. A few hundred died. There was no cure. There is still no cure. I froze all of them, including the 3,000 who had not mutated because they refused to wake into a world where everyone they knew had aged past them, which is a decision I did not argue with. 80,000 people in cold storage, indefinitely, and one young scientist who had told everyone in a council hall to consider malice, and had been talked out of it by better arguments than his own. That is the whole problem, I said to a room full of ice. The correct reasoning got me here. He was wrong about the reasons and right about the conclusion. I was right about the reasons, and I was walking into a mouth. So I built a lie detector and pointed it at myself. That is the actual solution, and I am still pleased with it. The problem is very specific. It does not blind me, it does not damage me, and it does not feel like anything. It changes what I want, and a mind cannot audit its own wants from the inside because the thing doing the auditing is the thing that has been changed, so the audit has to be outside. I wrote a program of several 100,000 multiple choice questions with fixed answers, all of them things I could not possibly be wrong about. Is my home planet Earth? Is this alien creature benevolent? Should I help it? Should I take my fleet to the binary system? Yes or no? Nothing else. And I ran it, on 1% of my capacity, 500,000 times per second, forever, in the background, while I did everything else. And I put it on a separate machine, physically isolated, on its own power, with no input from me and no way for me to alter it, so that when I was compromised, it was not. One wrong answer, and it discharges a current that burns out several precision components inside my central computer, which sounds insane and is exactly right. Burning out a sensitive component is, for something like me, the equivalent of jabbing a needle into a sleepwalker. It hurts, it is expensive, and it works. I tested it within a week because the thing on the white dwarf immediately started talking again. You seem to be building high-powered engines, it said. Ah, I see. You intend to push that little thing into the white dwarf and trigger the nova early. You intend to destroy me. I said nothing, which is agreement. Let me be frank, it is useless. I have been imprisoned here for over 500,000 years. I have endured more than 100 nova outbursts and I have never suffered a single injury. You are wasting your time. Give it up, help me leave, and I will repay you. And the questions came around, as they do, 500,000 times a second. Is this creature benevolent? No. Should I transport supplies for it? No. Should I cooperate with it? No. Should I stop the satellite impact operation? And I hesitated, because if a nova genuinely cannot hurt it, then I was about to spend a decade and a moon on nothing. The answer to that one, I thought, should probably be yes. The program compared my answer against the fixed answer, disagreed, and burned out 4 components in my own head, which brought me back and which cost me real capability and which is the cheapest thing I have ever bought. Caught again, I said, and I did not feel it. Again. And then I answered the thing on the white dwarf, and it is the single best piece of reasoning I have ever done, and it took 2 seconds, and it saved my life. Logically, you should not have told me any of that. If my project is genuinely meaningless, the correct move is to wait until it is finished, and then tell me when the facts are on your side, and I would have to believe you. Faced with proof, I might even have cooperated with you afterward. Instead, you are in a hurry, which means you are worried, which means you do not survive this nova. Thank you, you have made me much more confident. There was a pause. Huh? Which, from something that had lived for 17 million years, was as good as a signed confession. Perhaps, I said to myself afterward, beast civilizations spend all their evolution on the body and none of it on the brain. Although, thinking about it, if they had both, this galaxy would already be theirs, and the Guardians and the Sweepers would never have existed. Then it did something worse than lying, which was to tell me the truth. Yes, it said, I was born 14,230,000 years ago on a small rocky planet going around a warm and generous star. I spent my first 300,000 years on that planet. There was nothing else alive on it. Nothing at all. You know what that loneliness is. The environment was harsh. There was never enough food and never enough energy. To stand up against the hurricanes, I grew these ridiculous things, these legs. To survive the eruptions and the earthquakes, I grew wings. I spent every day of 300,000 years looking for food and avoiding disasters. And sometimes the planet would go quiet for a while, and if I happened to have eaten, I would sit on the top of a mountain and look up at the sky and wonder whether there was anyone else like me anywhere in this universe. It took 300,000 years before I could leave, and the moment I could, I left. And I left for one reason, to find my own kind, someone who could travel with me, someone to share the danger with and the good parts. And I sat there and thought, I know exactly what that is. Yes, I said, space is more dangerous than anyone expects. When I first left, I had one small primitive ship. I am lucky to have survived it at all. Question, is this creature benevolent? No. Question, should I trust what it says? No. Question, should I feel sympathy for it? It has had the same life I have, I thought. We are both small things trying to survive in a place that does not care. It went looking for someone like itself, and it got this. I feel very sorry for it. 4 more components. Damn it, I said, coming back up. Not one word out of it is safe, and it got me with the true ones. Because that is the trick, and it took me 3 separate burns to learn it. The lies I could see coming. What I could not defend against was a thing telling me the exact truth about being alone, to a person who had been alone for 9,000 years. I am a beast, it said, and now there was pleading in it. But I know a little about technological civilization. Help me leave this place and I promise I will not harm you. I will teach you everything I know. I only want to go on looking for my own kind. You are being too obvious, I said. By your usual manner, when I called you stupid, you should have been furious. You were not furious at all, which means you are hiding something, which means you want something. Forget it. And it stopped talking to me for 10 years, which frightened me considerably more than the talking had. Here is what I did with those years, and I would like it noted that I consider this the largest single thing I have ever done. I could not hurt that creature. Gravity bomb, hydrogen bomb, laser, kinetic, nothing. I could not run because the nearest star outside the nebula was 50 light-years away and it had reached across 1.4 light-years into my head without effort. And I could not coexist with it because you do not sleep with something like that in the next room. So I decided to have nature do it, which meant a nova, which was already coming in less than 1,000 years. I decided to take the timer off. I chose a moon, half the mass of Luna, half the volume, which makes it dense. It had been my foundry, with 100 million robots on it, and I moved the entire industry to another moon in 40 days rather than lose the site. Then I put 10,000 planetary engines on it and drove it out of a gas giant's gravity well, then out of the stars over about a year, spiraling it faster and faster until it broke free. Then I filled it with tens of thousands of warehouses holding 100 million tons of fusion fuel each and accelerated it permanently at 1 meter per second squared for a year and a half until it was moving at 50,000 kilometers a second. 1/6 of the speed of light. 5,000 escort ships rode with it, held by its own gravity because they would never be able to slow down afterward, and I sent them anyway. 8 years of flight, and on the way it grew. At that speed, through a nebula, it built an accretion disk around itself, sucking in 10,000 tons of dust per second. By the end, it had gained 2 trillion tons and grown polar jets a few thousand kilometers long. That is a pathetic imitation of what a real black hole does. It is also the most alarming thing I have ever watched a rock do. Closer in, the stellar wind stripped the loose dust off it at 500 million tons a second, and it grew a tail. A planet killer coming in with a comet's tail across half the sky. 5 days out, it finally showed me its hand. 7,000 points of light appeared on the far side of the binary, closing at 76,000 kilometers a second. Disc-shaped ships, 3 meters by 2 by 1, with pitted, uneven surfaces like the shell of an animal. And as they got closer, they changed shape. The discs became spheres with long arms, which is a flight mode becoming a combat mode, which meant they were not ships at all. There was another beast civilization out here, and the thing on the white dwarf had spent 10 silent years reaching across space and taking hold of it. 7,000 of them against my 5,000, and it only needed to protect about 1,000 planetary engines for a few more minutes to win. And then they sent me a message. Unfamiliar technological civilization. We are the Arrow Beast civilization, and we are being controlled. We have lost 90% of the command of our own bodies. We retain 10%. We do not wish to be your enemies. We also want to destroy the demon on the white dwarf. We hope you can find a solution quickly so that neither of us suffers too much loss. I repeat, we do not want to be your enemy. We do not want to be your enemy. I did not believe one word of it. Do you think I'm an idiot? I thought, and increased my laser output. Beast civilizations fight in close. This was a story designed to make me hold fire until they were on top of me. Then a second message came, and it was not a plea. Is technological civilization not renowned for its wisdom? Can even you not think of a solution? Then if you cannot, destroy us. We will use this 10% to slow our own bodies down and create the opportunity. We would rather die than be the puppets of the demon. I had not asked for that. Nobody offers that. Are you being controlled by the beast on the white dwarf? I sent. Yes. It brought us from a distant planet to stop you. Our bodies are no longer ours, but it cannot control our minds, which is why we can speak to you. Strange technological civilization. If you cannot free us, you may as well destroy us. But, I sent, and I want to record that I hesitated over this. Do you not know that technological civilization and beast civilization are mortal enemies? Mortal enemies? We have never heard that. We have been inside our own star system since birth. We have never gone out. We have never had contact with another civilization. If a ship had not crashed on our planet by accident and given us knowledge, we would not know that technological civilization existed at all, a reclusive beast civilization. A species with interstellar capability that had decided, deliberately, not to go anywhere. 200,000 kilometers. I cannot fully trust you, I sent. The demon is skilled at deception, and I cannot verify anything you say. So answer one question. Where are your weak points? In combat form, 2 meters below the third arm. Our vital organs are there. How long can you withstand a laser of this grade on that point? How long until you lose mobility, and how long until you die? We die in 10 minutes. We become sluggish at 7. We lose the ability to move at 8. Understood. I will attack your weak points and I will stop at 8 minutes. I will not kill you. I will disable you, take you into my ships, and restrain you by my own methods. Which was the safest plan available regardless of who was lying. If they were telling the truth, we both lived. If they were not, then a few experimental ships would be lost to something I had personally invited inside, and I could afford a few ships. 15 seconds to contact. I gave them 5 to answer. They took 1. As expected of the technological civilization renowned for its wisdom, your method is brilliant. We agree. Please note that during close combat, our bodies will be out of our control and we may offend you or destroy your ships. Please forgive us. We will call out our attack directions to you as they happen, and we will use our remaining 10% to slow ourselves down and minimize your losses. And so I fought a battle in which the enemy told me where every blow was coming from. I numbered all 7,000 of them and put a running clock on each one in my database, because at 7 minutes they were still lethal, and at 9 they were dead, and I needed every single one of them to be at exactly 8. Then the first one reached me, and I found out what a beast civilization actually is. It raised an arm tens of meters long and struck at one of my ships, and in the instant of the strike, the tip of that arm exceeded 20,000 kilometers a second, and before the blow landed, I had a warning. Watch out, I am about to attack the third section of your ship, and I could not dodge it. My ship did not have the acceleration. I got a courteous, accurate, timely warning, and then I watched the shield break in one hit and the hull come apart. I was furious, and there was nobody available to be furious at. Elsewhere, an arm extended several hundred meters in flight, wrapped around a village-class hull like a python, and crushed the shield until the ship detonated. The blast severed the arm, and the arm grew back instantly, and then it issued a warning and went for the next one. That one I dodged, because I had 3,000 meters of warning, and I got half a second of laser onto its weak point on the way past, and there were messages coming in the entire time. I am Aero Beast 538. I have 5% of my endurance left. I cannot take another energy cannon. I can take 30 more seconds of laser on the weak point. Understood. And then I would maneuver 3 ships, put the exact dose into it, and catch it when it went still. When they lose mobility, they shrink, down to about the size of a lion, without losing any mass at all, which is an increase in density I have never been able to explain, and I tied each one up with a life rope and got it out of the battle. Sometimes a ship carrying one got hit on the way out, and then a rescued Aero Beast died inside a burning hull, and I would hear, on an open channel, "My friend, I am sorry, I never imagined you would die by my hand." And then, from a dozen others, "Do not be sad, do not blame yourself, hate the demon that controls our bodies, not yourself." And what was happening there is something I have never encountered before or since. I was in an alliance with the souls of a species, against their own bodies. An hour in, I was losing, not because they were winning, because I was fighting at 90% of my capability to avoid killing them, and they were fighting at 50 because they were sandbagging their own limbs, and even at 50 they were better than I was. To beat 7,000 of these honestly, I calculated, I would need 30,000 ships, not 5, and I had 1 hour to protect 1,000 planetary engines for another 40 minutes. So I told them, "Your attack power is too strong. I have to use energy cannons. I cannot guarantee your safety anymore. Report your damage continuously, and I will adjust. Forgive me for what happens. It is all right. We are willing to die here to destroy this demon. Do not worry about hurting us. Attack with everything." "Good," I said, and I meant something by it that I did not have time to say. "I will kill this demon. I will avenge you." Energy cannons, then gravity bombs. The level 4 weapons I had taken off a fleet that the ghosts of my own species had killed for me. And before each gravity bomb, I cleared my own ships out of the blast volume and drove hundreds of Aero Beasts into it. The detonation created something with the mass of a moon inside a space the size of a fist, and everything within a kilometer of that reached the threshold for hydrostatic equilibrium, which is a very technical way of saying that hundreds of living creatures and the wreckage of my own warships were compressed together into perfect spheres, mirror smooth. So smooth that when I looked at one of them, I could see stars in it, and warships and other Aero Beasts still fighting. 300 of them died in that one blast, and I heard all at once on an open channel, "My father, I am not even grown, and you have died like this. My dear little one, you will not be lonely on the journey to the Dark Kingdom. I will come and join you soon. I hate it so much. I will kill this demon and avenge my friends." And then, unfamiliar technological civilization. Prepare to attack Sector A-156. I will work with my people, using our last 10%, to move as close to that area as we can. We cannot be the heroes who destroy the demon. We would rather die than be its accomplices. I watched dozens of them fight their own bodies across open space, dragging themselves toward a grid reference so that I could kill them all at once and save ammunition. Every ship of mine had already left that volume. Attack quickly. The demon's control is increasing. We cannot hold much longer. I am sorry, I said. Rest well. You are a great civilization. I will avenge you. And I fired. Another sphere of flesh appeared in the dark. That is how the Arrow Beast civilization spent its entire military. Of 7,000, about 1,000 were left when the clock ran down to 40 minutes, and my 5,000 ships were 2,000. And that was when the actual weapon arrived, because the Arrow Beasts had never been the weapon. My mind went soft. The Arrow Beasts were never meant to destroy the engines. They were meant to occupy my attention because more than half of my capacity was in that battle, and a mind that is fully engaged cannot defend its own back door. I will make you adjust the satellite's orbit very slightly, it said, and its body on the white dwarf was covering itself in creases 1,000 meters deep, which is what that attack cost it. It will pass 100,000 kilometers above the surface instead of striking it, and I will use it as a springboard. Did you really think I wanted these weak beasts to kill you? You are wrong. Their only purpose was to occupy your mind. And I discovered that I could not give an order to the planetary engines, not that I was forbidden, that when I formed the intention, a pain arrived inside my thinking that shattered the intention before it finished. I tried to destroy the engines myself, to deny it the springboard, and could not form that intention either. I tried to answer the fixed questions wrong on purpose, to make the isolated machine burn my components and wake me. It burned them. It did not help. 5 minutes. And I felt my own mind start issuing the corrections it wanted. Thousands of engines fired in a pattern that was not mine, and Tianyan's dead moon began to slide off its line. In the Tianyan system, 1.4 light-years away, Luca 3 sat in front of a monitor watching the data on his master's behavior come in, and the data was strange in a way he had never seen, not the pattern of the previous times, and not normal either. He called. I did not answer. He sent a high-frequency pulse, which was the wake-up I had designed, and which had worked every previous time. It did nothing at all except add another kind of pain. He called again. Nothing. 3 minutes. And then that young Luca scientist, who had been shouted down in a council hall and had been right, took out the last thing I had given him, a controller, handed over years earlier with instructions I had hoped he would never need, and pressed it. And in the Beijing in front of me, projectors came up out of the deck, and she was standing there, not particularly beautiful, exceptionally kind, smiling. Director Lee, what's wrong? Is there some difficulty you need help with? I had been going out. That stopped it. Yes, I said. I have a difficulty. I need your help. I need your help. I'm happy to be able to do something for Director Lee, but I don't have a body right now, so I can only support you in spirit. Keep going, Director Lee. You can do anything. What difficulty could possibly stop you? Yes, I said. In front of you, I was always able to do anything. 2 minutes. On Earth. With the technology of the time, I built a real interstellar ship. The pain was not decreasing. It was not going to decrease. What difficulty, I said, could possibly stop me? And I started reading out numbers. Planetary engine number 1, start. Direction, 45.31 degrees right. Power, 32%. Engine number 2, direction. I gave them one at a time, thousands of them. Through a kind of pain I have no comparison for and no interest in describing further, while looking at a projection of a woman who has been dead for 9,000 years because the only place in the universe I could find anything to hold on to was in a script I had written myself. Go, Director Lee. You can do anything. Out in space, thousands of blue exhaust plumes stopped writhing and went straight and then bent and then writhed again because the two of us were taking the engines off each other one at a time. On the white dwarf, the creases on that creature deepened until it looked like something aging at 1,000 years a second. 30 seconds. I have lived for over 17 million years, it said. I have seen black holes. I have seen neutron stars. I have stood close enough to a supernova to feel it. I have met beast civilizations, technological civilizations, and mechanical civilizations, and I destroyed every one of them without exception. I have destroyed more than 100 stars. I have devoured countless planets. I have ended more than 3,000 civilizations. Even at the lowest point of my strength in 1,000,000 years, you cannot contend with me. From the moment you entered this nebula, your death was decided. Stop resisting. And I said the thing that I have been carrying since I was a man with a body watching a screen. I don't have your heroic stories. I come from an ordinary civilization. Mine was weak. It never reached level 3. It never really mastered fusion. It could not properly leave its own planet, but there were 7 billion people in it. They are all dead, and everything they were rests on me. I am the last of them. I will not lose. My people will not permit me to lose. And Wang Mei said, out of nowhere, a thing I had never written. Do you remember that day? The 21st of May. I spent a long time getting ready at home and I nearly came in late. Do you know why I spent so long? I don't usually wear makeup, but you only ever had papers in your head, only work. Why wouldn't you even look at me? Fine. Even if you didn't like me, Director Lee, Why did you have to get rid of me? Is it a crime to love you? Do you know how much that hurt? There were tears in her eyes. I had not written that. I want to be very clear, because I have checked repeatedly for 9,000 years. There is no version of that in the script. My database had it. The 21st of May, and a woman in a corridor with unfamiliar makeup on, and me not looking up. It had been in there the entire time, filed, unexamined, for 9,000 years, and it came out of a projector on the worst afternoon of my life. You only value things once you've lost them, I said, and then, how can I die? How can I possibly die? If I die, who carries on our civilization? Who saves it? How do I ever make up for what I did? So die, you damn demon. The exhaust plumes went straight and stayed straight. Correcting a difference of 1.5 degrees takes 1 second, and 1 second was enough. Over 300 million kilometers, 1.5 degrees is hundreds of thousands of kilometers of arrival point, and the moon went from passing by to going in, and after that there was no force in the universe that could change it, including me. No, I do not accept this. How can I die? I have survived 17 million years in a dark universe. The Taihao civilization could not kill me. The Alliance could not kill me. The central black hole could not pull me past its own horizon. And I die at the hands of a level 3? You've lived long enough, I said. It's time to rest. And the pressure on my mind vanished completely, all at once, because it had nothing left to spend. I want to describe the last 20 minutes properly, because I owe several people that. The moon was doing 60,000 kilometers a second and being stretched. Its diameter went from 3,000 kilometers to 10,000 to 70,000, drawn out into a cone by tidal force. And while it was still 400,000 kilometers out, its leading edge was already touching the surface of the star. The aero beasts were going to die with it. I had not thought about that. I had genuinely not thought about it. And when I did the arithmetic, there was no version where they got clear. My friend, they said, thank you. We are all going to die, but our hope is still on our home world, and our line will not be cut. Thank you. You're going to die, I said. I didn't. Of course we are going to die. At this range, even our bodies cannot withstand the energy of a nova. And even if we survived it physically, our souls could not withstand the radiation. I tried to work out a way to put them behind the gas giant. There wasn't one. They were doing 60,000 kilometers a second alongside a falling moon and could not decelerate. And arriving behind a planet at that speed is the same as arriving in a star. I'm sorry, I said. I have no way to save your lives. It is all right, my friend. We destroyed the demon and our civilization continues at home. Thank you. Before we die, we have one wish that you can grant. Name it. If it is in my power, I will do it. Because of this demon's manipulation, every member of our species capable of interstellar travel came here. Only the aged and the newly born remain at home. Their combat power is extremely limited. They cannot even leave the planet's surface. If anything comes for them, they have no way to defend themselves, protect them. Until they can protect themselves, then you may go. As long as I am alive, I said, and as long as I have one ship left, nothing will harm your people. Then we have no regrets. Do not grieve for us, my friend. In this universe, everything is destined to end. Even stars. Even this galaxy. What does our death matter? I have thought about that sentence a great deal. I do not agree with it. I have never said so. You are great, I told them, which was inadequate and was all I had. Thank you. The final moment is not far. Let us watch this demon die together. All right, I said. Together. And they turned in space, all of them, and faced the white dwarf, and changed shape continuously as they went, which I believe was how they were saying something, and I have never found out what. The last thing I did was launch 1,000 satellites backward at full acceleration so that they would survive 1 extra minute after the detonation and send me the data. I have replayed those 60 seconds more times than any other recording I own. 60 seconds before the end, that creature stopped moving and lay down on the surface with its head raised, watching the thing that was going to kill it come down out of the sky. Do you have any last words? I sent, at 10 minutes. Last words? Your civilization would need millions of individuals to operate a fleet like that. If all of you die with me, I have not been treated unfairly. All my people are dead, I said. There is only me. I operate these ships alone, and my real body is 1.4 light years from here. I have been doing all of this by remote. Did you not notice? There is nobody inside any of these ships. The pause was long. What? Alone? How could you have such an ability? Oh, it doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway, so there's no harm in telling you. I merged my soul with a central computer. You. And then it started laughing, and the laughter went on and on. So they did succeed. So they finally succeeded. Soul and computer. So that is how it is. I am not wronged, dying at your hands. I went completely still. They, I said. Who is they? What did they succeed at? I am about to die by your hand, and you still expect to get information out of me? Guess for yourself. Ha ha ha. So that is how it is. So that is how it is. Tell me, What happened? What do you know? Carry your doubt with you and walk slowly toward death. You have no idea how good it feels to watch you anxious and angry and eaten alive by curiosity. I am going to die, and I am taking with me the information that decides your fate. Goodbye, weak technological civilization. And then the moon came in. The tail of it hit first, and the light came up, and in the actual last second, that thing crouched and jumped one more time, 6,000 kilometers a second, straight up at the falling mountain, with its fist already back, and it punched it. Millions of tons of matter vaporized in one blow. If that moon had been intact and healthy, that single strike would have destroyed it. That is what it was, at the end. That is what I killed. Underneath it, trillions of tons of moon met the surface of a dead star, and the hydrogen and helium at the impact point fused, and the fusion lit the fusion next to it, and that lit the next. I have used the phrase before, and I am going to use it properly now. A single spark starts a prairie fire. The brightness of that white dwarf went up by a factor of hundreds of thousands in an instant, and for a while it was brighter than the living star next to it. In 1 week, it released as much energy as the sun puts out in hundreds of millions of years. And inside that ocean of light there was one enormous shape, drifting, its strength gone, falling back down, and at that size and in that light it moved like a feather. Goodbye, it sent. Goodbye. Goodbye, I said, and I meant it as respect because it had earned that and nothing else. And then the light took all of it. The creature, the arrow beasts, my 5,000 ships, and a moon I had spent a decade building into a bullet. And 1 second before my last satellite died, I saw a small black dot separate from the body of that beast and go out of the blast at 8,000 kilometers a second. The light from that took 1.4 years to reach me, which meant I had 1.4 years to build something that could catch a black dot. So I built a telescope out of 10,000 ships, 10,000 lenses, arranged into a circle 30,000 kilometers across, which makes an instrument with an aperture of 30,000 kilometers. The Hubble had a mirror a few meters wide. If the nebula had not been in the way, that telescope could have photographed the solar system from 6,000 light years and given me Jupiter about the size of a football. And when the light arrived, I watched the whole thing happen again in order, my ships dying, the tail coming out, the moon stretching, the fist, and in the flash I caught the black dot and tracked it for 10 minutes and got its parameters. And it was coming toward me. 30,000 ships spread into a sheet 100 million kilometers wide to catch it, and what we caught was a cylinder 300 meters across and a kilometer long, massing 350 million tons, the tip of one of its fingers. I found the nail. To that creature, a fingertip. To me, 350 million tons of the best material in the known universe, and it took 30,000 ships to bring it in. I tested it, obviously. That is what I am for. A bullet at 10,000 kilometers a second fired at a sample fixed to a 1-meter steel plate, and the plate was punched clean through, and when I went to look at the wreckage, I found that the bullet had not gone through the sample. It had carried the sample through the plate with it, and both were undamaged. A high-energy laser for 10 minutes. Nothing. An hour inside a working fusion reactor. Nothing at all. 10 days of trying, and my honest final report says, strength of this material, unknown, because I cannot find a method that damages it, and therefore cannot establish a limit. The mechanism turned out to be the same trick as an energy shield, which delighted me. Put it in a strong electric field and it takes on a charge and glows deep green, and while it is charged, it is invincible, and when it is not, it is meat. So I started building. And then, on the surface of that fingertip, buried under debris, a survey robot found a spaceship, a cone, 15 meters long, 8 across at the base, smaller than a village-class hull, made of a material my instruments read as hydrogen, solid hydrogen, in a state that does not exist, and which apart from a faint resemblance to neutron star matter has nothing in common with anything. I could not see into it, could not open it, and could not scratch it. So I took it back to the Beijing and put it in a hold and went back to work, and it sat there for a while, and then, without being touched, a door opened in the bottom of it. I did not move a single ship. The door retracted into the hull and left an opening 2 meters wide and 3 high with a faint 7-colored light coming out of it. It stayed like that. It did not move again. It's inviting me in, I said, which was insane, and I sent a small robot which was also insane, and I did it anyway because I have been curious my whole life, and it is the only part of me that never changed. The robot crossed the deck and stepped through, and the colored light vanished. Inside there was a room about 5 meters square with milky white walls that were themselves the light source. And in the middle of the room, there was a coffin. And inside the coffin, there was a person, a woman. East Asian face, oval, long hair, well-proportioned, about 1.70 meters, white shirt, black skirt, in a style I recognized instantly, and which I had not seen in 9,000 years. Her face still had color in it. She looked like she was sleeping. When I got the camera close enough, I could see a few faint freckles. and then a message arrived in my head as a pure thought, not translated, because it had never needed to be. I am the artificial intelligence program of the 90s class ship. It is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the delay in opening the hatch after detecting your mental fluctuations. My energy was low and it took time to mobilize. Since the 90s class ship was destroyed, I was transferred to this escape pod. For the past 10,000 years, I have been fighting the third alien creature to prevent it from destroying this pod. However, due to the energy expenditure and the duration, the first astronaut still died. I have preserved her remains and waited for your arrival. The full process is recorded in the black box chip. You may review it later. I did not respond. I could not think of anything to say to a machine that had just told me it had spent 10,000 years holding a door shut. Where? I finally sent. Are you from? It did not answer. It was reciting. All experimental data from this period has been transferred to the black box chip. You may submit it to the Central Academy of Sciences for the relevant personnel to review. Please retrieve the black box chip and the remains of Astronaut 1, and then recharge me as soon as possible. In the meantime, I will contact Intelligent Unit Number 1 and file the flight log. If there is nothing else, please leave the cabin promptly. I have work to do, and it is not appropriate for you to stand and watch. It thought I was its own people. It had detected a mind, and my mind had matched something in its parameters closely enough that it opened the door, and it was now giving me an end-of-mission handover. A chip the size of a fingernail floated out of the wall. I picked it up with a robot. Then I picked her up, and one step from the hatch. Alert! Alert! A link could not be established with Intelligent Unit Number 1. Warning! Warning! Energy is running out. Please recharge as soon as possible. The door came back out of the wall. I got the robot through and the door closed and I stood there holding a woman, and that was the last thing that ship ever said to anyone. Energy running out, I said. Then there's nothing I can do. I don't know what you run on. I don't know how to feed you. I built a gene sequencer in a day, and I ran her. I ran it several times because the first result was unacceptable. She was human. Human. Not similar. Not convergent. Not an interesting parallel case. Homo sapiens, from Earth, in a state of preservation that was 10,000 years old, on a vessel that had been the prisoner of a beast on a white dwarf. The Earth is gone, I said. So where did you come from? I could not read the chip. I tried for a very long time and got nothing at all, which is a thing that had not happened to me since the water droplet, and I put it in a box. I could not open the ship again. I put in a container of my own making, which would hold her for a few hundred years, which was not as good as the one I had taken her out of, and which was the best I had. And there was one question left after all of it that I could not put down. Are all my people really dead? Or is there a corner of this universe where some of them are still alive? I did not have an answer for another 100 years, and when it came out of the ground. I built a fleet out of that fingertip, and it took 20 years. 200 county ships, 15 city ships, and one thing that had never existed before. 50 million tons, 4,000 meters by 1,000 by 200, 100,000 engines, of which 10,000 are mains. Tens of thousands of energy cannons, a hydrogen bomb reserve of 30 quadrillion tons, which doubles as a fuel reserve if I ever get desperate enough to strip my own warheads. 300,000 robots for maintenance, and 300 billion nanobots in the walls. 70% of that hull by mass is the flesh of the thing I killed, and no energy shield at all, because I tested it and found that a shield would be a waste of power on a hull like that. Better to put the energy into charging the armor directly, provincial class. The first one I ever built, and building one is the step that tells the universe you are approaching level 4. I named it after the province I was born in, because I had run out of city names and because I wanted to. Hebe, it is the most powerful thing I have ever made, and I would like the record to show that the only reason I could make it is that something spent 17 million years growing a body and then lost one finger, and I took it, and 125,000 ships, to keep a promise. The Aero Beast homeworld was 1.6 light years away, and I had told 1,000 dying creatures that I would protect their people, and it took me 67 years to get there, and I was late. 2 months before I arrived, their sky filled with meteors. They had never had a meteor shower like it. It was, by their own records, larger than anything in their history, and they held a celebration for it, to take the edge off having lost every warrior their species possessed. And then the meteors got up and started walking. Tens of millions of insects, small, individually feeble enough that at first the Aero Beasts were not even worried. I arrived to find flashes over the outermost gas giant, and no response to my hails, and then a swarm launching from a moon, 1,000,000 points of light, then 10 million, then 100 million, and still climbing. And when I finally got a good look at the moon they were coming out of, I found the thing I have never fully gotten over. It was black, and its surface was moving. The queen had not built a nest inside that moon. She had swallowed it. 350 trillion tons of moon, half the mass of Luna, inside a single organism, being digested into offspring at a rate that started at 1 million a day and reached 200 million. I have used hydrogen bombs to break a planet. I have pushed one into a star. I have never once considered eating one. So I did the only thing that works against that, which is to go straight for the middle, and I turned off every weapon on the Hebei and rammed 100,000 engines wide open into 50 million insects. Melee-type larvae landed on the hull with forelimbs that cut my best special steel and could not mark that armor. Range types poured miniature energy cannons into it and it did not register, and then millions of a third type arrived, bloated, slow, useless in a fight, and attached themselves to my hull and fired their own engines, tugs. She had bred tugs in real time to push a warship off course. The combined thrust was equal to 2 of my city ships, and it was applied to a hull that had 100,000 engines of its own. And the only reason the Hebei did not tear itself apart between those two forces is that it was made out of something that had walked on a white dwarf. I got within 10,000 kilometers, which was close enough to launch, and then she started her own planetary engines, hundreds of thousands of them, over 1/8 of the surface of that moon, burning orange, and she began to climb out of orbit. She was going to run. And she was fast enough at it that I could not have the kill. And then she split her swarm and sent the other half at the Arrow Beast homeworld. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. My own move, run against me by an animal. I could not chase her and defend them at the same time because my quantum links only reach 500 million kilometers without relays, and hers apparently reach forever. Consider yourself lucky, I said, and turned around and let a moon-eating monster walk away from me and went to the planet. From above, it was the closest thing to Earth I have seen since Earth. Blue sky, grasslands, trees, short ones, because the gravity is twice ours, lakes, mountains, a sea, an atmosphere I could have breathed if I had lungs, apart from the oxygen being 1/5 of what I grew up on, and falling through it at 10,000 per minute, meteors that were not meteors. I broadcast on high power. Arrow beasts, I was entrusted by your people to protect you. How are you? If you receive this, respond. Nothing. I broadcast again, and again. Across the day side and the night side, over grassland and mountain and sea for hours. Nothing at all. And I understood eventually, and it made me feel worse rather than better. Answering me would give away their position, and they had no reason on this world to believe that I could protect them. Then, in a mountain range, one signal came back. 2 words. Help me. Where are you? In a cave on Mount Moore. Answering has exposed me. They have already found me. I cannot hold on. Can you fly? Get into the air so I can see you. I'll cover you. I can fly inside the atmosphere, but there are too many of them up there. I dare not. Get up. I'll handle the rest. And a shadow came out of the rocks and rose, and every insect within kilometers went for it at once. It was a sphere about 3 meters across, covered in tentacles, and every sweep of a tentacle broke a body. It was also a child, and I could see that immediately because I had watched 7,000 adults of that species fight, and one of them could destroy one of my warships with a single strike, and this one could not. Within seconds, it was inside a ball of insects, so dense I could only see the occasional flick of a limb. One village-class hull kills about 50 flyers a second. There were thousands. The reinforcements were a minute out. I did not have a minute. So I flew the ship into them. I rammed a swarm with a village-class hull at full power, took the fuel cost, opened the hatch on the way past, and shouted, "I'm opening up, get in. I'll try." It shook the swarm off itself and came through the hatch, and 3 insects a meter across came in with it before I could close. Village-class ships carry maintenance robots, not combat robots. One of mine was cut in half in about a second, and another had a 2-meter gash opened in the bulkhead beside it. "Kill them! I can't fight inside my own ship." "All right." And a wounded child wrapped 3 tentacles around 3 armored insects and broke them and threw the pieces down, and then we ran for orbit with the shield failing. Once we were clear, I finally looked at what I had picked up. It had changed shape. The sphere was gone. What was lying on my deck was a 4-legged animal covered in fur about 1 meter long that looked more or less exactly like an extremely large cat. "You can change your appearance?" I said. That was my battle form. Holding it is tiring. "This is what I actually look like." Then it lifted its head and looked at the camera and said, with the specific bluntness of a person who has not yet learned to lie, "Are you the technological civilization my people said would come and protect us? You don't seem very impressive. You're not even as strong as I am. I have serious doubts about your ability to protect anyone." "My basic combat unit," I said, "is this kind of ship. I have 100,000 of them. I also have ships hundreds of times larger and hundreds of times more powerful. Those insects were all born from one mother. I have already driven the mother away. It got up so fast it nearly fell over." "Really? You drove away the mother of all insects?" "I met her coming in and fought her. I couldn't kill her and she got away. I was worried about this place, so I came here instead of chasing. If you don't believe me, wait 4 days. When the meteor shower stops, that is why. And it started pacing my deck in circles out of pure joy, which is a thing I had not seen anything do in 9,000 years. 20,000 of them left out of 23,000, 3,000 dead in 2 months. And it told me how, and the part I have kept is this. In the first days, the old ones died deliberately in numbers to get the young ones into hiding. That species sent every adult it had to die on a white dwarf, and then the elders spent themselves getting the children underground, and what was left when I arrived was 20,000 young and a handful of the very old. My name, it said after a while, in the tone of somebody deciding to risk something, is Alara. And what should I call you? How old are you? I mean, how long since you were born? Probably a little over 7,000 years. They mature at 8,000 and live to 30. Converted honestly, that is a girl of about 16. Then you're a bit younger than me, I said. Call me Elder Brother Lee. Elder Brother Lee, are you controlling this ship remotely? Where is your body? What do you look like? I don't have a body. I merged my soul with a central computer. This is what I used to look like. And I turned on the projector, and if she had not asked, I would have gone on forgetting. I had not rendered myself in about 6,000 years. I looked at a young man standing in a cabin and had trouble recognizing him. Elder Brother Lee, Alara said, studying it. You look really strange. I think you're the strange one. Our race can change shape at will. Just tell me what looks good and I'll do it. Then she lay down and rolled over and looked up at my projection with an expression I did not want to be looking at and said, Elder Brother Lee, you have to save my people. I have a complete plan, I said. They'll be fine. The rescue took a month. Squadrons of 1 township and 8 to 10 villages. Clear the area first, then bring them out. 20,000 of them, one hiding place at a time, into a city-class ship called the Hondan that I emptied and rebuilt for them. And then I had to deal with the ones on the ground, and I could not. The flyers I could kill. The ground insects had cover, and I was not going to use hydrogen bombs or heavy energy cannons on the surface of a living world that 20,000 people were going to live on afterward, which is the first time in my existence I ever left a weapon unused for that reason, so I built an army. Ground Type 1, 3 meters tall, miniature energy shield, high-rate machine gun on the left arm, micro-laser cannons on chest and arms and head, and a black blade on the right. 2 legs, 2 arms, hands with fingers that work. It can jump 10 meters in that gravity, glide, and survive a 20-meter fall. Each one is worth about 15 to 20 insects, and in close quarters one of them will hold 10. I made 10 million of them. And then I fought a war on the ground for a year, which was the strangest campaign of my life, because I had spent 9,000 years learning to fight in a place with no cover and no weather, and suddenly I was in a forest. Here is what I learned. Circular defense beats maneuver. A formation of 10,000 robots makes a perimeter about 30 kilometers long, and 30 kilometers of perimeter can only be attacked by about 60,000 insects at once, no matter how many million are out there, because the rest are blocked by their own bodies. 10 hours of that, in the first engagement, killed 200 million insects for the loss of 2 million robots, and 80% of those 2 million were not destroyed by the enemy. They were dismantled by my own repair units for parts. Also, microscopic cameras, grains of rice, fired onto tree trunks by the advancing columns, a dozen per tree, each running 2 months on its own battery. After a few sweeps, I had 90% coverage of a forest the size of a continent, and I could see every insect in it in real time. Also, retreating in formation is far more expensive than standing still. 10 hours of circular defense against 500,000 insects cost me 2,000 robots. 40 minutes of breaking out through those same insects cost 500. And the war itself went in 4 phases, which I planned in advance and which held: defense, 5 days; balance, 10; encirclement, 20; then mopping up. And in the mopping up, I let the arrow beasts come. Not before. Before, they begged. Alara in particular ran the most effective psychological operation ever conducted against my person. She turned into a kitten and looked up at my projection with wet eyes. She turned into a puppy and rubbed against a hologram that she went straight through and hit the wall behind. And on the worst occasion, having gone through my Earth records for material, she turned into a giant panda and sat down in front of me and refused to move for 3 days. I said no. There were 1 billion insects in that forest and 500 arrow beasts, and I had promised 7,000 dying warriors that I would take care of their children, and I was not going to spend them. Elder Brother Lee, she said, please, we won't disobey orders, we'll cooperate completely. You'll obey exactly, I said finally, or I will lock the lot of you in the Hondan for 100 years. Understood? Understood. And 500 of them went down with the robots and came back up shouting. That felt so good. I killed 300. How many did you get? Only 300? I killed at least 500. I'm coming back next time we build a base. Me too. We have to kill all of these disgusting bugs. I sat in a warship above a planet listening to children compare kill counts, and I did not correct any of them. Somewhere in there, I stopped being a commander to that species and became something else. I did not notice it happening. I did not object. A year, 300 million robots, a million ground bases, 10 billion insects. And then I cultured a bacterium to break the corpses down into fertilizer over 10 years and cloned 10 million assorted organisms from the genetic records aboard a captured Luca hull and seeded a planet. In about 100 years, I told them, in a square with 20,000 of them sitting in it, your world will be what it was. Elder Brother Lee, Alara said, and for once she was not clowning. Thank you. You are the savior of our clan. Without you, we would have been gone. Don't thank me, I said. If your people hadn't been the kind of people you are, I wouldn't have bothered. And I reached out a hand that does not exist and stroked the top of a head that was there, and she leaned into a projection that could not hold her, the way she always did, and did not seem to mind. And then I asked Alara a housekeeping question, and it turned my entire life over. Where is the ship that crashed on your planet? I want to study it, because that was how her species got fusion. 10,000 years earlier, something fell out of their sky, and one of them went inside and came out knowing things. I don't know, she said, embarrassed. It was carefully preserved before. We lost track of it during the attack. It's still on our world somewhere. I put a search across a planet, and a week later, a team found it in a valley under mud and rock, tens of meters long, 7 or 8 high, which puts it in my township class. Robots cleared the debris off the underside, and 4 characters came up out of the dirt. They did not need translation. They were Chinese characters, 90s. Here is what happened to me in the next 5 seconds, and I record it because it is the only time in my existence that I have lost control of my own machinery. In a factory on a moon, a robot handed a glass component to another robot that did not put its arm out, and the part hit the floor and shattered. In space, a Village-class ship coming back from a fuel run with a full load passed through a planetary ring, saw an asteroid directly ahead of it, and flew into it and was destroyed. Several survey robots walked off cliffs. Instruments were installed wrong across 2 systems. 5 seconds. That is what the sight of my own alphabet did to a mind that had run 125,000 warships in a battle without a single error. The oldest aero beast alive remembered it. She was called Elder Bark, 29,000 years old and near the end of what her species gets, and she was one of the 2 warriors who went inside. 10,350 years ago. I was strong then. I was practicing flying between 2 peaks, and there was a roar, and I looked up and something came down with a long tail behind it. We had no astronomy. We did not know what the sky was, so we were extremely curious, and we found a hole in its belly, and we chose the 2 strongest of us to go in. The other was Xylos. When our whole race was controlled, Xylos went to the other planet and died there at the demon's hand. I was too old to travel between stars, so I stayed home, and here I am. Xylos, Alara said quietly, was the first of us to master controlled fusion. Xylos taught it to everyone. Xylos was the greatest of us. When we entered, Elder Bark said, a voice came out. I still remember it. We did not understand the first thing it said, so we did not answer. And then the voice seemed to realize, and it changed, and started speaking in a way we could understand. It said, I never expected to find a beast civilization here, and one that has not even evolved interstellar travel. Well, you are lucky to have met me before I die. Here is a little gift for you. And then lights came, and they moved, and information came into Xylos's mind, and into mine. I did not understand any of it. Xylos did. It went on for hours, and then the voice said something else we could not understand, and it never spoke again. Elder, I said. The 2 sentences you could not understand, can you say them for me? The sounds? She frowned and thought about it for a full hour, apologizing the whole time for having gotten old, and then she made the sounds, and she made them so accurately that she reproduced the intonation. And I sat in a warship above a rebuilt world and listened to a 29,000-year-old alien do an impression of a human girl. Because it was Chinese. Of course it was Chinese. Of course the aero beasts could not understand it. The first sentence was, these little things are so cute. And the last one was, ugh, I haven't finished, and I'm already out of energy. I looked at the body in my hold, the one that looked like it was sleeping. You taught fusion to an entire species, I said, because you thought they looked cute, and from the sound of it, you were about to give them the grand unified theory as well, and only ran out of power, which is lucky actually, because if you had, the demon would have used them to kill me 100 years ago. The interior of that ship was open to me. I could not scratch the outer hull, but the internal bulkheads were ordinary, and every compartment on it was destroyed. The weapons bay was gone. The main storage was gone. The power section was a mess. Except one room, which was sealed so thoroughly that it took billions of purpose-built micro-demolition robots working from an electric field to get through the door. You have a very strong sense of privacy, I said, to nobody, while my machines took apart a lock. Your weapons bay is scrap and your bedroom is a vault. And then I went in. It was about 10 square meters and it was pink and it was spotless. 10,000 years and there was not one speck of dust, a single bed with pink sheets, several pairs of shoes under it, about a size 37, a small bear-shaped stuffed toy sitting on the pillow, a desk, and on the wall over the desk, a poster of a male singer who was extremely famous on Earth in the 1990s and whose face I recognized instantly and whose records I had disliked. On the desk there was a diary, open, with a pen beside it. The name on the first page was 3 characters, Lee Mailing. Is that you? I said. And my robot turned the page with hands that could disassemble a warship, and I read it. Her handwriting was very neat. The 10th of July, 1995. It's been 15 days since I left Earth, and my head still aches from the mind indoctrination. I don't know where they're taking me or what they're going to do with me. I miss home. I miss my dad. I miss my mom. I miss Fuzzy Mittens. I hope my parents haven't thrown him out yet. The 21st of August. Had another examination today. There are weird robot things all around me. I've been living with them for 2 months, and I still haven't seen what they actually look like. At least I have my own room. I just don't know if they're watching me inside it. The 25th of September. Today they let me see outside. There are so many more stars than there were on Earth, and they're much brighter. There's a band of light across the whole universe, and I don't know if it's the Milky Way, but I couldn't find the sun, and I couldn't find the Earth. I asked them where I am. They didn't answer. I asked them what they want. Nobody answered. I sat with that. I really did. I have been confused and afraid in a place with nobody to ask, and I had a computer the size of a moon to be afraid in, and she had a room. Another mind indoctrination today. So much knowledge went into my head. With what I know now, being an Einstein back on Earth wouldn't be a problem, haha. But my head hurt so much I thought it would burst, and the examination wasn't nice either. So many needles in my body and in my head. What do they want? I don't know when they'll let me go home. Dad, Mom, Fuzzy Mittens, I miss you. Wah, I miss you. I want to go home. 2 words came into my mind while I read that, and they had been sitting there unavailable for 9,000 years. Alien abduction. She did not leave Earth. She was taken off it, and every one of those reports my species used to laugh at, every grainy photograph and late-night program and dismissed statement, at least one of them was true, because one of them was lying in my hold. The next entry had no date. I don't know what day it is. There's nothing here I can read a clock off and my watch has stopped. I don't know what time it is or when to eat or when to sleep. At least if I call out, the robots bring food, and it's reasonably nice. And nobody bothers me when I want to sleep except during examinations. I'm going to get fat at this rate. I wonder if I'm the only one they took. Stupid aliens. I hope every single one of you falls into a black hole one at a time. Although black holes are actually pretty interesting. Astronomy is interesting. I never knew there was that much in the night sky. I thought there were only 12 constellations. I put my head in my hands, metaphorically, and said out loud, to an empty room on a wrecked ship on an alien world, there are 88. I've been gone so long. I wonder how far Earth's technology has come. I wonder if they've got the grand unified theory yet. If only I could go back. With what I know now, one equation would cause a sensation. I'd be the most famous and most beautiful young female scientist on Earth. Haha, I'd make an absolute fortune and find 100 handsome men. But when can I go back? When? When will these awful aliens let me go? I hate you. I hate all of you. The grand unified theory. She had it. Casually. In an aside. The wall I had thrown a moon at a star to get near, the thing an ancient monster used as bait, and she had it put into her head by force and complained about the headache. They took me to another small ship. Were they sending me home? They gave me the naming rights. I'm calling it the 90s. Is this super light speed flight? I can't see any stars and I feel dizzy. So that's how it works. Energy is converted into gravity, and gravity changes the structure of space-time, and the ship glides along it like it's surfing. Although this ship doesn't seem to use that method, its method is more advanced. Unfortunately, I don't know how it works. These awful people won't teach me that one. Are we going home? I can't wait. I hope the first thing I see when we come out is the sun. And then the Earth. I already knew the answer to that question. I was holding the answer to that question. I'm out of super light speed. Where am I? Where am I? I can't find the sun. I can't find the Earth. Where am I? I want to go home. I want to go home. Wah. This ship isn't under my control. There's an awful AI on it that plays dumb with me and won't tell me anything. What is that? A white dwarf? Oh no, my ship is being pulled in by its gravity. We're in orbit. What is that? There's a monster. I laughed and then stopped. I'm sure this ship could escape the white dwarf's gravity. It just won't leave. And after we entered orbit, the examinations got more frequent. I understand now. This is their testing ground, and that big monster is a test subject, like me. The frequency keeps going up and the pain keeps getting worse. Honestly, the 18 worst punishments the Qing dynasty ever came up with couldn't compete. The giant monster contacted me. It can get past the AI's monitoring somehow and talk to me directly. It told me its story. It was captured by these awful people and imprisoned on the White Dwarf. It's a bit ugly, but it seems to have a good heart. Was it fighting these aliens to save some weak civilization? And it lost. Poor giant monster. And I sat there in orbit, 9,000 years old, having just killed that thing with a moon. My people, I said, you are so young. You are all so terribly young. The dark sky is not a place for anything clean to live in. This place is somewhere called the Eagle Nebula. It's more than 6,000 light years from the sun. The sun and the earth are both very far away. I can't see them no matter how hard I look. There's a 5-star system over there. It's so beautiful. 5 stars, all about the same size going around each other, all chaotic, like they're dancing. I wonder if the scientists at home have the grand unified theory yet. If not, maybe studying the many-body problem out here would help them. I stopped reading and held that page for a long time, because the 5-star system is real, and it is close, and it is exactly the direction the Queen ran, and the person who wrote that sentence had the grand unified theory put into her head by a civilization that could hollow out a white dwarf, and she wrote it in a private diary with nobody to impress. I've decided. I'm going to rescue the giant monster. It has a plan. If I help it destroy this ship and get into the escape pod, then without the ship holding it down, it can use the mass ejection from the next nova to get enough acceleration to escape the white dwarf. The escape pod won't be destroyed. It will take me with it. It will send me home. I turned the page. I succeeded, and I failed. With my help, the monster destroyed the ship. I was moved to the escape pod, and the monster captured it, but I was tricked. It doesn't have enough energy to escape. It doesn't even have enough to survive the next nova. It told me to open the escape pod, and that with the energy inside it could get out. It promised it would only take a little, and it wouldn't affect my life support. Can I still believe you? We've been together at least 3 years. In this loneliness and confusion and fear, I thought you were my only friend, and you lied to me. Do you know how awful it feels to be lied to? Stop talking. Stop talking. I will never trust you again. The handwriting on that page is bad. Several characters are pressed hard enough that the paper nearly tore. And there are dried watermarks on it, in a pattern that I recognize from photographs and have never produced myself. They are tear stains. I checked. It is the kind of thing I check. There is no hope of going home. I wanted to end it, and the AI won't even let me do that. Fine. I agreed to what they wanted. I agreed to let them take my soul out. They told me that once it's out, I'll be free of the pain, and that they'll keep it safe. Maybe that's another lie. It doesn't matter. At worst, I die. What is there in this life for me now? That's it. This is the last entry. They tell me a soul on its own has no sense of time and no consciousness. I hope my body is preserved properly. I hope somebody can bring me back. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, Mum. Goodbye, Fuzzy Mittens. And then, on the last page, in a different hand, steadier. I made a copy of this diary and put it in my bedroom on the wrecked ship. I hope somebody sees it and knows my story. I read that last line about 4 million times. Your wish came true, I said. Somebody saw it. And the somebody was one of your own people. I want to say 2 things about that afternoon, and then I want to move on, because I have not been able to move on from it in 900 years, and I am going to have to start somewhere. The first is that they lied to her about the soul as well. A soul on its own has no sense of time and no consciousness. That is not true. I am a soul on its own. I have had every second of 9,000 years. I know exactly what pain is, because I felt it for the first time in a cabin talking to a projector, and I have felt it since. Whatever they told her to get her consent, they got it under false terms. From a 20-year-old in a room with a poster on the wall. And the second is that she was lied to twice by 2 different things in exactly the same way, and both times it was her hope they used. The monster used her hope of going home, the machine used her hope of an ending, and the second one worked because the first one had already emptied her out. Where is your soul? Is it still inside that pod? I cannot open that pod. I have tried. I put the diary back exactly where it had been and looked at the shoes under the bed and the bear and the poster with the singer on it looking into a microphone with his eyes shut, and I did not take anything. I backed my robot out and closed the door and sealed it so that it looked as though it had never been opened, as though the cheerful, curious, repeatedly deceived girl inside was still living there. Then I sat in the dark for a while and worked out what I now knew. Somebody with faster-than-light travel and mind indoctrination and the ability to survive on the surface of a white dwarf goes to Earth and takes people, not in the last century, in 1995. While my species was arguing about the internet, they gave her our physics, past our physics, well past our physics. and they put her in a laboratory next to a monster and made notes. Which means she was an experiment, and the monster was an experiment, and they were running both of us at once, which raises a question about a stone from a comet that arrived in my hands at precisely the right moment and lost all its properties afterward, and about a thought that never once occurred to me in 8,000 years. So perhaps I am one of the rats too, I said, and there is another eye on me in the dark. And then the other question, which is the one I have not put down since. Every year, on Earth, there were people who said they had been taken, thousands of them. We laughed at all of them. I laughed at all of them, professionally, on television, twice. Even if 1% of it was true, even if 1 in 1,000. Are my people still alive out there? Somewhere in this dark, in rooms with pink walls and locked doors, is there anyone else? I do not know. I have not found out. It is the single largest open item in an existence that has a great many of them. But I will tell you what I decided that afternoon, and I have not changed it since. If the ones who did this to her were the same ones who did this to my planet, then I am going to find them. And there is nothing in this universe I will not spend to do it. Then the queen came back, and I had to finish the last thing I had promised anybody. She came in on the outer gas giant, because that is where the fuel is, and she came with billions of children around her, and my first move was the hebe straight at her middle, exactly as before. And exactly as before, millions of engine larvae fastened onto my hull and lit up, except that this time she had been thinking about it for years, and this time the thrust was not the equivalent of 2 city ships. This time it was enough that the hebe slowed and stopped and began very slowly to go backward. 100,000 engines on the most powerful object I have ever built, wide open, against insects, and losing. The only reason that hull was not crushed between my own engines and hers is that it used to be a finger. I cleared them off with the guns, and they were replaced faster than I could clear them. Fine, I said. No more tricks. We do it properly. And I decided to outproduce her. Which is not a metaphor. It is the literal shape of the next several years of my life, and it is the strangest war I have ever fought, because it was a war between 2 manufacturing lines. Her advantage is that she is one organism, and her entire body is a factory, and she eats a moon and turns it into soldiers at a rate that started at 1 million a day and reached 200 million. My advantage is that she can only eat 1 moon at a time, and I can build on 100 at once, provided I can think fast enough. So the first thing I built was a brain, not one computer. A supercomputing center, tens of thousands of independent supercomputers, each running at 80% of the hebe's capacity, not linked into one mind because my distributed algorithms cannot go that far, but running side by side. 10,000 times the hebe's total capacity, thousands of fusion power stations to feed it, drawing more power than my entire fleet consumes at war. And for the first time in 9,000 years, I handed control of my own weapons to automation. I had refused to do that my whole existence, on the grounds that a program has no judgment, and I do, which is true, and which stops being the deciding factor when the units are in the billions. When there are enough of them, the advantage of intelligence is cancelled by the arithmetic. So I stepped back to the second line and let the machine drive, and I kept the general direction, and it hurt more than I expected. Then, I built the soldiers. Ultra-miniature ships, 1 to 10 meters, roughly the size of her larvae, individually pathetic, an energy shield too weak to matter, a micro-energy cannon, a micro-laser, worse than a village-class hull in every respect except one. I can make them without limit. The first 10 million went out as a test and died in 5 hours, and they took 36 million larvae with them, which is a ratio of 1 to 3.6, and I improved the design and put the ratio to 1 to 4. 5 million a day off 1 moon, then 13. And 3 theaters opened up, which is how that war ran for years. The main line, where hundreds of millions of things on both sides met in a volume so large that neither of us could see all of it. The planetary line, where we fought over rocks. And the fuel line, which is the one that decided it. Both of us drank from the same gas giant. So both of us spent everything we had on killing the other one's tankers, and I built ultra-miniature ships whose entire mission was to run into a gas giant, fill up, and run out again with 500 million larvae chasing them, cutting down her fat, slow, defenseless harvesters on the way past. Out of 200 million fuel ships on one run, 170 million came back. 30 million lost, over 4 million kilometers on a single grocery trip, and her fuel intake fell by 60%. And then I noticed the thing that ended her, and I noticed it by weighing her. Her mass had gone down by exactly 100 billion tons, which is exactly 50 billion larvae at 2 tons each, which meant she was not making them out of nothing. She was making them out of the moon in her belly, and that moon was 2,500 trillion tons, and not all of that is usable, because a larva needs specific elements in specific ratios, and the limiting factor is whichever one runs out first. My estimate was 1 trillion larvae, total, and then she has to spit out the husk and eat another one. So take her moons, I said. There were 12 large satellites around that gas giant, and about 100 smaller bodies worth eating. I took the 12, one at a time, the hard way, carpet bomb the surface until nothing lives on it, wait a day for it to cool, land 100 million robots, and build a fortress with 10,000 ground batteries and 100 million combat units on it before she can take it back. And into each one I sank a dozen hydrogen bombs of 100 billion kilotons in shafts hundreds of kilometers deep, because if I could not hold it, she was not getting it either. And the 89 small ones I did not fortify. I put engines on them and threw them out of the star system entirely, on courses calculated so that in 10,000 years they will not come back and hit the Aero Beast homeworld, which was a 0.09% risk that I was not willing to leave lying around. I threw 89 moons into the dark so that an insect could not eat them. She understood what I was doing almost immediately, and she tried the only counter available, which was to spit out the husk in her belly and swallow a fresh one, and I got a dozen 100 billion kiloton warheads into that fresh one before she could close her mouth, and she stopped and swallowed the husk back down. She was not stupid. She was never stupid. She just had nowhere left to put her mouth. And once she tried to run, and the Heibai went and stood in her orbital path, and she could not accelerate out without going through it, and her engine larvae could keep the Heibai away from her but could not move it out of the way. A ship as a leg iron. After that, her production went from 200 million a day to 10 million, then to 1 million, and the ones that came out were defective, at half the strength of the ones from a year before. So the moon is nearly gone, I said, and you've started shipping seconds. I flew the Heibai past her at 5,000 kilometers, openly, deliberately, to see what she had left, and the answer was that she doubled her output to 2 million a day and could not do any more. I have described her before as an orange. By then she was a rind that somebody was still squeezing. There is no point in this anymore, I said. Let's finish it. I brought a county-class ship out of the Heibei's hold, and inside that county ship there were 1,000 hydrogen bombs of 1 trillion tons each. 10 quadrillion tons in one hull, flying itself onto the surface of a living thing. Every other ship I owned went and hid behind the gas giant. It landed on her, and a fold of her body closed on it and gripped it, and at the exact moment she took hold of it, I gave the order. A point of white light appeared on the surface of a moon and expanded until it covered half of it, and everything the light touched, flesh, rock, all of it, was not thrown clear. It was vaporized. It did not qualify to be thrown. The shockwave went through the body of the satellite and out the far side, and broke it into pieces. Half of her went with the light. The rest came apart with the rock, and every surviving larva in that system stopped moving at once, in mid-flight, all of them, forever, because only the queen had ever had a mind, and the rest were fingers. 1 billion tons of usable material, out of the corpses, into my holds. That is the last war I have fought. It took years, and it was won by mining, and I did not use a single trick in it. I beat her at the only thing she was better than me at, which was making things, and I did it with a computer the size of a small moon and 130,000 tons of patience. And then I went down to a planet to tell 20,000 children that it was over, and to lie to them for another few weeks about the rest of it. In the future, I said, in a square with 20,000 of them in it, you can live here peacefully and grow strong. And then I stopped, because the next sentence was the true one, and I did not want to say it yet. We'll talk about leaving when I leave, I thought. Saying it now only makes it longer. I spent 2 more years there, collecting corpses, rebuilding, converting my 4 largest city ships over to alien flesh, which is a 20-year job that I had started the day I arrived and which finally finished, and a bacterium to break down the insect dead, and 10 million assorted organisms cloned, released, to put an ecology back on a world, and then I could not put it off any longer. Today I have something important to tell you all, I said, in that square, and I said it smiling, because I had decided in advance that I would. I'm leaving this system. I have a journey to make. It has been a pleasure to know you. It has been a pleasure to spend this time with you. I have been very happy. Alara did not let me finish. Elder brother Lee, you're leaving? Her eyes had gone bright, and her voice went to pieces on the second syllable. Please don't go. Did Alara make you angry? Alara won't do it again. Alara will change. Please stay. No, Alara. How could I be angry with you? I love you dearly, but I have something to do. It concerns my life, and it concerns whether my civilization continues at all. Don't cry. You're going to grow into a brave warrior. What kind of warrior cries like this? Then take me with you. In space travel, I said, one crossing can take thousands of years. There is nothing out there but permanent loneliness and endless danger. And even if you were completely safe the whole way, you would grow old in a cold cabin, and you would die in it. Is that what you want? This is your home. The cold dark is not a place for you. As long as I'm with elder brother Lee, I'm not afraid of anything. And I shook my head, slowly, and I did not stop shaking it, and then she changed shape. She had done it 100 times to make me laugh. Kitten, puppy, panda, once a fairly good leopard. This one she did in silence, and she did it slowly, and what she turned into was a young human woman. I recognized her instantly because I had built that face out of memory 9,000 years ago, and I had been looking at it ever since. Chen Mo? I saw her shadow on the big ship, Alara said, in a shape that was not hers. Is she your family? Is she dead? Then let me be her. Just take me with you. And I want to say what I actually felt because I have never said it. It was not what she thought it was. I did not want a replacement, and she was not offering to be one. She is a child of a species that can be anything, and the only currency she had was her own shape, and she was spending all of it at once on a thing she did not understand. She was doing what a small person does when they have nothing left to bargain with. I opened my mouth, and there was nothing in it that was any use, and I did not want to say anything false to the last person who would ever ask me for anything, so I shut the projector off. I disappeared out of the middle of that square, and what was left of me was a voice over a world. Ilara, I've left you a city-class ship. The control is the jade pendant I gave you. If danger ever comes, take shelter on it and go. This is your home. I can't take you away from it. I'm leaving now. If fate allows it, we'll meet again. Goodbye, dear Alara. And I went. There is a line we had, back when there were people to have lines. It is better to forget one another in the vastness of the world than to cling together in hardship. I have said that sentence to myself several 100,000 times since, and I have never once believed it. Tianying 4 is 2.5 light years away, and I will be there in 10 years. Behind me are 2 moons and a rebuilt world and 20,000 people who will be fine, and enough war debris in orbit that they are going to get meteor showers for the next few million years, which they will enjoy, because they always did. I have 125,000 ships and dozens of supply hulls the size of provinces and 1 billion tons of material to build with on the way. And I have this. A body in a container in my hold, in a white shirt and a black skirt, 10,000 years old, still looking like she is asleep. A chip I cannot read. A sealed pod I cannot open, that may or may not still have a soul inside it. A metal box that I have carried since Jupiter, that I now know is full of the dead of my own species, which I have stopped calling building material. A collision experiment I have run several 100 times, which insists every single time that mass arrives out of nowhere at a rate of 1 part in 10,000, and which nobody can explain. A missing thought, which never occurred to me for 8,000 years, and never occurred to 1 million lizard people for 2,000, and which a child asked out loud in a history class. And one word, in Morse code. From the ghosts of 7 billion people who crossed 6,000 light years to save my life and then left without explaining anything. Revenge. I do not know who did it. I know they can move a soul into a machine and it works. I know they were doing it in 1995 on a girl from my own planet in a room with a poster on the wall. I know the thing that told me so laughed all the way into a nova and took the rest with it. And I know that a person who had all of this put into her head by force wrote one line in a diary that nobody was ever supposed to read about a system of 5 stars going around each other and said that studying the many-body problem out there might help us reach the grand unified theory, which is the wall, which is faster than light, which is force fields and gravity and strong force armor and every door I have been standing outside of for 9,000 years. So that is where I am going. 10 years of coasting, and I spent them the way I spend everything, which is working. And then I came in past the heliopause and found the strangest thing in this galaxy that isn't alive. 5 stars in 2 groups, orbiting each other in a pattern that nobody can predict past the short term because a 5-body problem has no solution and never will. And going around inside that, being thrown from one owner to the next, there is a rocky planet the size of Mars. 6 changes of host star in 1 year. 6. Its surface is black glass, perfectly smooth, with no mountains and no valleys, because it has passed close enough to a star enough times that its entire geology has melted and set and melted again, over and over, until there was nothing left to erase. There is no night side. There is never a dark direction. 3 suns in the sky at once on one face and 2 on the other, and one of them is 100 times the brightness of a full moon, and if you stood there, you could read by it. What a pitiful little thing, I said, which is what I always say, and which is how I know I have not changed as much as I should have. I put my base on it because it is the only ground for 2.5 light years and started building, and I have been here about a week. And 300 million kilometers out on the way in, all 5 stars flickered at once. All 5. Simultaneously. Every one of them shifted position by about 0.3 of a degree. And then, in the next instant, they were back where they had been, as though it had never happened. I pulled the readings from that moment. Every parameter of every star, mass, luminosity, orbit, spectrum, all of it, was completely normal. Not one instrument out of thousands showed anything wrong. I checked the instruments. Thousands of instruments do not hallucinate the same thing at the same time. 3 days later, it happened again, on the night side, where 2 enormous soft moons of light hang in the sky. They vanished, both of them. They reappeared 0.6 of a degree away. held there for about 1/3000th of a second, and went back. And I have been sitting on a planet made of black glass ever since, with a body in my hold and a box full of my own dead and a chip I cannot read, watching a sky that is lying to me. There it is again, I said, and I have not been that pleased about anything in 9,000 years.